What if Jon Snow was born remembering every death that would come for House Stark? Game of Theories. What if Jon Snow was born remembering every death that would come for House Stark? Chapter 1. The Tower at birth. The first thing the new body did was scream. It had no choice. The lungs were small and full of the wrong air. The cord was still wet against its belly. And somewhere above the body, a woman was bleeding to death in a room that smelled of summer roses kept too long indoors. The body screamed because 3 months out of the womb, that is what bodies do. The soul inside the body did not scream. The soul inside the body had been screaming for 60 years and had at last grown tired of it. He lay in the midwife's arms with his eyes closed against the torchlight and tried, very carefully, to remember how to make a face that would not frighten anyone. A baby's face was the easiest face in the world. It had 2 settings, hungry and not hungry. He understood, in the slow way one understands things in dreams, that he had been an infant once before, a long time ago, and that the first life of an infant ended where the second began. He had no memory of the first ending. He had a great deal of memory of the second one. The second one had ended at the godswood by the great heart tree at Winterfell with the snow 9 feet deep, and a sword in his hand that was no longer his and would not light. The Stark line had been broken by then. Robb in the Riverlands with the bolt in his heart and grey winds had sewn onto his shoulders. Rickon with the crossbow shaft through his ribs and his last word a brother's name. Bran in a cave under a hill, rooting his veins into a tree that had drunk 1,000 years of cold. Arya gone south of west and never come back. Sansa in a tower with bruises on her wrists like the petals of dead flowers. Catelyn in a river with her face cut open. Ned on the steps of the Great Sept in front of a crowd that had cheered for him an hour earlier. He remembered all of it. The infant body did not. The infant body remembered only the womb and the long red passage out, and the rosewater stink and the heavy weight in the air that he now understood, with the cool detachment of the dead but not dead, to be his mother dying. Easy, he told the body, don't grip, don't hold breath, breathe small. The midwife was speaking. He could understand the words, but his ears were so soft they bent under sound and gave him only halves of things. Boy, she said, and strong, and gods be praised, and then in a different voice, stop the bleeding, you fool, stop the bleeding. He turned his head a quarter of an inch toward the cot. He had been told all his life what his mother had looked like at the end. He had heard the story from Howland Reed, and he had heard it from Ned in fragments, and he had heard it from himself in the long pale dreams that came at the wall after a hard day's drill. He had imagined her face 1,000 ways. He did not, in the 3rd month of his second life, imagine he would see it, but the midwife had not yet turned him toward the wall. She would in a moment. There was still time. He opened his eyes. His mother was looking at him. She was 16. He had forgotten she was 16. He had spent the first life imagining her older, 50, like Ned would have been by the time she was real to him. And the dream Lyanna of his nights had always had gray at her temples and stark gray eyes set in lines. This Lyanna had no lines. She had eyelashes wet and stuck together. She had a mouth like a cut. She had the blood of a girl who had grown her bones on horseback and her opinions on cold winds, and she looked at him as if she had spent the entire pregnancy practicing for this 1/4 second of attention. She smiled. She should not have been able to. She was bleeding from a place inside her that no one would close in time. The Maester had been left at the gate of the tower by Ned's order, and the midwife was a Dornish woman who knew the cradle but not the killing fields. Lyanna's smile was unfinished. Half of her mouth turned up, the other half went slack, and her lips made the shape of words. His name, she said, in a voice not much louder than the wick of a candle going out, is Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name. The infant body almost cried. The soul stopped it. "Don't cry, you fool," he told the body. "She'll think she didn't get it out in time." He made the body. And this was a thing he had spent 90 seconds learning, the trick of telling a baby's arm what to do. He made the body lift one fist toward her. Not in a grab, just a lift. A small reaching motion, the kind any newborn made. Only this one was aimed. Her fingers came up off the bed cover. She did not have the strength to reach him. The midwife saw what she was trying to do and slid one knee against the cot to brace and lifted the bundle of him over and set him into the crook of her elbow. Lyanna touched her child's cheek with the back of one finger. She did not have the strength to smile twice. But her eyes, in the last 3 breaths of her, said the thing the smile would have. "I am sorry. I did not mean to leave you alone. Promise me, Ned, promise me." He did not know yet in his second life whether Ned had heard the second sentence. He would know in 8 years, when he sat next to Ned in the practice yard with a wooden sword across his knees and said, very quietly, "Father, did Aunt Lyanna ask you to promise her something at the tower?" And watched Ned's face do the thing it always did when a question went too close to the bone. For now, in the 3rd month of his second life, with his mother dying under his cheek, he simply lay still and let her finger rest on him. He did not turn his face away. He did not show her the soul of the man who had loved her without ever meeting her and had been alive once to be her son and had now come back to be her son again. He gave her a baby's face. He gave her the only thing a baby could give a dying mother, which was the impression that he did not yet know any sorrow. It was the first lie of his second life. He had a great many more to tell. Outside the tower the swords were drawing. He could hear them, not because the infant ears could hear them, but because his interior knew where they were on the timeline and what they sounded like. Howland Reed was 3 paces behind Ned. Sir Arthur Dayne was on the topmost step with the dawn already half cleared of its scabbard. Sir Oswell Went had his helm under his arm, and an expression that the singers later said was peaceful. Sir Gerald Hightower was breathing through his mouth because the climb had hurt his old knees. The crows above the tower were the kind of crows who knew what stairs sounded like before swordsmen came down them, and had assembled to watch the part they liked best. In his first life, this was a story. It was the story Ned told only when he had drunk too much, which was almost never, and it was the story the singers told often, which they botched almost always. In his first life, the dying men below the tower had names the size of the world: Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, and the standing men had names that were only beginning: Ned Stark, of whom we have heard so little. In his second life, every name in the world weighed the same. Every name was simply a thing that ended. Howland Reed would live. He had children he had not yet had. He would be needed to tell this story at a tourney many years from now in a hall full of bored bannermen. Ned Stark would live. He had children he had not yet had. He would die in 12.5 years on the steps of a sept south of here, unless a small reaching hand in a tower room changed the shape of those years. Arthur Dayne would die. He had a sister who would write a letter Jon never read in his first life and read 3 times in his second. Oswell Went would die. Gerald Hightower would die. Of the 7 men who had climbed the steps that morning, 5 would not climb them down. He listened, with the part of him that was old, for the moment the swords met. When it came, it was very small. A flat ringing, almost domestic, like a hammer on a poker by a hearth. Then another. Then a sound he had heard at the wall 1,000 times, the sound of armor beginning to fail. He closed his eyes again and waited. The midwife shifted him in her arms. He felt her breath stutter. She had heard too. "Don't think about it," he told the body. "Keep breathing." He thought about it. It had occurred to him in the womb. And the womb was, in some ways, the easiest part of the new life, because there was nothing to do in the womb but think. It had occurred to him that the simplest path through the next 16 years was to die. to breathe in too little air at 3 days, to slip out of the body and be done with all the planning. He had considered it the way a man considers throwing his sword into a river, with longing, with curiosity, with the dim knowledge that he would not in the end do it. He had been given this second life for a reason. He did not believe in reasons in the abstract. He had spent enough nights at the wall to know that the gods who handed out reasons did not, on the whole, deliver, but he believed in obligations. There was a list of names he had spoken at a heart tree at the end of his first life, and the heart tree had not answered, and the names had nonetheless been spoken, and a man who has spoken names at a heart tree does not get to walk away. Robb, Rickon, Bran, Arya, Sansa, father, mother. Theon, who had been a brother before he had not been. Maester Aemon, who had died holding the wrong hand. Sam, who had carried his books across the world and into a cave. Ygritte, who had said his name with 3 breaths in it. He had told the heart tree he would have given them their lives back if he could. The heart tree had given them their lives back. He could not, in the cradle of the dying woman in the tower, see all the ways his asking would be answered. He could only see the next 16 years. 16 years was enough. 3, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. He had years to plant and years to grow. He had a body to train and a mind to keep and a brother, not yet born, gestating now under Catelyn Stark's heart in a holdfast at Reborn to save. He had eggs to find and dragons to wake. He had a wall to keep and a king to bury and an army of the dead to break and a throne to either take or break. He had in the cradle of the dying woman a small reaching fist. He used it the way a smith used a hammer. The door opened. He knew it would. He knew who would come through it. Ned Stark stooped under the lintel and crossed the room in the long, careful strides he used when he did not trust the floor. He did not trust this floor. There were the boots of 3 Kingsguard on the steps outside, and one of them was Arthur Dayne's. And Arthur Dayne's boots had a sound that Ned was not going to forget for the next 12.5 years. There was the smell of a birth in the room and the smell of a death, and they were so braided together that Ned would never afterwards quite separate them. He smelt them now and he closed his eyes. He opened them. He went first to the bed. The infant body in the midwife's arms watched its father, its uncle, said the part of the soul that knew the truth. But it had decided in the womb that father was the right word, the only word. Its father lower himself to his knees by the cot. Ned's hair was matted at the temples with the sweat of the climb. There was a fresh line of blood across the inside of his left wrist where a Kingsguard's blade had brushed him as it left a body. Ned did not seem to know about the line of blood. He took his sister's hand in both of his own and held it as though, if he held it tightly enough, he could keep its bones from going where they wanted to go. "Lya," he said. She was already past hearing. The infant body and the old soul together watched their mother die. It took less than a minute. There was a stiffening, and then a softening, and then a slow letting out, and then the room was a room with a dead woman in a bed. Ned bent his head. The midwife, whose name, the soul remembered, was Willa, though he would never tell anyone he knew this, held the bundle in her arms a little tighter and stayed silent. She would say later, in a tavern in White Harbor where she ended her days, that she had heard the Lord of Winterfell weep, but that he had wept like a man who had been told he had to weep efficiently, because the rest of his day still required him. She would say the weeping took less than 30 heartbeats. She would say, when she was very drunk, that the worst part was the way the Lord stopped. He stopped now. He lifted his head. He passed his sleeve once over each eye. He laid Lyanna's hand on her breast. He stood. He turned to Willa. "The boy," he said. Willa brought the bundle forward. Ned Stark took his son, his nephew, said the soul, but his son said the man, from the midwife's arms. He held the boy stiffly, the way a man holds an animal he does not yet know is gentle. He looked at the small face. The small face looked back. He thought he had practiced this. He had spent 2 of the last 3 months in the womb practicing this, making the eyes do the thing newborn eyes did, which was almost nothing, only a slow rolling. The hard part was the focus. A 3-month-old infant did not focus. A 3-month-old infant looked through and past and across. The soul knew this. The soul knew also that Ned Stark, who would in the next hour become a father, would not yet have any frame for what a baby's face was supposed to do. He could risk it. He focused. He looked his father in the eyes. He did not smile. A smile was beyond the equipment, but he held the gaze. Ned Stark, who had killed 2 of Aerys's Kingsguard in the courtyard below, and would in 3 minutes order Howland Reed not to speak of this day, looked down into the eyes of his sister's child and forgot to breathe. He had expected, perhaps, something Targaryen. Pale hair, lilac eyes, the mark of the fire blood that had killed his sister. He saw a small, dark-haired boy with gray, Stark eyes who was looking at him as if he had been waiting. He looked away. The infant body let the focus dissolve. The eyes rolled toward the rafters. The soul exhaled in its silent inner way and put away the trick for later use. He had 2 heartbeats. He needed them both. Ned cleared his throat. His name, he asked Willa. Willa, who had been told one name by the dying woman and another by her own caution, said, "She did not say, my lord." The infant body felt the lie pass through the room like a bird through a window. It opened no curtains and broke no glass. It left. He did not blame her. She had been bought, by the look on Lyanna's face at the start of the labor, to forget what she had been told. She would forget very well. In a year she would not be sure whether the name had been said or imagined, and in 3 she would not be sure she had ever been in the tower. "Then I will name him," said Ned. Willa bowed her head. Ned looked down again at his son. For a long moment he said nothing. The soul knew what he was thinking. He was running through the names of dead Starks. Brandon, his brother, hanged in front of his father. Rickard, his father, burnt in his armor. Lyanna, his sister, gone now under his hand. He was looking for a name that would not curse the boy, and he was discovering, slowly, the way a man at sea discovers a leak, that all the names he could think of were cursed. He needed a name that was not a Stark name. He needed a name that would draw no eye to the Targaryen blood under the boy's skin. He needed a name nobody would ever sing. "Jon," he said. The infant body, which had at 3 months no expression that was not chemical, was nonetheless allowed by the soul to twitch the small fingers of its left hand once, in something the singers might have called assent. "Jon Snow," said Ned, and tested it. It fit. Willa, with her hands now empty, took the bloodied sheet over Lyanna's chest and folded it up to her chin. He did not cry on the ride out of Dorne. It was the first thing Ned would later remember about him. The boy did not cry on the ride. 240 leagues across hot mountains and dry beds with a wet nurse riding pillion and a Cranugman scout 3 lengths ahead, and the boy did not cry. He fussed once at Vaith when the wet nurse's milk dried and they had to wait 2 days for a goat. He coughed in the heights above the Prince's Pass. He sneezed in the smoke of a cook fire, and Howland Reed laughed for the first time since the tower. But he did not cry. Ned would tell himself, in years to come, that this was a sign of the Stark blood. Stark babies were quiet, he would say. He himself had been quiet. Brandon had been quiet. Lyanna had been quiet until she had not, and then she had been loud the rest of her life until her last hour. The boy was quiet. It was the Stark in him. The soul, in the small body riding with its head against Willa's collarbone and the dust of the Kingsroad blowing into its eyes, knew better. He was quiet because every time he opened his mouth to cry, the next sound out would be the wrong sound. He was 3 months old, and he was 60 years old, and his voice, when it came, would not be a baby's voice. The soul was learning the body. The body had a tongue half the size of a copper, and lungs the size of his palm, and a throat that had never made a vowel longer than the air it took to feed. He could not yet speak. He would not be able to speak for at least 18 months by the standards of growth. He had spent the womb months considering whether to push it, whether to try to say father the first week, or Egon in a whisper at year 1, or the dragon has 3 heads at 3. He had decided not to. A talking infant would be killed. Not by Ned. Ned would not kill him. Ned would protect him to his last breath, but by the world. A talking infant in this world was a thing the Meisters wrote about in the books they used to put down children. A talking infant was a sign. The Septons would smell it. The lords would whisper. Robert Baratheon, in his red rage in King's Landing, was hunting Targaryens with a hammer and would not pause to ask whether a strange small boy in the north was speaking out of turn. The plan, which he had begun to draft in the womb and would draft in earnest at 5, required a boy who passed. So he did not speak. He did not cry either, because crying was a different problem. A baby cried because a baby was hungry or wet or hot or cold, and these were chemical complaints, and the soul could feel them the way one felt the weather with awareness, but without identification. The body was hot. The body was wet. The body was hungry. The soul noted these things and then, deliberately, refused to attach itself to them. He was a man who had stood on the wall in winters that had taken the toes from his neighbors. He had been hungry before. He had been wet before. He had been a great deal worse than wet. He could let a small body be uncomfortable for an hour while the wet nurse caught her sleep. He could not let the body cry, however, because crying, proper screaming crying, opened parts of the throat that the soul did not yet trust. He did not know what sound would come out if the body went all the way. He suspected it might be the sound of a man. So he kept the body to a low, whining hum when wet, and to a quiet root and suckle when hungry, and to no sound at all when frightened. Willa called him an angel. Howland Reed called him a wolf pup. Ned, who had not slept 3 full hours in the 4 days since they had left the tower and who had a great deal to think about that was not the baby, called him son. That was good enough. They crossed the Trident in a flatboat hired from a one-armed riverman who did not ask questions. Ned paid in silver, in stags rather than dragons. The boatman would, 2 years later, drink himself stupid in a tavern and tell a passing singer about a quiet northern lord and a baby and a cranogman who had crossed his river on a moonless night in the year of the sack. The singer would put it in a song. The song would not survive. The boatman would die of his own liver before the song reached the south. The soul, in Willa's arms in the prow, looked at the dark water and made a list. The list was the list he had been making in the womb. He refined it now with the long calm of a man who had nothing to do for the next 16 years but get the list right. Robert visits Winterfell, late 298 AC. 15 years and 3 moons from this crossing. Ned is offered the hand. Ned accepts. Ned goes south. Ned dies. He drew a line through Ned accepts. He drew a line through Ned goes south. He drew a line through Ned dies. He left the line Robert visits Winterfell alone. Robert would visit. Robert would always visit. The visit was a fact of the world, like winter, like the wall. The visit could not be prevented. But everything that came after that, the soul thought, watching the moonless river slide past the hull that could be reshaped. Catelyn arrives at Winterfell, 284 AC with Robb at the breast. He underlined Robb. He drew a small star next to Robb. Robb was the keystone. If he could keep Robb, he could keep the North. If he could keep the North, he could keep the realm. If he could keep the realm, he could keep his family. The fall of the Stark line in the first life had started with Robb at the Red Wedding, and the fall of every other Stark had been a consequence of Robb's death. He needed Robb to live. To make Robb live, he needed Robb to love him, which meant Rob's mother had to not hate him, which meant Catelyn Stark had to be, not won. He could not win her. No man in this world could win her against the cuckoo in her hall but neutralized. She had to be made to look past him. She had to be made to not notice him. He could not be the splinter under her thumbnail for 14 years. He made a note, be no one to her. Take no warmth from her. Ask no favor. Earn no anger. Stand at the wall of her sight. She will not hate a stone in the courtyard. Be a stone. Robert's bastards. He drew the line. Joffrey, Miecella, Tommen, Lannisters, all three, lions in falcons' colors. They were not yet conceived. They would be conceived in the next 4 years. They would matter at the visit. They would not matter to him. He had no quarrel with 3 children who would be born into the wrong family. He drew a line under Joffrey and wrote, "Will become king at 12. Will die. Cersei will mourn. Tommen will fall. Miecella will sail to Dorne. None of this is to be prevented. The lions eat themselves. Maester Aemon." He paused over the name. Aemon Targaryen, Maester of the Wall, last living son of King Mikar, blind at 90, would in 11 years know exactly who Jon Snow was on the moment Jon set foot in the lift cage at Castle Black. In the first life, Aemon had known by the second night. In the first life, Aemon had said nothing. In the first life, Aemon had given Jon Sam Tarly to carry his death across the world. In this life, the soul thought, Aemon could be more. He could be everything. Aemon at the wall, blind and patient and Targaryen, was the only living adult in the world who would know what Jon was and would not be in a position to harm him. The wall was 1,000 leagues away. Aemon could not act. Aemon could not raise an army. Aemon could not crown a child. Aemon could only write letters and send books and keep counsel. And Aemon, who had been a Maester for 70 years, was the best in the world at exactly those 3 things. He needed Aemon. He needed Aemon by Raven. He needed to begin the letters as soon as his hand could hold a quill. 6 years old, perhaps, by the standards of children. He would write to Maester Luwin first, asking after the wall, asking after the Maesters who served there. He would inquire about the eldest. He would write to the wall, child's hand and child's courtesy, asking Maester Aemon for stories about old Nan's name day, or about dragons, or about the seasons. He would build the correspondence slowly. He would let Aemon see, year by year, the slow turning of the lock. He would put the key in only when it was time. He made a note. Aemon, 289 AC at the latest. Letters begin innocent. Move to prophecy at 9. Confirm identity at 9 or 10. Ask for eggs at 11. He looked at the note. He weighed it. It was the boldest line on the list and the cheapest. A child in Winterfell writing to a Maester at the wall could not be challenged. The Maester chain held no allegiance higher than itself. Aemon would write back or he would not. If he did not, no harm done. If he did, and Aemon would, Aemon was lonely. Aemon had outlived everyone. Then he had a tutor across the world that no one would think to read. Dragon eggs. He paused longer over this one. He knew from his first life where they were. He had been told once, by Tyrion at Dragonstone, in a campaign tent in the snows above Eastwatch, about a chest of toys an old Maester had once shown him. Petrified eggs, Tyrion had said, useless as paperweights, beautiful as gemstones, 3 of them, sat in a chest in a chamber under the wall that nobody ever opened. Aemon had shown Tyrion. Aemon had shown a great many people. Tyrion had thought the eggs were stone. The soul, on the flatboat across the Trident in 283 AC, did not think the eggs were stone. He thought blood and fire could wake them. He thought he had a way to ask. He thought, with a coldness that was almost pleasant, that 3 dragons of his own would solve a great many of his other problems. He underlined eggs. He wrote next to it, ask Aemon at 11, have them at 12, hatch at 13. He underlined 13, The flatboat ground against the bank. The riverman pulled his pole. Howland Reed stepped over the gunwale and offered Willa a hand. Willa did not need it. She had been a midwife to crofters in the Sandsea before this, and had walked stones into rivers all her life. She accepted it anyway. Ned looked at the north bank for a moment without speaking. Then he reached for the bundle. The wet nurse handed him over. Ned held his son across the trident. The soul, looking up at his father's face against the milk-white moon, thought, 16 years. I have 16 years to keep this man from going south. I have 16 years to teach this body the sword. I have 16 years to find a brother who is not yet born and to teach him to love me. I have 16 years to write 100 letters and to wake 3 dragons and to learn the way a wolf walks inside a boy's head. I have 16 years to make my mother's death mean something. 16 years is a long time. A man can do a great deal in 16 years. He closed his eyes. He slept. He woke up the second day at the inn at the crossroads. He did not know they were at the inn at the crossroads, because the body could not see over the lip of Willa's swaddling, but the soul knew the smell. It had eaten here twice as a man, once with Robb at 12, riding to the bear pit, and once with Tyrion in the year of false summers. The inn smelled of bad sausage and good ale and the river wind through an open window. It smelled like a hinge of the world. Ned was talking low to someone whose voice the soul did not know, a woman's voice. Young, northern, soft-spoken. Willa, holding him, had gone very still. My lord. The woman was saying, "The babe is the color of mine," said Ned. "My lord, mine," said Ned. He said it the second time the way a hammer says a nail. The woman fell silent. The soul, in Willa's arms in a corner of the common room, opened his eyes a sliver and looked at the woman over Willa's collarbone. She was a girl, maybe 20. Pretty in the dull way that mountain villages produce. She had been crying recently. She was. The soul understood at once, the second piece of the lie. She was the woman Ned had told to be Jon's mother. Willa, the first lie, the southern one, would be sent home from the Trident in 3 days with a purse of silver and an instruction never to come north. Willa, the second lie, the northern one, who was sitting now at the inn, and whose name was Willa also, which Ned had specifically arranged because 2 Willas were less suspicious than 1 Willa and 1 Bethany, would ride north with them and would be installed at Winterfell as a wet nurse for 2 months, and then dismissed to a holdfast Ned controlled and given enough silver to last her life. 2 Willas. 1 name. 2 mothers in case anyone ever asked. A fisherman's daughter named Willa, Ned would say to Robert, 15 years from now in a crypt under the snow, and the woman is dead. The soul, watching the northern Willa over the southern Willa's shoulder, felt the cold admiration of one craftsman for another. Ned was not a clever man. Ned was a plain man. Plain men, the soul thought, sometimes made the cleanest lies because their lies were structural, beam and mortar, not paint. This one would hold. It would hold for 14 years. It would hold until a king and a queen and a man called Littlefinger arrived together in a courtyard in 298 AC and began in their separate ways to push at the joints. The soul thought, I will have moved the load by then. The lie will be carrying nothing. They can push and the house will not fall. Willa, the southern one, shifted him in her arms and crooned a Dornish song over his head. He let his eyes close. He let himself sleep. He was 3 months old. He needed the sleep. The sleep in this life was when the body grew and when the soul could think without keeping the body upright. He slept 13 hours of every 15. He used the other 2 on small experiments, squeezing a finger, focusing on a candle, learning by what muscles a smile was made. The smile was the last thing to come. He did not give one to anyone for almost a year. When he gave the first smile, he gave it to Robb. Robb Stark was 3 months old when Jon met him. It was not strictly the meeting. Robb had been at Winterfell for 2 weeks before Ned, and the riders came down the King's Road with Jon and the wet nurse and the spare Willa. Robb had been a fact of the world before Jon had reached him. But the soul of Jon Snow, lying in the cradle that had been hastily made up in a small bedchamber down a small corridor off a small hall in the great keep, did not count a person as met until the eyes had met. Their eyes met on the third day. Catelyn Tully, not yet Stark in her own mind, because Stark to Catelyn Tully still meant Brandon for the next 4 years yet, Catelyn brought Robb in. She did not want to. The soul knew this. He had heard her that morning, in a corridor he had no business hearing. But the body was in a cradle by the door of the small bedchamber, and the door was ajar, and his hearing was beginning to come in. He had heard her say, "I will not see it," and Ned say, "He is mine," and Catelyn say, "That is the trouble." She had come anyway. She walked in with Robb in her arms. Robb was a fat red thing with copper fuzz on his head and a brow like his mother's. Robb was, in the soul's estimation, exactly the same shape he had been in the first life, although the soul had only seen drawings of Robb at this age, and the drawings had always made him look less round than he was. Catelyn stood 3 paces from the cradle. She did not come closer. She looked down at the bundle that was Jon Snow with an expression so carefully composed that the soul could read every brick of it. "I will not hate this child," said the bricks. "I will not love this child. I will keep my distance. I will treat him with the courtesy due to a guest in my hall. I will not be cruel. I will not be kind. I will be a wall." The soul, 3 months old in a cradle, looked up at Catelyn Stark and approved. It was exactly the policy he had decided to ask of her without asking. "Good," he told her silently. "Be a wall. I will be the other wall. We will stand opposite each other for 14 years and not touch and not feud and not pretend a single courtesy more than we owe. You will not love me. I will not need you to. You will protect Robb. I will protect Robb. We are accidentally allies and we will not know it, and that is the best a son and a stepmother can do." Robb, in his mother's arms, gurgled. Robb, in the soul's heart, was already a brother. The soul felt the body smile. It happened without the soul's permission. The smile was small, a 1/4-inch lift of one corner of the mouth, but it was real. The body's mouth, the body's choice. The soul had not yet been a body long enough to govern every movement, and the body was sometimes the boss. The body had decided it liked Robb. The soul, an instant later, agreed. Catelyn did not see the smile. She was looking at the wall above the cradle, because looking at the wall above the cradle let her be in the room without being with the boy. She turned after a count of 10 and carried Robb out. Robb's small face, over his mother's shoulder, looked back. Robb's small face was 3 months old and did not yet have a personality. It only had a color and a shape and a roundness. But the eyes were Stark eyes, gray-blue like a hammer, and they were watching the boy in the cradle with the quiet, open curiosity of a creature who did not yet know there were such things as not friends. The soul, in the cradle, made the eyes do the focusing trick. He held Robb's gaze for 2 heartbeats over Catelyn's shoulder. He did not smile this time. He had no smile left in the body for the day. He only looked. "Hello, brother," he said in the silent place. "I will keep you alive." Robb's small face turned away with his mother. The door closed. The soul of Jon Snow lay in his cradle in Winterfell and waited. He waited very well. He had had practice. That night, Lord Eddard Stark sat in his solar and did not write a letter to the king. He had a quill in his hand. He had ink. He had parchment. He had been sitting at the desk for an hour. He was supposed to write Robert. He had not seen Robert since the Trident, and he had been told by his bannermen on the ride north that the new king was already drinking, already roaring, already half a man and half a fire. and that the new queen was a Lannister and Ned would not like her. He was supposed to write his friend. He was supposed to tell him that Lyanna had died at the tower, that the babe Lyanna had carried had died with her, that there was nothing left of the Stark girl Robert had loved except a stone in a crypt under a hill in the north. He was supposed to write the lie. He had said the lie. He had said it to Howland Reed, and he had said it to himself 100 times on the ride home. He had practiced it in the saddle. He had practiced it in inns. He had practiced it under his breath in the godswood the morning he arrived. He could say the lie. He could not write it. A spoken lie, said Ned to himself, slid off the air like rain off slate. A written lie sat. A written lie was a document. A written lie could be brought back to him in 20 years by a steward going through his old papers. A written lie was, in some final way, more committed than a spoken one. He set the quill down. He sat with his hands in his lap and looked at the empty parchment and thought about his sister. He thought about the boy in the cradle. He thought about the lie. He stood up. He walked out of the solar and down the corridor and turned, once, twice, 3 times, and stood in the doorway of the small bedchamber where the wet nurse slept on a pallet next to a cradle. He stood in the doorway because he could not bring himself to step in. The boy was awake. The boy should not have been. It was past midnight. Babies of this age slept 18 hours a day. But the boy was awake in the cradle and looking at the ceiling, and as Ned stood in the doorway, the boy turned his head. The boy looked at him. The boy held his gaze. It was not a focus a 3-month-old eye should have held. Ned had watched Robb in his cradle, 2 weeks now, and Robb's eyes had not yet learned to hold a face. Robb's eyes were still loose in his head. Robb's eyes wandered. Robb's eyes were beautiful and meaningless. This boy's eyes were not meaningless. Ned felt, for the first time in his life, the cold sensation that he had once heard a Cranogman name. The Cranogman had said, "There is a fish in the great bog called the Watcher. It is the size of a child. It looks at you, my lord, and you understand at once that it knows you and you do not know it. It has lived 100 years in the bog. It is a child to look at. It is older than your father." Ned took a step back. He did not know why. He stood in the corridor for a long minute with his hand on the wall. Then he forced himself, the way he forced himself into a cold pond at the start of summer, to step into the room. He walked to the cradle. He bent down. The boy was still looking at him. Ned reached down and lifted his son into his arms. The boy was light. 3 months was light. The body fit into the crook of Ned's elbow as if it had been measured for the space. Ned held him there, and the boy did not cry, and the boy did not flinch, and the boy did not look away. The gray Stark eyes watched the gray Stark eyes. Ned, who had been a soldier, who had carried friends out of fights and brothers out of cells, who had held his sister's wrist while she died, Ned, who knew the look of a man who knew things. Ned looked into the eyes of a 3-month-old child and could not deny what he saw. He saw recognition. He shook himself. He told himself a baby could not have recognition. He told himself the eyes of a baby were illusions a father read meaning into. He told himself a long list of things in the next 30 seconds, and most of them were true, and not one of them was enough. He went on holding the boy. He went on, against his sense and his caution and his stark wariness, holding the boy. The boy turned his head, after a count of perhaps 200, and rested it against Ned's chest, over the heart. Ned felt the small head settle and the small breath even out. The boy fell asleep. Ned stood in the small bedchamber with the small body on his chest in the dark, and felt, for the first time since the tower, something that he did not yet have the word for. He stood that way a long time. At last he laid the boy back in the cradle. He covered him to the chin. He went out very quietly and closed the door and went back to his solar. He picked up the quill. He wrote Robert. The lie went down on the page. The lie sat. The lie was committed. The lie sealed with the wolf and the stag, and would be ridden south in the morning by a man who did not know what he carried. Ned blotted the wax. He set the letter aside. He stayed at the desk a long time after. He thought, although he would never have said it aloud, that he had brought home not a boy but a stranger, and that the stranger had looked at him from a cradle as if to say, "I know." He thought, although it was a thought he refused to finish, that he was a little afraid of the child. He thought, finally, that he loved the child anyway. He put his hand over his eyes. He sat that way in the candlelight until the candle burnt out. In the cradle in the small bedchamber, 3 months old, 60 years old, the soul of the man who would not yet be Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, lay on his back and looked up at a ceiling he had memorized in his first life and would memorize again in his second. He had done well, he thought. He had let his father see the recognition. He had let his father feel afraid. He had let his father love him anyway. He had chosen the moment with care. He had needed Ned to feel the wrongness now, in the quiet of the first week, before the lie had any joints to crack. He needed Ned to know, not with words, never with words, that the boy in the cradle was more than a boy. He needed Ned to suspect all his life that there was something he did not understand. He needed Ned to never quite trust him. He needed Ned to never quite trust him, because in 14 years, Ned would be sitting at a desk in this same solar with a letter from King's Landing in his hand, and a king's offer in his teeth, and an old wound throbbing in his thigh, and a wife pressing him to go south, and the only thing that would keep Ned in Winterfell on that day was the small, persistent unease he had once felt in a cradle. The soul could not yet form an argument. The soul could not yet write a letter. The soul could not yet take up a sword. The soul could only be a strange, small boy with eyes that did not look away. That, the soul thought, was enough for the first week. He turned his head toward the door. He listened to his father go down the corridor. He listened to his father go into his solar. He listened to his father, faintly, weep. He let himself, for the first time since the tower, weep with him. He cried in the small, soft way of a small, soft body. He did not cry like a man. He cried like a baby crying for milk. Willa, the southern one who had been sleeping on the pallet, sat up at once and shushed and lifted him and gave him her breast. He took it. He drank. The grief receded as the milk came. The body was good for that. The body had its own consolations. The body could be sad and full at once, and the fullness would, in 5 minutes, smooth the sadness into sleep. He slept. He dreamed. He dreamed, as he would dream all his life now, of a small black and red egg in a chest in a vault under a wall 1,000 leagues away, and of an old blind man's hand resting on the lid of the chest, and of the old blind man saying into the dark, "Who is there? Who calls? Speak, child, speak." In the dream, the soul spoke. "A son of fire," said the soul, "a son of ice. Both and neither and a third. I am coming. I am very small. Wait." The old blind man's hand tightened on the lid of the chest. The old blind man smiled. "I have waited," said Maester Aemon Targaryen, into the dark, into the dream, into the new life that had not yet begun to be written but was already behind a wall and 1,000 leagues being read. "I have waited a long time. I am old. I will wait a little longer. Come, son, come and bring fire." The soul of the boy who was Jon Snow and Aegon Targaryen, and a man who had stood at a heart tree at the end of the world, rolled in his cradle in Winterfell, and clutched the cloth at Willa's collar and slept the deep sleep of a baby with a plan. It was the night of the 7th of the 3rd moon of 283 AC. He had 15 years and 9 moons until Robert Baratheon rode in at the gate. He intended to use them. Chapter 2. The boy of 5 by the spring of 288 AC, the boy could walk on his own across the long gallery without holding the wall, climb the 7 steps to the Lord's solar without help, fold a blanket at the foot of his own cot. and sit through an evening meal in the great hall without scraping a chair or knocking over a cup. He had been judged by the women who ran the south wing of Winterfell's nursery floor to be a quiet child, a polite child, a child who did not bite or scream or run on stairs. He was, the chief nurse said, a wonder. He did not enjoy the praise. He took it the way a thief takes the coin a beggar gives him by mistake, pocketed, head down, gone. He was 5. He had been alive for 5 years and 3 moons. He had been alive once before that, for 30 years, ending at the wrong end of a winter's bite. The new life had now lasted a sixth of the old. He had spent the first 18 months learning to use the body, its slow tongue, its weak knees, the way its eyes did not yet measure depths properly, so that a step seemed a chasm if he forgot. And the next 3 years putting on the long shape of boy with the patience of a tailor. A boy of 5 in this house was a quiet thing in a corner. A boy of 5 trotted at his nurse's heel from breakfast to bath. A boy of 5 did not interrupt his elders. A boy of 5 did not, by the rule of the south wing, enter the Lord Solar without summons. He was, by all accounts, a perfect boy of 5. He hated it. He had spent his first life standing, for the most part, where men of importance had told him not to stand. He had argued the old bear into commands he had not wanted to give. He had stood up at councils. He had given orders. He had, at the end, refused crowns. The body of 5 was an indignity, the manners of 5 a humiliation. He had not the height to look a man in the eye, nor the voice to be heard above an arguing room, nor the right by any custom of the world to say a thing in a room that contained adults. He was, in the public spaces of Winterfell, voiceless. He had taken a vow with himself in the 2nd year of the second life. He had told himself, use the years. Do not chafe at them. They are not waste. A boy of 5 is invisible. Use the invisibility. He had used it. By the start of 288 AC, the boy who looked 5 years old had learnt the layout of Winterfell so thoroughly that he could walk, blindfold, from any cellar door to any high window without putting a hand to the wall, and could draw, on a wax tablet, the position of every drain, every dumbwaiter, every old loophole in the curtain wall, including 6 that the steward did not know about because they had been bricked over in the Conqueror's day-made friends, after his own quiet fashion, with 3 of the 4 kennelmen, both stable masters, the master of arms, the master of horses, the chief steward, the wine clerk, the falconer, the brewer, the lower butler, both lower laundresses, the elder cook, the younger cook's husband, all 4 maids of the south wing, 2 of the 4 maids of the north wing, the chief porter at the gate, and the man who fed the ravens, and learnt from each one a name, a story, a grievance, and the name of one other person they distrusted, and had filed all of it in his small head, the way a court clerk files writs begun in secret, the training of his own hands. Not the sword yet, that came later. For now, only the small 1,000 exercises an old swordsman had once taught him as a boy, the squeezing of a rag in a basin of water, the holding of a stick straight-armed for as long as he could count, the cross-stitch of fingers on a wooden table. He did these in his room at the candle's end before sleep. He did them on the privy. He did them, when no one was about, on the long galleries. The body of 5 was not yet a body of 7. The body of 7 would be ready when it came. He intended that the body of 14, in the year of Robert's visit, should not have a single weakness Robert's son would not have written, in his own laborious 5-year-old hand. The first of what he intended would be 120 letters to Maester Aemon. The first letter had not yet been sent. It sat under his cot, in a small lacquered box he had taken from a discarded chest in the library, waiting. It was not yet time. Aemon would not answer a strange 3-year-old. Aemon would, perhaps, answer a curious 6-year-old. The boy was prepared to be patient, and learnt, with great care and some difficulty, the trick of his own mind. The trick was warging. He had not yet succeeded in it. He had failed at it for 2 years. He intended to succeed before summer. The godswood at Winterfell in the 3rd moon of 288 AC was at the bottom of one of its long, damp dripping moods. The snow off the highest battlement had melted in the day-old thaw and run black down the trunks of the sentinel pines and pooled in the moss at their roots. The pond under the heart tree was rimmed with ice but soft in the middle. The face of the weirwood, that great pale, long-jawed face, wept the way it always wept in spring. Not red sap anymore, but only dirty water, condensation off cold bark. The boy of 5 walked into the godswood 3 hours after midday. He had told the chief nurse he would be at the library with Maester Luwin. He had told Maester Luwin he would be in the small hall, learning his letters with the chief nurse. He had timed it for the only 1/6 of an hour in the long Winterfell day when both nurse and Maester would be elsewhere. The nurse at her gossip with the elder cook, the Maester at the rookery, where a flux had got into one of the ravens. He had given himself an hour. He intended to use 40 minutes and to be back in his place before either adult noticed the slack. He stood at the foot of the heart tree. He laid his small hand on the bark. He closed his eyes. He had taught himself in his first life how the trick was done. He had been clumsy at it for a long time. The wolf had moved into him first, not he into the wolf, and the doing had been an accident. He had read since, in the books Sam had carried out of Castle Black, what the green men of the Isle of Faces had said about the warg's way. He knew the names. He knew the shapes. He knew that a warg did not push into the animal. A warg opened a door and went still and was found. He had been still for 2 years. He had not been found. The wolves of the Wolfswood, the foxes of the South Meadow, the kennel hounds in their pens behind the kitchen, none of them had come. He had reached in his stillness for a barn cat at one point, and she had come a little way and stopped and turned her head and walked away. He had reached for a falcon at the falconer's wrist, and the falcon had ruffled and baited. He had reached for a young horse in the great stable, and the horse had laid back its ears. The trouble was, and the boy of 5 had only by the morning of this day fully understood it, the trouble was that he was too quiet to be found. A warg's beast came to the warg by smelling in him a thing the beast knew, a hunger, a hurt, an interest. A still mind was a stone. A stone did not call. The boy of 5 had decided that morning to be less still. He had walked into the godswood to be afraid. He stood with his hand on the bark, and he reached, without moving his body, for the part of him that had been most afraid in the first life. He had a great deal to choose from. He could be afraid of the cold cave under the hill. He could be afraid of the long line of dead riding south out of the dawn at the wall. He could be afraid of Castle Black's gate giving in. He could be afraid of the face of his brother sewn onto the wrong head. He chose, after a moment's thought, the smallest fear. He chose the fear of his father going south. He chose the morning, 14 years from this morning, when Ned would mount a horse in the courtyard of Winterfell and ride out with a king. He chose the way the gate would close behind him. He chose the way the wind had felt on the back of his own neck in that first life, watching the column wind down the King's Road. He chose the way his father had not turned, even once, to look up. He chose the way Septa Mordane had stood in the gallery weeping, and Catelyn had stood in the gallery dry-eyed, and Robb had stood with his hand on the pommel of a sword he had not yet earned. He chose the way the door had felt going shut behind him, when he had turned and gone back inside. He chose the small grief of a boy of 14 who had not yet learnt that fathers could die. He let it grow. The fear came up into him like water finding a low place. The body of 5 did not have the size to hold it. The fear filled the chest and went out at the throat and stood, almost visible, in the cold air of the godswood. He felt his small hand on the bark grow warmer than the bark. He felt his back grow colder. He felt the godswood, for an instant, lean a quarter-inch closer to him, as a man leans a quarter-inch closer when a child has begun to bleed. He opened the door. He had taught himself the gesture for it. It was not a gesture of the hand. It was a turning inside the head, like opening a window. He turned the inside window. He let the fear stand by it. He waited. There was a long instant in which nothing happened. The water in the pond under the weirwood moved in a slow circle. The crows in the top of the heart tree, who had been quarreling about a piece of suet from the kitchen, fell silent. Behind him, beyond the wall of the godswood, a kitchen girl began to sing. Then, a wolf came down out of the wolfswood. He felt it before he heard it. He felt the door in his head receive a step. The step was heavy and slow and tired. The step was lame. The step belonged to a wolf who had been walking on 3 legs for 9 days and had grown thin around the ribs, and was, in the warg's reach of him, the smallest possible fragment of help, with a great deal of "I am so very hungry" wrapped around it. The wolf stopped at the edge of the godswood. The boy of 5 opened his eyes. The wolf was a dirty gray she-wolf with a torn ear and a healing gash on the right flank and a hind paw that hung. Her muzzle was gray at the lip, but her eyes were yellow bright and unbroken. She had come, the warg sense told him, from the foothills of the wolfswood, where her pack had cast her out 2 moons ago when she could not keep up. She had eaten field mice and old crows and 1 half-frozen squirrel for 63 days. She would not last another 9. She had heard the call. She had come. The boy of 5 took his hand off the heart tree. He took 2 steps forward. The she-wolf did not move. He took 3 more steps. He stopped at 4 lengths from her muzzle. He went down on 1 knee in the mud. Slowly, the way one would lay down a candle one did not want to put out, and held out his small, open hand. He did not have meat in the hand. He had nothing in the hand. He had only the door. The she-wolf came forward. She came in 3 painful drags of the bad paw. She came until her nose was a finger's breadth from his hand. She sniffed. She lowered her muzzle. She rested her chin against his open palm. The boy of 5 did not breathe. He could feel her, in the warg's reach, as clearly as he felt the cold mud through his small woolen trousers. He could feel the gnaw in her belly. He could feel the fire in her bad paw. He could feel the way she had stopped, 2 miles back in the wolfswood, and considered lying down and dying, and had decided not to because something, a strange, small, far thing she did not have a name for, a thing that smelled like kin, had stood up in her mind and walked. He had reached her. He had reached her by being afraid. He stayed kneeling a long time, until the kitchen girl beyond the wall had finished her song and started a new one. He did not stroke the wolf. He did not, by the rule he had set himself, take the warg further than he had taken it now. He only stayed. He only let her chin rest in his hand. At last he opened his fingers and laid his other small hand on the side of her face. He looked into her yellow eye. He said, into the warg reach, "I will feed you. Come tonight to the kennel yard, the southmost door, 3 hours after vespers. I will be there with a piece of mutton from the kitchen larder, and I will put it in your mouth." She blinked once. She understood, not the words were his own crutch, the words a man used to dress a meaning he could not speak. She understood the shape of Fed. She understood the shape of kennel yard. She understood, with a wolf's understanding, that this small 2-legged thing in front of her was kin, and would not be hurt, and would not be eaten, and would, somehow, feed her. She turned her head a quarter to lay her cheek against his palm. She got up. She left. She moved into the wolfswood with the awkward limp of a creature half-saved, and she was gone in 20 long heartbeats among the pines. The boy of 5 stayed kneeling in the mud. He stayed because his small legs were trembling so violently that he was not sure they would carry him up. He stayed because the door in his head, having been opened, did not at once close, and the godswood was, for an instant, very loud in his interior. He could hear, suddenly, the small worried minds of 100 sparrows in the eaves of the keep. He could hear the slow gray patience of a turtle in the pond. He could hear the kennel dogs, far over the wall, ratifying the news of a strange cousin nearby with a long, low blur of "Hello, strange not pray friend." He could hear, very faintly, the bored, hard, cold mind of one of Ned's gray hounds in the great hall watching the steward eat. He could hear, the loudest of all and the most surprising, an old gull on the curtain wall above him asking the wind a long question about the color of the river, and whether the herring would be back by St. Toad's Day. He closed the door. The godswood went silent. He sat down on his heels. He thought, I have done it, I have done it. 2 years and 3 months I have done it. He thought, I have done it and I am still 5. He thought, I have done it and I have a wolf. He thought more soberly, and someone has seen me do it. The someone was Catelyn. She had been in the godswood for the same reason he had. She had told the South Wing she would be elsewhere. She had told her Septa she would be at her sewing in the small solar. She had told the steward she was at her devotions. She had told both, in the part of her that did not lie to itself, that she could not stand another hour in the chambers of the great keep where the boy slept down the corridor from her own son. And she had wanted the godswood, with its strange northern gods, only because the godswood was the part of Winterfell where the boy was not. She had come in by the eastern path. She had heard, as she approached, the dry small voice of a child saying, I will be there, with a piece of mutton from the kitchen larder, and she had stopped. She had not gone forward. She had been raised at Riverrun to know the courtesy of a private moment, and she would not have intruded, except that the voice was the boy's, and the boy was alone, and the boy was alone in the godswood, which was the Lord's own ground. And a 5-year-old who could not yet ride a pony had no business in the godswood by himself. She had crept the rest of the way as quietly as her skirts allowed. She had seen, through the gap of 2 great pines, with her hand on a trunk and her breath bated. She had seen the boy on his knees in the mud at the foot of the heart tree with a wolf's chin in his palm. She had not made a sound. The Septas at Riverrun had taught her well enough. The wolf had got up in time and limped away, and the boy had stayed where he was on his knees with his back to her. She had stood frozen between the 2 pines and counted to 100, and then turned, very slowly, and walked back along the path the way she had come. She did not look behind her. She did not look in front of her. She walked all the way to the south door of the keep, and went up the corridor to her own chambers and sat down on the edge of her bed and put her face in her hands. She was not a foolish woman. She had thought at first on her way in that she had only been afraid of the boy in the abstract way a wife is afraid of her husband's bastard. She had thought, on her way back, that she had been afraid of the boy in a different way and not had the words for it. She had the words now. She had heard, as a girl at Riverrun, an old tale from her granduncle, who had been to the wall once and seen a thing he could not explain. He had told her, after his cups, of a man in the woods north of Winterfell who had spoken with a bear's voice. He had said, with the false carelessness men use for the things that have unsettled them most, that there were stories in the north of men who slipped their skins into beasts. Old wolves' tales, he had said, no truth in them. But he had not laughed when he said it. He had looked, for an instant, like a man counting the loaves in his pantry to make sure none had been taken in the night. Catelyn Tully, raised at Riverrun, raised in the faith, raised to the proper Andal manners of a great river house. Catelyn Tully had grown up to know that there were stories from the north, and that the stories were stories, and that the proper response of a proper Septon's pupil was to fold a kindness across one's face when one heard the stories and to go on with one's mourning. Catelyn Stark, in her chambers in Winterfell in the 3rd moon of 288 AC, was no longer a Tully girl. She had seen a 5-year-old call a wolf out of the wolf's wood with his bare hand. She sat on the edge of her bed for an hour. She thought. She thought about the boy. She thought about her son. She thought, with the dispassion that was her best gift and her worst, about what she should do. She did not weep. She did not pray. She had been raised to pray to 7 gods, all of whom were a long way south and none of whom would help her here. The North had its own gods. The North's gods were in a pond she would not walk to, behind a heart tree she did not trust, in a wood she had never gone into without a husband at her elbow. She drew up her knees on the bed. She wrapped her arms around them. She thought. She decided. She would tell Ned. She would tell him plainly and at once, with no flourish. In the words she would have used to tell him she had seen the cooper's apprentice steal a copper from the till. She would not say demon, and she would not say witch, and she would not say I am afraid of your son. She would say I saw your boy speak to a wolf in the godswood, my lord. I think you should know, and then she would let him decide. She would not, on her own, raise her hand against the child. She had decided, in the first month of his presence in her house, that she would be the wall the boy ran into and not the knife the boy was cut by. The wall had held for 5 years. The wall would hold. But the wall, Catelyn Stark thought in her chambers in Winterfell, would not be the only line of the house's defense. She would tell Ned. She would let Ned see. He came in to her after supper. He had been at his maps. He had been at his maps for 3 nights running, because Balon Greyjoy had stopped paying the crown his levies 6 weeks ago, and there were ships out of Lordsport with the Kraken flying on them that had not had business in the Westerland seas. And Ned had begun to think, as men in Winterfell would begin to think a year before they spoke of it, that the Iron Islands were sharpening a knife. He came to her room in his shirt and his old riding boots, which he wore around the keep when he had been at his desk too long and meant to walk the wall. He sat on the edge of her bed. "Cat," he said, "what is it? The maid says you have taken no supper." "I saw the boy," Catelyn said. Ned did not need to be told which boy. There was, in their house, only one boy that the boy could mean from Catelyn's mouth. "What did he do?" she told him. She told him plainly. She did not embellish. She did not say demon or witch or any other word that came from the south. She used her flattest Middle River voice, and she walked him, step by step, through the godswood at the 3rd hour after noon, until Ned could see the boy and the heart tree and the wolf as clearly as if he had stood between the pines himself. She finished. She waited. Ned did not speak. He sat on the edge of her bed for a long minute. He had set both his big hands on his knees. He had set his eyes on the floor. He had drawn his lower lip a little under his teeth, in the way he had since boyhood when he was thinking and did not want to be interrupted. She knew this look. She had seen it in him 3 times before. Once before he had ridden to put down the Greyjoys in the future war he was not yet certain would come, once on the eve of riding south to the Trident, and once on the morning he had ridden back from Dorne. He was afraid. He looked up. "You are sure?" He said, "Cat, you are sure of what you saw, I am sure." "It might be, it might not be," she said. He spoke aloud, Ned. He said he would feed the creature at the kennel yard tonight. He is 5. He spoke, she said, the way a steward would speak. He said the southmost door, and he said 3 hours after vespers, and he said it as if he were giving a household order. "Ned, I have heard children speak to animals. They speak nonsense. They speak sing-song. They speak to Doggy and Kitty and Birdie. Your boy spoke to a wolf as if he had set the meeting with her." Ned was silent again. He stood up. He went to the window. The window looked out over the south yard. He could see, by the torchlight, the kennel yard at the corner of the great keep and the southmost door and the long shadow of the inner wall against the night. "Cat," he said, "I am going to ask you a thing. I am going to ask it now, and I want you to keep the answer between us. Of course." If I go down to the kennel yard tonight, 3 hours after vespers, and stand in the shadow of the southmost door, what do you think I will see?" She did not answer at once. She did not want to. The truth of the answer felt like something a wife should not, by the rules of Southern courtesy, give a husband. "You will see him," she said at last, "with a piece of mutton in his hand, and the wolf." Ned closed his eyes. He stood with his face to the window a long time. He opened them. "Then I will go," he said. He went. He stood, 3 hours after vespers, in the shadow of the southmost door with his back against the cold stone of the inner wall. He had taken pains. He had told the steward he meant a long walk in the night air, which he often did when his back was sore. He had taken no torch. He had bade the kennelmen leave the great hounds in for the night, with the lie that a stable cat had distempered one of them and he would not have them mixed. The kennel yard was dark. He waited. He did not have long to wait. The boy came down the kitchen stair as the third vespers bell faded. He had a small leather wrap in his hand. He had a half-cloak around his shoulders. He had the slipper soles that old Nan had made him for his cold floors, and the soles made no sound on the flags. He crossed the kennel yard with the steady, unhurried walk of a man on his own errand. He stopped at the kennel yard's outer door, the one that gave on the Wolfswood path. He did not open it. He stood 3 paces inside, in the moonlight, and he set the leather wrap down on a stone trough. He unwrapped it. There was, by the light off the courtyard fire, Ned could see this. There was a strip of cold mutton, about as long as the boy's forearm with the bone in. The boy did not call. He waited. Ned watched. After perhaps a count of 40, the boy lifted his head. He looked, not toward the outer door but up, into the corner of the kennel yard where the kennel wall met the inner wall and the shadow was deepest. He said, in the same tone he had used in the godswood, "You may come down. It is safe." The hounds are inside. A gray shape moved in the corner. Ned felt the hair on the back of his neck lift. He had not seen the wolf come over the wall. He had not heard her come over the wall. She had been there, in the dark of the corner, perhaps the whole time he had stood himself. She was small, the Wolfswood she-wolf, perhaps 3/4 her old size, lean to the ribs, with the limp the boy had named. She came down off the bench stones with a wolf's quiet that took the breath even out of Ned, who had hunted wolves all his life and knew how they walked. She came across the yard to the boy. She did not approach the meat. She approached the boy. She put her muzzle in his open palm. The boy did not speak. He stood with his small hand at her cheek for a long time. Then he picked up the mutton with his other hand and held it out to her, and she took it as gently as a greytant takes a sweetmeat off a tray. She turned, with the strip of mutton in her teeth, and walked, on her 3 good legs, back to the corner of the yard. She went up the bench stones. She was over the wall. She was gone. The boy stood in the moonlight, alone, with his hand still in the air where her cheek had been. He turned. He looked at the shadow under the southmost door. He looked, Ned would say later to himself again and again, exactly at the spot in which Ned was standing. He said, in a voice that was no louder than a 5-year-old's voice ought to be, and was none the less so steady it cut through Ned's chest like a thrown knife, "Father, you came." Ned did not move. The boy did not seem to require him to. "I would have told you about her," he said. "I was going to on the morrow. She has a bad paw. She will need it set. I had thought you should know, my lord, because she is Wolfswood born and lame and will not survive the spring without help, and because she would, I think, with a little help, be of use." "Of use," Ned heard himself say. His own voice was strange to him. "To Winterfell, father. The wolves have not been into the kennel yard in 10 years. The pack rejected her. She is alone in the wood. If we feed her, she will keep to us. She will watch our walls from the wood. She would, if she is what I think she is, mother a litter in summer that will be ours and yours and Rob's." The boy paused. He looked at the place where his father stood. He said very gently, "My lord, if you would rather I went back inside and forgot this, I will. I am sorry for the meat from the kitchen. I will return the price of it to the kitchen master in the morning, out of my own things." Ned stepped out of the shadow. He had not meant to. He had meant to stay where he was, watch, learn, leave. He had meant on the morrow to ask the boy in his own time and his own room. He stepped out anyway. He could not bear, somehow, to leave the small figure in the moonlight with the unanswered courtesy hanging in the air. He walked across the kennel yard. He stood over his son. He looked down. The boy looked up. The gray Stark eyes met the gray Stark eyes. "You are 5, said Ned. "Yes, father." "How did you call her?" The boy was silent. He did not lie. He did not say, "I do not know." He did not say she came of herself. He weighed the question with a 5-year-old face that did not quite fit, and he answered, "I do not yet know, father. I only know that I can. I have been trying for 2 years. I succeeded today. I do not know if I can do it again. I am, I think, a warg. I have read of them in Lady Stark's books from Reborn and in old Nan's tales and in Meister Lewin's old chronicle. I believe it is in our blood. I believe Rob has it also. I will not, by your leave, teach him until you say I may. I will not, by your leave, do this again where Lady Stark or my brothers may see. I have done it once, in front of my lady mother today, only because I had not known she was watching, and I am sorry for it. I beg your pardon, father. I should have looked round." He said all of this in the tone of a clerk making a brief. He said it in less time than it has taken to write it. He said it with his small face tilted up at his father's, and his small eyes steady, and his small hands hanging at his sides in the relaxed manner of a man who has just put down a sword and intends not to pick it up again. Ned Stark stood in the kennel yard at the 3rd hour after Vespers in the 3rd moon of 288 AC, and looked down at the boy he had called his son for 5 years. He had known since the cradle. He had known, and he had not let himself know. He knew now. He stooped. He picked the boy up. He had not picked him up since he was 3. The body of 5 was nearly too heavy for the lift. Ned was 33 and the boy was almost a stripling. He picked him up anyway, the way one picks up a thing that may break if it is left in the cold. He held the boy against his shoulder. He felt the boy, after a moment, lay his cheek on him. He felt more than heard the small voice at his collar say, "I will not be a danger to this house, father. I will be its sword. I will be its silence. I will be whatever you need. I beg only that you let me grow." Ned closed his eyes. He stood in the kennel yard a long time. At last he said, into the small head at his collar, "Who are you, boy?" The boy did not answer. The boy could not answer. The truth was the one truth he could not say in this house, not yet, not in his 5th year. The truth was the truth that would, if spoken now, get the boy killed in the kennel yard by a Lannister coin in the right ear at the wrong moment. The truth was the truth he would not utter in this house, until he had a way out of every door of it. The boy said instead the second truest thing he could think of, "I am your son, father. I am Jon Snow. I am Lyanna's, and I am yours, and I am the wolf's. There is more, father. I will tell you in time. I beg you, give me time." Ned stood in the kennel yard a long time after that, too. At last he carried the boy back into the keep. He did not tell Catelyn. He told her, instead, a thing that was almost true. He told her the boy had indeed gone to the kennel yard with a piece of mutton and indeed met the wolf, and had explained to him that the wolf was wolfswood born and lame and would, if fed, keep to their walls. He told Catelyn he had agreed to the arrangement on the condition the boy never went to the godswood alone again. He told her he had spoken to the boy about the impropriety of taking from the kitchen larder without leave. He did not tell her that the boy had spoken to him in the kennel yard like a man. He did not tell her that the boy had said, "I am, I think, a warg." He did not tell her, although he intended to think it for the rest of his life, that he had carried a 5-year-old back to bed in his arms that night, and the 5-year-old had wept once on his shoulder, and the weeping had been the weeping of someone older than him by some terrible amount. He did not tell her, on the principle that he could keep one secret in the house for the boy and one secret out of the house for the boy and no more. Catelyn, who knew her husband's face in the lamplight, knew that he had not told her everything. She did not press. She had asked, in her marriage, only one large question of Ned Stark, whose was the boy. And he had given her one large refusal, and she had decided in the 2nd year of their marriage that she would not ask another large question of him again. The household ran on her not asking. The household would crack on her asking. She accepted the limits of what she could know and the limits of what he could tell, and she lived inside the wall they had built between them. And she had her own children, and she was, in her own way, content. She did her wifely duty of receiving the report. She thanked her lord husband. She did not embrace the boy in the morning. She did not raise her hand against him in the morning either. She made, in her own mind, a small decision. She decided that if the boy was a warg, he could be a warg. She would not, by any flicker of attention, encourage him in it. She would not, by any flicker of attention, punish him for it. The wall between her and the boy would stand, and the warging would be on the other side of the wall like the wolf's would, outside, distant, unattended. She would, instead, keep Robb close. She would keep Bran close when Bran came. She was 4 months gone with him and had not yet told Ned, although he probably knew. She had begun to feel the small new presence the way one feels a draft. She would keep this one close also. She would keep Sansa close, Sansa, 2 years old, who was already her mother's daughter at the breast, and Arya, who would come, and Rickon, who would come. She would keep all her own close. She would let the boy have the wolf's wood. She would let the boy have the god's wood. She would let the boy have the wargs and the warlocks and the wild gods and the wolves. She would have, in return, her children. It was a bargain she had not been offered. It was a bargain she made anyway. She kept it for the next 10 years. The boy felt the bargain take effect 3 mornings after the kennel yard. He felt it as a kind of silence in the corridor on the south wing. He had passed Catelyn 4 times a day for 2.5 years in the corridor between his rooms and the great hall, and in each pass she had, by her own discipline, looked at the boy with the same flatness of feature she had used at the cradle. The flatness had been her gift to him. It had been the wall. After the kennel yard the flatness was different. After the kennel yard, when she passed him in the corridor, she did not look at him at all. She looked just over his head. She looked through him. She did it as if he were a draught in a window, a chill she had decided to keep out of her count. The boy of 5, who had spent 5 years arranging this exact distance, who had wanted nothing else from her, who had needed her not to hate him out loud. The boy of 5, when he understood the small change, felt, to his own surprise, a thing he had not budgeted for. He felt sorry for her. He had read in the first life, in the great library at Castle Black, an old Maester's diary in which the Maester had said, "The bargains we strike with our enemies cost us more than the bargains we strike with our friends. Because the bargains we strike with our enemies require the giving up of a small part of our own soul to make. The soul does not grow back." He had not understood the Maester then. He understood him now. Catelyn had given up a small part of her own soul to be his wall. She would never have it back. She had decided, in her chamber, to be a wall to him forever, and her flatness in the corridor was the price she paid herself each morning. He could not, by the rules he had laid down for himself, undo the bargain. He could only, when she passed him in the corridor, bow his head in the formal courtesy a child gave a great lady not his mother and pass on. He bowed his head. He passed on. He went up to the long gallery. He stood at the window above the courtyard. He watched, with the long patience he had brought out of his first life, the small, bright, copper-haired figure of his brother Robb running across the flagstones with a wooden sword in his hand. Robb was 4. Robb was 4 and ran with a sword and shouted at a stable boy and laughed at the wind. The boy of 5 watched his brother and felt the small heart in the small body of 5 lift the way it did. Every time it saw Robb, in a kind of inner rising, he thought, "You will not die in a twins' hall at 20. You will not die. I will not let you die." He thought, "You will marry a girl of your choosing and you will sit in this courtyard at 60 with a grandchild in your arm." He thought, "I am working. I am working. The work is the work of 14 years and I am 5 and I have done some." He thought, last of all, "I have a wolf. The she-wolf, she had no name yet. He would name her in summer when she had pups. He would call her Val, because she had been the first creature whose mind had answered his, and she would in his head be the start of the long oath he had taken to the heart tree at the end of the first life. The she-wolf was, even now, somewhere in the wolf's wood east of the keep, lying up by a stream. The bad paw splinted by his own small hand the day before with 2 willow rods and a strip of his own undershirt. He could feel her, faintly, on the edge of the war-breach. She was warm. She was fed. She was watching the eastern slope of the keep wall for movements that were not Stark. She would do that, the boy of 5 had told her, for the rest of her life. She was content with the arrangement, so was he. 2 moons later, in the 5th moon of 288 AC, Balon Greyjoy crowned himself king of the Iron Islands and burned the Lannister fleet at Lannisport. The Raven came to Winterfell at the 3rd hour of the morning. The boy of 5 was on the gallery above the great hall when the steward read the message aloud to his father. He had positioned himself there because he had known the Raven would come. He had known the day. He had known the hour. He had known the message. He had known the words the steward would use, and the words his father would use, and the words the master-at-arms would use, and the word the chief steward would use after. He did not need to hear the message. He needed to be visible. He needed Ned in the next half-hour to walk out of the small hall and see his son standing on the gallery and to read in the small face the small calm certainty. "I knew this was coming. I am not afraid. I will hold the keep with you while you ride." Ned came out. Ned looked up. The boy of 5 did not move. The boy of 5 did not smile. The boy of 5 bent the small head exactly once, in the formal northern courtesy of a younger to his lord. Ned bent his head in return. Ned went on into the courtyard. The boy of 5 stayed on the gallery a long time. He watched the household begin to move below him. The steward at his orders, the master-at-arms shouting at the smiths, the kennelmen running, the maids on the stairs, and the small body of 5 settled, in the satisfaction of a craftsman who has watched his clock chime on the hour. The Greyjoy rebellion was on time. The summer was on time. Robert's visit was on time. Catelyn was, as he needed her, a wall. Ned was, as he needed him, a man with a quiet fear at the back of his mind that he would not quite ever name. Maester Aemon was, as he needed him, sitting in the dark of the rookery at Castle Black with his old blind hands folded in his lap and his head bent toward the south as if listening for something. He had not yet sent the first letter. It was time. He went down off the gallery. He went to the small library off the Maester's tower. He sat at the table with his small feet not reaching the floor. He took out a fresh sheet of parchment. He wrote, in the laborious copperplate of a child who had been taught his letters by Maester Luwin, and was extremely careful about his curves. To the most learned Maester Aemon of the Night's Watch, from Jon Snow, son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, age 5. My lord and learned uncle of the Citadel, Maester Luwin has set me to learn of the great houses of Westeros, and I have learnt in his book that the most learned of all the Maesters living is Maester Aemon of Castle Black, who is, as I am told, the eldest of the order. I write to you, with great humility, on the matter of a small question. Maester Luwin has said the seasons turn by the will of the gods and not by any cause men understand. I have heard the men in my fathers keep say the winter is coming. They have said this for some years. I would ask of you, my lord, whether you have, in the cold of the north, any sign of it. I have read, in an old book in our library, that the first sign of a great winter is a great long summer, and that the second sign is a great cold autumn, and that the third is a star with a tail. I have not yet seen a star with a tail. I do not know whether to look in the south or the north for it. Forgive a child his question, my lord. I do not have, in my father's house, anyone old enough to remember a long winter. I would ask the eldest man in the world. Your servant, Jon Snow. He sat back. He read the letter over. He folded it. He took it down to the rookery in the inside pocket of his small tunic. He did not say to the raven keeper who he meant the letter for. He only laid it on the corner of the keeper's desk, in the small pile of letters going north, and went away. The raven keeper, who had 1,000 letters to send and was not paid to read children's hands, did not look at the address. He sent it with the next bird north. The bird flew. The bird went up over the curtain wall of Winterfell and turned, by the high cold wind, north. The bird went up the King's Road above the cloud. The bird went over the gift, and over the great empty plains, and over the small dark spine of the wall, and dropped, in 5 days' time, into the rookery at Castle Black. The raven keeper at Castle Black was an old man named Ed who could not read. He took the letter to Maester Aemon. He set it in the Maester's hand. Maester Aemon, blind, traced the seal with his thumbnail. He felt the wolf's head of Stark. He raised his old white head. He said softly to no one, Jon Snow. He had not heard the name before. He turned the letter over. He listened, with the long sensitivity of his 9 decades, for the place inside him that woke when a thing of importance came in by raven. He felt it wake. He smiled. He said again, quieter still, Jon Snow. He broke the seal. He could not read the letter himself. He summoned by the bell Ed's young assistant Maester Soren, who could. Soren read it aloud. The questions in the letter were ordinary questions of an ordinary child. There was nothing in the letter by any rating that signaled. Aemon listened with his head tilted to all of it. He said when Soren had finished, Write to him. Write to him today. Tell him the cold has not yet come. Tell him to look for the star with a tail in the south. Tell him, last of all, write this with my own hand, Maester Soren, in the wax. Tell him, I will be glad of his letters. Soren frowned. Of his letters, Maester, he is 5. He has sent one, Aemon said, with the small lift of one cheek that was, by his age, the only smile he had left. He will send more. He folded his hands in his lap. He bent his old head toward the south. He listened to the wind off the wall. In Winterfell, on a gallery above a courtyard, a 5-year-old boy who would be a king watched his father ride out the gate for a war and felt, with the small satisfaction of a man whose clock has chimed on the hour, the first joint of the long lever of his next 13 years click into place. Chapter 3. The Maester's letter. A raven flies south at the rate of about 120 leagues in a day, weather allowing. From Castle Black to Winterfell, 2 ravens were used in turn, for the distance was too long for any single bird in winter. The first leg ended at Last Hearth, where a umber raven keeper opened a sealed cylinder, copied the letter onto fresh parchment, and sent the copy on by his own bird. The second leg ended at Winterfell. A letter from Maester Aemon to Lord Stark's small son, sent in the 6th moon of 289 AC, arrived in the small hours of a morning 11 days after it had been written. It was the 3rd letter the boy had received in the year since he had begun the correspondence. It would not be the last. The boy, that morning, was 6. He had had a name day 8 days before. Old Nan had baked him a cake. Robb had given him a wooden horse he had spent 2 moons carving with his own hands. Sansa, 3, had given him a kiss with a great deal of solemnity and a wet pink lower lip. Ned had given him a pony, a northern shaggy thing the size of a dog with a temper like a wet hen, but his own pony, with his own saddle, with his name on the saddle's brass plate. Catelyn had given him a small white linen handkerchief embroidered by her own hand, with the wolf's head of Stark. The handkerchief was, the boy understood, a gesture as exact as a duelist's. I will not pretend you are nothing. I will not pretend you are mine. The wolf's head was the household sigil. She would have given the same to a fostered nephew. The handkerchief was the wall-made cloth, given freely. He had thanked her with a bow. He had taken the handkerchief upstairs and folded it in the small lacquered box under his cot, next to the small folded letters of Maester Aemon. He kept it. He kept everything. The boy of 6 was, by Winterfell's reckoning, a careful boy. He did not break toys. He did not lose buttons. He did not, by accident or design, leave anything of value out of his pocket. Old Nan had told the kitchen that the boy was neat as a cat. The chief steward had told the master of horses that the boy was tidy as a maester. The master of horses, who liked the boy, had said only, "Aye, neat. He's a careful one. Knows what he has." He had 3 letters by the morning of the 11th in the box. The first letter had arrived in the 8th moon of 288, 3 weeks after his own first letter. Maester Aemon had told him, in a careful Sorin's hand under a careful Aemon seal, that the great cold had not yet come. That the star with a tail came down out of the long dark sky and not out of the south or the north, but out of the road of all stars. That the long winter would announce itself in many ways, and that the wisest thing a small boy could do was watch the world and put down what he saw. Watch the wind, Aemon had written. Watch the birds. Watch your grandfather's sundial. Watch where the snow lies last. Write me what you see. The boy had written what he saw. He had written, for 10 months, a small letter to Maester Aemon at every full moon. He had written about the wind off the eastern hills, which had backed half a point south every autumn since he was 3. He had written about the kennel dogs, whose coats had grown 2 fingers' length thicker in 2 years. He had written about the Godswood Pond, which had frozen 4 days earlier this year than last, and lay still half an inch thicker the morning he wrote. He had written about the sundial in his grandfather's courtyard, which had begun, every winter solstice, to mark the noon shadow a thumbnail's width farther north than the year before, although the sundial had not moved. He had written like a chronicler. He had written also, and this was the part Sorin had remarked on, in the rookery at Castle Black. He had written about the things old men in his father's keep had said. Old Hodge at the gate says, he had written, in the 3rd letter, that he has not seen the geese fly so far south by Father's Day in his 40 years. The kennelman Egrin says his bitches have whelped a moon later than last summer and 4 moons later than the summer before. Old Nan says the trees of the Wolfswood are letting their leaves go redder before they fall, and that this means a long cold. He had reported the testimony of old men with the same care a maester reports the testimony of stars. Maester Aemon in the rookery at Castle Black had listened to Sorin read each letter and had said after each in his soft voice, "Write him back, Maester. Tell him I am pleased. Tell him to keep watching." Sorin, who was 36 and ambitious, had thought this an indulgence. Sorin had asked once after the 2nd letter whether he might compose a more general reply that he could reuse for many of the Maester's correspondence. Aemon had not raised his blind face from the wax of the letter. He had said in the same soft voice, "Write him back, Maester," by himself. Sorin had written him back by himself. The 2nd letter had been in Sorin's hand, a list of further phenomena to watch. The temperature of well water at dawn through the seasons, the molt times of grouse in the Wolfswood, the size of the rooks at autumn, the color of the kennel bitch's milk in spring. These are an old Meister's matters, the letter had said in Aemon's voice through Sorin's pen. They are not for everyone. They are for you. Write me what you find. The boy had read the second letter 4 times and felt, for the first time since the cradle, that he was not in this world entirely alone. Aemon was reaching for him. Aemon, who had not yet been told a single true thing, was nonetheless reaching. The boy had wept once, on the morning the second letter came. He had wept in his own room by the cot, with the door closed, before he had even unfolded the wax. He had wept the small private way men wept who had been alone too long. He had wept 4 breaths, no more. Then he had taken his small woolen cuff and dried his small eyes and unfolded the letter and read it. He had written back at the next full moon with the temperatures of the well water from each of the 4 wells of Winterfell, including the deep well in the great keep, which he had measured himself by stealing, with the chief steward's full knowledge. Although the steward did not know what the measurements were for, a small brass thermometer from Maester Luwin's tower. The third letter, Aemon's third, had arrived in the 6th moon of 289 AC, 8 days after his name day. It said, "Master Jon, my friend, I have been a Meister 68 years. I have known many small persons who began their days in the science of the world with the gift you have begun your days with. I have known none, in 68 years, who began at 5. You write to me of the well water as a man 20 years older. You ask, in your last, of the long-tailed star. I have, this winter, looked twice for it in the deep dark of the night beyond the wall, and have not yet seen it. We will look together. Send me in your next, the heights of the snow at the foot of your godswood's heart tree at the 4 points of the year, the longest day, the shortest, and the 2 equinoxes. I have my own measure to keep. I will be glad of yours. Maester Sorin will copy this for you. He thinks me indulgent. He is not wrong. I have not, in 70 years, met a child with your eye for the world. I will be glad of your letters as long as I live to read them, and I am 92 and may live yet a small while. Your friend, who is also your servant, Aemon, of the Citadel, of the Watch." Postscript: Maester Sorin says I should not write of myself. I write of myself anyway. I am old. The old are permitted small vanities. Master Jon, I have been thinking of a thing. I have been thinking that a child as exact as you ought to read a book I once knew. It is called the Jade Compendium and was made by a Volantene called Coliquo Vater, who traveled the Jade Sea and wrote of dragons. We have a copy at Castle Black, badly damaged. I cannot read it now myself, as I am blind. If you write to me you wish it, I will set Sorin to make you a fair copy. The labor will give him patience. It will give you, perhaps, the kind of book a watcher of seasons likes to have. Forgive an old Meister his prescriptions. I think, somehow, you will like it. The boy had read the third letter in his small bedroom by his small candle 12 times. He had read it the first time as a child of 6, the way Sorin had meant him to read it, as kind notice from a kind old man. He had read it the second time as a man of 60, as Aemon had meant him to read it, as a careful coded signal that the Meister had begun to suspect there was more in the correspondence than the well water. He had read it the third through 12th times for the postscript, the Jade Compendium. He had handled in his first life the same book at the Citadel, when Sam had brought it back from Old Town. He had read in it the passage Sam had marked, the one about the bleeding star, the salt and the smoke, and the prince that was promised. He had read in it, before that, the passage Aemon would surely already have read once and would, very soon, ask him to read with him. The passage on the hatching of dragon eggs, on blood and fire, on the wakening of stone. Aemon was offering him the Jade Compendium. Aemon was offering him, by name and prescription, the book on the wakening of dragons. Aemon had not yet been told who he was. Aemon was, in his 92nd year in the dark of his rookery at the end of the world, already guessing. The boy of 6 set the letter down on his cot. He put his small palms flat on his small thighs. He stared by the small light of the small candle at the small letter and at the small flame and at the small world. He thought, I will write him back this very night, and I will ask for the book. I will ask in the manner of a careful child. I will not say one thing more than the careful child would say, but I will accept the book. I will accept the book, and I will accept the offering it is. And I will, in another 2 years, when I have his trust full, ask the next thing. He thought, I will go slowly. He has time, I have time. Robert does not come until 298. We are in 289. We have 9 years. 9 years is many letters. Many letters is much trust. Much trust is, at the end, 3 eggs. He picked up the quill. He wrote. The reply went north on the next raven. The book came south 4 moons later. It came in a Meister's chest of curios. Eamon had judged, in his careful old way, that a fair copy of the Jade Compendium sent alone to a boy of 6 in Winterfell would be more notice than less. Would have the steward saying at his post, What's this then? A book from the wall for the Lord's bastard. What in the 7 hells would have the kennelman saying in the yard, Whose book is this? Who sent it? What's it for? Would have in time talk in the household that would in time travel to the wife of the household, who, by the careful logic of 700 miles of letters, the old Meister knew was a woman who watched the boy with a wall in front of her eyes. So Eamon had sent the book inside a chest. The chest was the size of a small infant's coffin and was full of the long miscellany of a Meister's life. There was a curved horn bow of the free folk, blackened by fire on one limb and unstrung. There were 3 small clay pots of inks long since dried to crusts. There was a Valentine silk star chart, mottled with the constellations of the south. There were 2 pieces of black volcanic stone the size of a man's thumb. There were 6 packets of dried herbs, each labeled in Eamon's old hand, that did not match anything currently in Meister Luwin's pharmacopoeia. There were 4 small ivory tiles with the Free City's numerals carved on them, of the sort Pentoshi merchants used to do their accounts. There was a small bronze armillary sphere with 3 of its bands missing, beautiful and useless. There was a brass thermometer, identical to the one in Meister Luwin's tower. There was a small leather-bound calf-skin manuscript, the Jade Compendium, in Sorin's careful copying hand, sewn in 17 quires. And there were, in the corners of the chest, padded around with wool and wrapped in 3 layers of greasy linen, and tied with white cord, 3 lumps the size of large goose eggs. The chest had been sent by Raven-keeper Ed to Meister Luwin in care of Master Jon Snow, a small gift from Meister Eamon, who has taken your boy under wing. Luwin had brought it up himself. He had brought it up the day it came, late in the 10th moon of 289 AC, with his round-shouldered apologetic gait and his Meister's chain clinking softly against his collar. He had said at the door of the boy's small room, Master John, there is a chest for you, from Meister Eamon at the wall. He has been writing you, I gather. Yes, Meister. I had not known. I am sorry, I should have told you. No, no, boys at 6 do not by ordinary set up correspondences with the Citadel. I had not thought to ask. Your father knows, he does, Meister. Then it is no surprise to him. No, Meister. Luwin had set the chest down. He had stood for a moment with the chest at his feet, looking at the boy. He had said then, with the careful neutrality of a Meister who has decided not to make trouble, It is well that you have a tutor at the wall. Meister Eamon is, I believe, the eldest of our order. You will learn a great deal from him. Yes, Meister. You will, of course, not neglect your studies with me. No, Meister, I would not, under any circumstance, neglect my studies with you. I am a son of Winterfell, and you are the Maester of Winterfell. Maester Aemon is, with respect, a man very far away. Luwin had looked at him. He had looked at him the way he had been looking at him for the last year, the careful, steady look of a man who had begun to suspect that the small, calm boy at his table was doing something more than copying out his Andal letters. He had said, "Master Jon." "Yes, Maester, I have been thinking." "Yes, Maester. I have been thinking that you have a quality of mind which is rare. I have been thinking that a Maester's chain is a thing some boys take to and some boys do not. I have been thinking that you may, in the years to come, take to it. I have been wondering whether your father has spoken to you of your future." The boy of 6 had looked up at the Maester. He had said very carefully, "He is not, Maester. He will. I will when he does. Listen, I am at his disposal. If he sends me to the citadel, I will go to the citadel. If he sends me to the wall, I will go to the wall. If he sends me to no place at all, I will stay at no place at all. I will be a son of his house in whatever fashion he names." He had said it in the level, even tone of a man under oath. Luwin had heard the tone. Luwin had heard the "whatever fashion he names." Luwin had said, "Yes." He had said it once. He had then turned and gone out of the room. He had said nothing of the chest after, except that the boy was to keep it in his room and not, by any chance, leave the bow or the ivory tiles or the thermometer out where the smaller children might find them. He had said nothing, that day or after, of the contents of the manuscript. He had said nothing of the 3 wrapped lumps in the corners. The boy had taken this for what it was. The Maester of the household had been bought by Aemon's gift into a small silence. Not a silence to lie in, not a silence to plot in, only a silence to look the other way. The chest was a chest. The boy was a boy. Maesters at the wall sent chests to clever boys in great keeps. It was, in the proper order of the world, no matter to a Maester at Winterfell. The boy had thanked Luwin. He had closed the door. He had sat down on the floor in front of the chest. He had not opened it for a long time. He had sat with his small palms flat on his small thighs. He had thought, with the slow patience of his old soul, 3 eggs. He sent me 3 eggs. He did not name them. He did not need to. He sent me 3 eggs in the corners of a chest of curios, and he set the chest among the books of a Maester. And he sent it in the care of my own Maester, with a letter that said, "A small gift from Maester Aemon, who has taken your boy under wing." He has sent me 3 eggs in a parcel that the household cannot ask about. He knows. He cannot know everything. He cannot have read what I am. The letters have said nothing of it. The letters have said only well water and grouse and the snows of the godswood. But he has guessed. The blind man has guessed. He has sent me my dragons. The boy lifted the lid of the chest. He took out the calfskin manuscript first. He set it on the floor. He took out the armillary, the bow, the inks, the herbs, the ivory tiles, the brass thermometer. He laid them in a half-circle on the floor in front of him. He took out the wool packing in the corners. He lifted, one by one, the 3 wrapped lumps. He laid them in his lap. He unwrapped them. He had not, in this second life, expected to weep when he saw them. He wept. He wept 4 small breaths, no more, the small private way. The first egg was black and red, the color of the embers in the bottom of a forge after a hard night's work. The second was cream and gold, the color of a Tully banner that had hung out 1,000 summers in the sun. The third was green, the deep, cool green of pondweed under ice. They were heavy in his lap. They were not light. They were stone in the only way a man could tell them stone. They had the weight of stone, and they were not stone in every other way. They had the warmth of stone left a long time in the sun. There was no sun on them. The boy held them, the 3 of them, in his lap with his small woolen knees against the cold floor. He sat with the eggs and he wept. He did not weep for the eggs. He did not even weep for himself. He wept because he had thought, all his small old life, that the wakening of these three would be the thing he did alone. In the dark, in his 14th year, behind a door no one would ever know he had closed. He had thought, very privately, that he would wake the dragons by his own blood and his own grief and his own hand. He had not thought a blind old man at the end of the world would send him the eggs with his own old blind hand. He had not thought there would be a friend. The friendship in his lap weighed about 3 stones. The friendship was warm. The friendship would not let him cry long. He stopped. He wiped his small face on his small cuff. He carried each egg, separately, to the small carved chest at the foot of his cot. A chest his father had given him for his small folded clothes, with a wolf head clasp. And he laid each egg in the chest, under the linens, in 3 nests of his own woolen socks. He closed the chest. He locked it with the small iron key on the small leather thong around his small neck. He went back to the floor. He picked up the jade compendium. He opened it. He read it. He read it through the night, in the small light of the small candle, from the first leaf to the 17th quire and back. He learnt that Coliquo Vater had been in Asshai and had seen, at the foot of a black mountain that drank smoke for a tongue, a shadow he had not described in any other book. He learnt that the wakening of dragons, by every account that was not a lie, required blood and fire, and a thing the Valentine called the kiss of life, which was, when Vater translated it, no kiss at all, only the long, deliberate, knowing intention of a person who had spoken with the dead. He learnt, on the 9th quire, that the first dragon eggs in Valyria had been hatched by men who had set them in the ashes of their own pyres and called them by their own true names. He read it. He set it down, at the small candle's end. He laid his small head on his small pillow. He said into the dark of the small room the small voice of a small body, black and red, "I am sorry I have only a small name for you yet. Vermin, I think. Cream and gold. You will be Velar. Green, my last. Alisar, you will hatch the year after the others. I am sorry I have not the strength yet. I am 6. I will be 13. We will hatch you in the crypts of my mother. You will be small, you will grow. I have, by the gods, much for you to do." He fell asleep. He dreamed, that night and a great many nights after, of a small black egg in a small chest in a small room in the great cold keep at the center of the cold north, breathing under the wool. The years between 6 and 9 passed for the boy in the manner he had planned. He grew about an inch in the year of 7, 3 in the year of 8, 2 in the year of 9. He stayed small for his age, the way the old Stark stock often did. He stayed dark-haired, dark-eyed, dark-tempered in the way that gave the household no cause to look twice. He trained. He trained with the old master-at-arms, Sir Roderick Castle, the way Robb did. They both took practice in the inner yard each morning with wooden swords. They both took shooting in the long meadow each afternoon with little child's bows. They both, by their father's order, rode out twice in the week with the master of horses through the Kingsroad gate. They both came back at dusk and ate together in the small hall and went to bed in the south wing. Robb was the better at the bow. Robb was the better at horseback, by a hand or two. The boy was the better at the sword. Sir Roderick did not at first see it. Sir Roderick saw it the day the boy turned 8. He had set the 2 children against each other in the yard, with the small training blades, to see what they could do. He had set them, Robb 7, the boy 8, both the size of a grown lurcher, and he had said begin and stepped back. Robb had come in like a Tully bull at a fence. Robb had come in shouting because Robb was already at 7, a boy who shouted when he hit. Robb had swung at the boy's left shoulder with the small wooden sword. The boy had stepped, very small, off the line. The small wooden sword had passed his left shoulder by less than a finger's breadth. The boy had laid the flat of his own small wooden sword very gently against the back of Robb's neck. He had said, in the soft tone of a man who has won and does not wish to gloat, "Yield," Robb had said. "What?" the boy had said. "I have your neck, brother. Yield, I will not strike." "It is yield and we will go again." Robb had laughed. Robb laughed easily. Robb had said, "Aye, fine, yield then, but it was a lucky one." They had gone again. It had not been a lucky one. It had not been a lucky one for the next 40 minutes, in which the boy had ended Robb's bout 6 times in a row, each time with no shouting, no haste, no flourish, only a quiet step and the flat of a sword. Sir Roderick had watched it the first 3 times in his usual cheerful watching manner. Sir Roderick had watched it the next 3 in the very different manner of a man whose eye has begun to count. He had stopped them after the 6th. He had taken Robb by the shoulder and sent him in for a cup of water. He had taken the boy by the wrist, gently, the wrist of a child, and led him aside to the stone bench at the edge of the yard. He had sat. He had said, in the very low voice of a man who did not want a kitchen boy on the far rail to hear him, "Master John." "Yes, master." "How long have you been training?" The boy of 8 had looked at him. The boy of 8 had said, "Most mornings, master, in the yard with you since I was 4. Without the wooden sword in your hand." "Yes, master." "How, Master Roderick?" I have been doing exercises in my room before sleep. I have read a book of Meister Lewin's about the masters of arms of the reach, and they recommended 1,000 exercises a day for the hands and the wrists and the standing and the breath. I have been doing them, most mornings. I would have asked permission, master, but they are not a sword's exercises, and I had thought." He had stopped. He had looked at Sir Roderick. He had said very evenly, "I had thought, master, that I should be very good at this when I came to it. I am the Lord's son who is not the Lord's heir. I will need in my life to be useful. I had thought a sword was the cheapest way for me to be useful. I am sorry, master, that I have not told you. I have meant no insult. I will, if you wish, stop the exercises. I will not, by any means, outpace my brother in the yard if it will be a hurt to him." Sir Roderick had sat on the bench in the inner yard at Winterfell in the 11th moon of 291 AC. The year the long summer had finally begun to turn, with a small child of 8 beside him, and had felt, for the first time in the 30 years he had been the master-at-arms of this house, a thing he had no name for. He had said after a long minute, "Master John, you will not stop the exercises, you will continue the exercises. You will, by my leave, do them in my presence in the small yard at the Cock's Crow, every morning before your brother. I will set you a program. I will set you, perhaps, a sparring partner, Hullen's eldest, who is 12 and will not be hurt by losing to you. You will not by any chance slacken in your bouts with your brother. You will not by any chance give him a win you have not earned. You will, in return, take the wins you have earned in the small yard and not in his face." The boy had said, "Yes, master." Sir Roderick had said, "And—" He had hesitated. He had said, "And, Master John, if you have by any chance more such books in your possession, please bring them to me. I would read what the masters of the Reach have to say." The boy had said with a small bow, "I will, master." He had gone in for his cup of water. Sir Roderick had sat on the bench a while longer. He had thought while he sat, "That boy is 8. That boy has been training without a sword. That boy will be by 10 the best blade in this yard. That boy will be by 15 a man the old bear would have wanted at the wall." He had thought in a corner of his mind that surprised him, "That boy is not quite Ned's. There is some other line in him. There is something I do not, in 30 years of teaching, recognize." He had stood up. He had gone into his ale. He had told nobody at Winterfell what he had thought on the bench. He told only, 12 years later, a stranger in a brothel in Lannisport when he was drunk and old and dying, and the stranger had not been listening. But he had set the boy a program, and the boy had taken it. The letters to the wall did not stop in those 3 years. They grew. By the end of 291, The boy had sent 28 letters to Maester Aemon and received 28 back. The early ones had been about the well water, the middle ones about the grouse and the gulls, the late ones, very carefully, about the smoke and the salt in the jade compendium, and about the long winter as a son of the dawn would expect it, and about the books of Septon Barth which Maester Luwin tells me are in the library at the Citadel, and which are perhaps not as foolish as our order has taken them to be. He had walked, in his letters, slowly toward the place he wanted to walk to. He had not, even in the 20th letter, said, "I am Aegon Targaryen," 6th of his name, and I remember the next 40 years. He had said, in the 28th, "Maester, I have a thing I would write to you which I cannot, by the danger of the parchment, write in any letter that goes by the rookery at Winterfell. If I sent you a letter by a third hand, by, perhaps, the chief steward of Castle Karstark, who is a friend to my father and would, I think, do me the small service of carrying a letter direct to the wall, would you read it without first showing it to your assistant?" Aemon had written back by his own hand, with the wax pressed by his own old thumb, "Send it by the road of your choosing. I will, by the eyes I have left, read it alone." The boy had then waited 4 moons until Lord Rickard Karstark came to Winterfell on his autumn visit. He had befriended, gently, in the manner he had begun to befriend everyone, Karstark's chief steward, a thin gray man with a wife who suffered the joint fever and a son the boy had once helped find in the kitchen cellars at midnight. He had given the steward a folded letter, sealed in plain wax, addressed simply to Maester A, with no marks and no sigil, and he had given the steward also a packet of dried herbs for his wife's joints. Herbs the boy had got from old Nan's pantry by trade for a kitchen favor, and he had said, with the small, careful eyes of a child entrusted with a household errand, "Sir, I have a friend at the wall. He is an old Maester. He is the friend I write to about the well water. I should like, if you would, to send him this letter direct. I cannot send it by my own rookery because it is a small private matter between him and me. Please tell no one. My father does not yet know I have written it. If he asks, I will tell him myself when I have done. I do not, by any chance, wish to make trouble. Will you send it for me?" The steward had looked at the small boy. The small boy had given him the packet of joint herb. The small boy had given him, also, a wolf's head silver penny, the kind given out at the great feast of the Saints' Day to small boys for spending money. And he had said, when the steward had hesitated to take it, "It is for the trouble, not the silence. The silence is a kindness I will, by the gods, repay. The silver is for the parchment, and the writer's fee and the ink. I am 6 in chest and 8 in years, and I have, as a son of this house, my own coins. I would not ask you to be out of pocket." The steward had taken the silver and the herbs and the letter. The letter had reached Maester Aemon 5 weeks later, by way of a Karstark rider who had no idea what he carried. The letter had said, "Maester Aemon, I have been writing to you 4 years. You have, by these years, been the only friend I have had who is older than I am. I do not say that lightly. I have a father whom I love, and a Maester whom I respect, and a brother whom I will one day die for. None of them, by the way of the world, can be older than I am. I will explain this in the next paragraph. I was born in the year 283. I have been in this body for 8 years. I have, in another life, been in another body. The other body died in the year 305, at the heart tree at the bend of the Godswood at Winterfell, with a sword in my hand and the long night at my back, and the house of Stark broken behind me. The body I had in the other life was the body of Jon Snow, son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. The blood of the body was the blood that you and I share. The mother of the body was Lyanna Stark. The father of the body was the Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. The name the mother gave the body in the small moments before she died was Aegon, sixth of his name. I do not, by the gods of either of our houses, write this to you for crown. I write it to you for company. I have spent 8 years of this life knowing things I cannot, in this life, say aloud. I have spent 8 years writing to the only man living who would not, by the writing, either kneel or run. I would, if you will have me, be your kin by writing for the rest of your life. I will not ask of you any deed. I will not ask of you any oath. I will ask only if it does not weary an old Meister your counsel when I send for it by the third hand. Burn this letter when you have read it. Burn it with a candle in the night. Burn the wax. Burn the parchment. Tell no man. I will not write again of my name. I will write only of the well-water and the grouse and the books and the seasons, which are matters small enough to live on a desk where eyes may see them. If you have read this far, I am, by the small mercy of an old man, your kinsman A. The letter had reached Eamon on a cold morning in the second moon of 292 AC. He had not read it himself. He had given it, the moment he had felt the unfamiliar shape of its seal in his fingertips, to Sorin, and had then changed his mind. He had said, "Go out, Meister. I have it on the second consideration that this is one I must, by the manner of my reading, take to my own room and my own ear. I will send Ed to you with the next." Sorin, who liked his routines and resented their interruption, had gone out grumbling. Eamon had carried the letter into his own small cell, behind the rookery, where he kept the small handful of things that were not the walls. He had laid it on the table. He had felt for the seal, plain wax, no mark, and he had lifted his old white head, and listened with the long sensitivity for the place inside him that woke when a thing of importance came in by Raven. He had felt it wake. He had felt it stand up. He had felt it, after a moment, kneel. He had called for Meister Sorin's bound apprentice, a quiet, round-faced boy of 14 called Alaric, who had taken his vows the year before and who could read. He had set the letter in the boy's hands. He had said, "Alaric, read me this slowly. Read it aloud. Read it as if you were reading me a chronicle." Alaric had read it. Alaric, by the third paragraph, had stopped. Alaric had said in a thin voice, "Meister." "Are you sure I am to read this aloud?" Eamon had said. "Read." Alaric had read. He had read to the end. He had stood with the letter in his hand, in the small cell behind the rookery at Castle Black, in the second moon of 292 AC, in the third hour of the morning, and had not been able to set it down. Eamon had said, "Alaric." "Yes, Meister, burn it, Meister, burn it. With the candle. With my hand on yours. I will lead the candle. You will read the parchment to the flame. Meister, this is a thing, burn it." Yes, Meister. The candle had been lit. The parchment had been brought to the flame. The blind old hand had been laid on the small round boy's hand, and the small round boy's hand had brought the parchment to the candle, and the parchment had taken the flame and curled and gone black and crumbled into the small brass dish. Eamon had sat very still after. He had sat for so long that Alaric, frightened, had begun to think his Meister was dying. He had said in his thin voice, "Meister." Eamon had raised his head. He had smiled, the small lift of one cheek, the old smile. He had said, "No, child, I am not dying. I am only thinking that I have been a Meister 68 years, and that for all my life I have been the last of a house, and that this morning, by a letter from a small boy in Winterfell, I have been told my house is not last." He had said, "I have, by the small mercy of an old man, a kinsman," he had said. "He is 8 years old. He is 1,000 leagues away. He is in Winterfell and I am at the wall. Alaric, when the snow comes, will you wheel me out sometimes on the south rampart in the daytime? I am old. The cold is bad for me, but I should like sometimes to face south. I have a kinsman in the south." Alaric had said, "Yes, Meister." He had wheeled him out often in the years after. By the time the boy was 9, The correspondence between the boy and the wall was a thing the household understood without examining. Maester Luwin had stopped asking after it. The chief steward had stopped raising eyebrows. The chief ravenkeeper, a stout man named Marl, sent up the letters to the boy each moon as he sent up his father's letters from the south. Catelyn had asked Ned once, in the small dining hall after a supper with Lord Manderley, what the boy was writing to that old man at the wall about, and Ned had answered her, very plainly. "Cat, he is writing to the eldest Maester in our order. He writes about the seasons. He writes about the well-water and the goose-grass and the wind." Maester Aemon writes him back. He is a clever boy. He has had no proper schoolmaster in our keep. Luwin is well enough but old. Aemon is, by all accounts, the wisest man in the watch, she had said. Why does he need an old Maester at the wall, he had said. Why does any clever child need a tutor? She had pressed her lips together. She had not pressed the question. By the spring of 292 AC, by the time the boy was 9, the carefully built apparatus of the correspondence had become the central machine of his second life. He wrote, every full moon, 2 letters. The first, by the household rookery, was Sorin's letter, a careful enumeration of well-water and snow depths and book quotations, full of the things a clever child wrote to his old Maester. Sorin read it. Sorin replied. Sorin, in the spring of 292, was beginning to feel, although he could not yet say why, that he was being used. The second, by the third hand of the Karstark steward, and a number of other small obliging persons the boy had cultivated for the purpose, was Alaric's letter. Alaric was the boy's age plus 6. Alaric read aloud to the Maester all the things Sorin did not see. Alaric had been sworn to silence by a private vow Aemon had laid on him in the cell behind the rookery, and Alaric had kept the vow as a boy of 14 often will keep a vow, with the kind of over-careful seriousness that resembles fanaticism. The second letters were the real ones. The second letters said, Maester, I have begun to dream of the long winter. I dream of 3 faces under hoods and a horn that is broken, and a wall that is not yet failing but will. I do not know whether the dream is what is, or what was, or what may be. Tell me by your books what kind of dream you would name it. Maester, I have warged a wolf. I think now I may also warg a raven. Do you know any safe way to learn this? I do not, by any oath, intend to lose myself in the bird. Maester, my father has begun to take me into the crypts of his house when he goes down on the high day of the Stark dead. I would, with your leave, choose a small corner in the cellars off the second oldest niche for a thing I will, in 3 years, do. Are there any rights your line knew of for the keeping of stone in stone, Maester? Robb is 6. Theon Greyjoy has come, by my father's hostage-taking, to live in our keep. He is 12 and angry and very lonely. I have begun to make a friend of him. I will tell you my reasons in another letter. They are several and not easy. Suffice that he must, in some future moon, never have any cause to think House Stark is not his home. Maester, I have decided to begin a great book of my own. It will be a chronicle of every fact, observation, dream, and counsel that I think it will be worth my having on hand when I am 15. I am, by such a book, sustaining the only memory I have of what is to come. The other memory, my mind's, is slowly losing the sharper edges. I am writing while I still have them. Maester, I have, by the way, a question. What are the proper conditions of the lighting of a pyre for the wakening of dragons? I ask theoretically. To which Aemon, by his own dictated reply through Alaric's hand, had answered in the 8th moon of 292, child of mine. The conditions are, by every book I have read, 3. Blood, yours, freely given, and not less than a cup. Fire, a fire fed by wood that has known both salt and pine, and never iron. The salt of the sea has, by every Targaryen tradition, been bound up with the wakening of the dragon, as the sea was bound up with the death of old Valyria. And the third, which the books do not name, but which my elder brother Egg, who was your great-grandsire's brother, used to whisper of, a sacrifice. Not yours, not life. He never said what. He died before he could tell me. I have lived 96 years and have not, in any book, found the third condition. I think you may know what the third condition is. I think you have lived a life I have not. And I think, in that life, you have learnt what an old Meister at the wall has not learnt in 9 decades of reading. If you wish, in a letter by the third hand, to tell me, I will read with the candle in the other hand, your kinsman A. The boy of 9 read the 8th moon letter alone in his small room with the small candle in the small light. He read it twice. He folded it. He laid it in the small lacquered box. He sat on the edge of his cot. He thought. He thought about the third condition. He had known in his first life what the third condition was. He had heard it spoken once by Daenerys Targaryen in a tent on a hill above the Bay of Dragons, with the wind off the sea and the moon up over the mountains of Lazar. Death, she had said, is the third. Death pays for life. I lost a husband and a son to wake the 3. The dragons came out of the fire because I had given them their breath. The other breath. The one I owed. The third condition was death. He had known it for 10 years of his other life and for 10 years of this one. He had decided, in the 2nd year of this life, that he would not, by any choice he could make, pay for his 3 with the lives of any creature he loved. He had decided also that he would not pay for them with his own life, because his own life was, by his oath at the heart tree, no longer his to spend. He had spent it. He had decided he would, when he came to it, pay for them with the only death he had a right to spend. He would pay for them with the lives of 3 persons in his memory who had, in the first life, killed his family. 3 persons who would, by the inversion of his second life, never get the chance to kill his family, because he would kill them first. 3 persons whose deaths he intended, by the proper ritual, to spend twice. Once for the saving of his house. Once for the wakening of his dragons. He had a list. It was a short list. He had read it to himself 100 times in 9 years and would read it 100 more before the year he was 13. He did not write it to Aemon. He did not name it to Aemon by the third hand. He wrote, instead, in the 12th moon of 292 AC, by Alaric, in his small, careful 9-year-old's copperplate hand, Meister. I know the third condition. I will not, by the courtesy I owe you, write it. I will tell you in our 2 lifetimes, if I ever meet you face to face. I will tell you that I have, by the conditions of my second life, the means to pay it. I will not pay it lightly. I will pay it once, by the right I have planned in my 14th year, that is, in the year 297, 2 years before the visit of the king to my father's keep. I will, before the rite, send you a sealed packet. The packet will contain the third condition in plain words, written for your hand alone. You will not open it unless I die before the rite. If you open it at any time, I will be dead, and the packet will be the last thing I leave you. If you do not open it, I will, by my 13th year, have my dragons. You will hear of them by the 7th hand at the latest. I will come to you when I can to show you them. Until then, in the well-water and the grouse, your kinsman A. The letter went north. Aemon, by Alaric's reading, listened to it. He laid his blind hand on the candle's brass dish and felt the small heat of the still-cooling iron, and laid the parchment of his own old motion into it. The parchment burned. He said into the small cell behind the rookery in his soft voice, 2 years, 3 eggs. He has the eggs. I gave him the eggs. He has the right. He has the third. I have a kinsman, he said. Alaric, I think we should make a small fire tonight in the brazier. We will have, perhaps, a small cup of mulled wine. It is a thing old men in the south do when their houses have a new son." Alaric had said, "Yes, Meister." He had laid the fire, he had poured the wine. He had sat with the old Meister in the small cell behind the rookery at the end of the world, and Eamon had drunk one small cup, and had set the cup down with the slow, trembling care of a very old man, and had folded his old white hands in his lap, and had bent his old head once more toward the south. In Winterfell, in the small bedroom in the south wing, a boy of 9 was sitting on the edge of his cot with the small lacquered box on his small knees and the 3 letters of Eamon, and the 3 locks of his own small hair he had cut and saved, and the 3 eggs in the wolf-head chest at his small feet. He laid his small palms flat on the lid of the box. He said, into the small dark of the small room, 5 years. I have 5 years until Robert rides in. I have 4 years until the right. I have 9 years until the long night. I am 9 years old. I am working, I am working, I am working. He blew out the small candle. He slept. He dreamed of a small black and red shadow moving inside a small black and red shell, and a small old blind hand laid against a small wax seal 1,000 leagues away, and a small heart tree weeping, slow and red, at the bend of the godswood at the center of the broken north. He dreamed of the wolf. He dreamed of the brother who, that day in the same keep, had laughed at the new pony his father had given him, and had ridden into the inner yard with the small dust of the Kingsroad on his hair. He dreamed of the work. He dreamed of the work. He dreamed of the work. Chapter 4. The smithing of a wolf prince. The year of the boy's 10th was the year Winterfell remembered the smell of forge coal at dawn. The household had not used the Longyard's forge for swords in 8 years. The Longyard was where the master-at-arms taught the children, and the Longyard's forge had grown over with a kennel-master's wood store on one wall, and a chicken roost in the rafters, and a thick mat of brown moss on the leeward side of the chimney. Sir Roderick, in the first moon of 293 AC, had cleared all 3. He had set Hullen's eldest to the bellows. He had set Micken's lower apprentice, the round-cheeked one who was good with iron but had never been let near a sword, to the long brick. He had put on, with the muttering of a man who had not done a particular thing in a long while, and would not enjoy it, his old chest-piece, and he had walked out into the Longyard at the cock's crow on the 5th of the moon and bent his old back over a small white-hot bar. He was making a sword. He was making a sword for the boy. He had said nothing of it to the lord of the keep. He intended to say something only after the sword was finished. He had said this much on the night before he began, in a quiet word to Micken. "I have a small piece of work which is mine, and which is for a particular pupil, and I would not have his lord father say nay before he has held the hilt. Let me make it. If the Lord wishes to take it after, the Lord may take it. I will not, by any chance, have it said I taught the boy with a stick when he was ready for steel." Micken, who liked the boy because the boy had once spent a morning in the smithy holding tongs for him without complaint, had said, "Aye, Master Roderick." They had worked alone, the 3 of them, in the Longyard from the 3rd hour of the morning to the 7th. By the 11th of the moon, in the 4th hour past dawn, Sir Roderick had a sword. It was a narrow blade, 2½ feet long, 3/4 the weight of an ordinary footman's arming sword, single-fullered, with a small stark wolf's head etched into the ricasso. The grip was wrapped in red-stained calfskin. The pommel was a plain steel cap with a hole pierced for a wrist cord. It was not, by any right's measure, a great sword. It was, by every right's measure, a good sword for a boy of 10. A tool, balanced for a hand that was not yet a man's, made to grow with the wrist behind it. Sir Roderick wrapped it in a clean piece of linen. He carried it across the Longyard, through the inner gate, up the long curve of the inner stair, to the corner of the high gallery overlooking the south yard where the boy stood every morning, between the 7th hour and the 8th. Watching his brother Rob practice the bow at the rail of the meadow, he laid the parcel on the rail at the boy's elbow. The boy did not turn, "For my lord's son," he said, in the same low voice he had used in the kennel yard at 5. "For you. From you, Master Roderick, from me. I have not, by your father's leave which I have not yet asked, I have made this. It is for the small yard in the second watch before your brother is awake. I will, when you are ready, take it up to your lord father and tell him I have done it and ask his pardon for it. I had thought by then to have already taught you what it can do." The boy was silent. The boy looked for a long count at the small linen parcel on the rail. He said at last very gently, "Master, Master, I would, by your leave, do this differently. Speak." "Master, I would have you take the sword to my lord father first, tonight, in his solar. Before you and I have laid hand to it together, I will not, by my own honor, take a steel blade into my hand which my lord father has not first blessed. I am too old to be playing in the small yard with the master's hidden things. I am, by the next moon, 10 years old. I am the lord's son who is not the lord's heir. The yard is half my honor and half my danger, Master Roderick. I will not take the danger without his hand on it. Will you take the sword to him for me?" Sir Roderick did not, for some seconds, speak. He had been a master-at-arms for 30 years, and had been given many small refusals of his offerings by many small boys. Most of the refusals had been, "I do not want it," or "Rob will be jealous," or "Father said I might not yet." He had never been given the refusal, "I will not take it from you without his hand on it." He said after the seconds, "I, Master John, I will." The boy bowed his head. "Master," he said, I am grateful for the work, for the trust in the making. I will in the morrow, by his leave, learn from you with it. Until then, please bring it back to your own quarters. Do not show it to my brother. Do not let it be seen. I will not have it said you made the Lord's bastard a sword in secret. I will have it said you made the Lord's son a sword by the Lord's leave." Sir Roderick took the parcel up off the rail. He stood looking at the small dark-haired boy for a moment. He said, very quietly, in the tone he had once used to swear his service to Ned Stark in the courtyard below them in 282 AC, "You are a son of this house, Master John. I have lived to call you so." He went down off the gallery with the parcel under his arm. He went in the evening to the Lord Solar, and laid the sword on Ned Stark's desk in the candlelight, and said, "Your son has asked, my lord, that I bring you this before I put it in his hand. I have made it without your leave. I have made it because he is ready for it. I ask, my lord, your blessing. If you will not give it, I will take it back to the forge and unmake it in the morning. I will not, by your son's own wish, put it in his hand without your word." Ned looked at the small narrow blade in the candlelight. He picked it up. He felt the balance. He laid it down. He said, "Master Roderick, you will put it in his hand with my blessing. You will teach him from it as you teach Rob from his own. You will, by the way, tell my son that I am proud," he asked. That I am thinking of him." He cleared his throat. He said again, more gruffly, "Take it to him at dawn, with my words." Sir Roderick took it to him at dawn. The boy, before he picked it up, knelt in the long yard and laid his palm flat on the cold stone floor of the practice ring, in the way the men of the North had once laid hands on the cold ground before a sworn deed. He stayed kneeling 4 breaths. He stood. He took the sword. He held it. He looked at Sir Roderick. He said very steadily, "Master, by your leave, I am ready." He stepped into the ring. He spent the next 2 years in that ring. He spent it, by his father's order, 3 mornings of every 7 with Sir Roderick alone, and 3 mornings of every 7 with Sir Roderick and Rob, and the slowly thickening assortment of squires and yard boys the keep contained. He spent the seventh morning at his own dictation, in private, in a small empty bay off the forge that Mikken had cleared for him. Not sparring, but the long 1,000 exercises of which Sir Roderick now had a written list, copied in the master's own crabbed hand, and posted on the boy's wall. The exercises did to the body what he had told the soul they would do. By the 11th moon of 293 AC, he could hold the small narrow blade extended at arm's length for the count of 200 without tremor. By the second moon of 294 AC, he could do the same at arm's length and one finger's weight on the blade's edge. A button, a coin, a small smith's bob without dropping the weight. By the fifth moon of 294 AC, the round-cheeked smith's apprentice, who weighed 10 stone, could no longer set his guard against the boy in the small yard at the second watch. By the ninth moon of 294 AC, Hullen's eldest, who was 15 and an ox, could not. By the third moon of 295 AC, Sir Roderick himself, sparring at half speed and three-quarter strength in the inner ring on a morning when he had a sour stomach from a bad chicken, lost a bout to the boy. He stood at the end of the bout with the small narrow blade laid very gently on the gorget of his old chest-piece. He looked down at the small dark-haired boy who had laid it there. He breathed twice. He laughed. He went into his quarters after the bout and wrote, by candlelight, a letter he had not, in 30 years, ever expected to write. The letter went south by the next raven. It was addressed to the master-at-arms of Storm's End. The letter said, in Sir Roderick's careful courtly hand, "My friend, I have in my house a boy of 12 who has, this morning, taken a bout off me. He took it cleanly, by a small step at the left foot, and a small wrist turn I have not before been taught in 30 years. I am, by his Lord Father's leave, his master. I would, by your friendship to me, like to put him against a strange hand. I would, by your friendship to me, like also to keep him quiet a little longer. Will you come in your retirement on the next king's tourney that brings you to Winterfell? I will pay your way. I would have your eye on him. Yours, R.C." The letter was answered. The master-at-arms of Storm's End would come. He came in the spring of 296 AC when the boy was 13. He set himself against the boy in the long yard at the third hour of a morning. He lost. He lost in 17 counts. He sat afterwards on the bench by the long yard's wall with his old gray hand on the cold knee that had hurt him since 287, and said to Sir Roderick, in a voice the singers later said was the voice of a man who had at last met a god he had not believed in, "Roderick, friend, where did you find this boy?" Sir Roderick said, "He found himself, friend. I only put a sword in his hand." The boy of 10, 11, 12 did not, by any private design, neglect his brother. He loved his brother. He had loved his brother in the first life. He had loved his brother in the cradle of this one. The body of 10 loved the body of 9 in the way that brothers in cold houses love each other. At the elbow, at the meal bench, at the bath, in the long mornings on the Kingsroad, in the kennel yard, in the godswood, in the long winters of the South Wing. He could have, at 12, beaten his brother bloody in the ring every day. He did not. He never beat his brother in the ring at all. He took bouts off him at the start, the way a master takes the first bout off any pupil, in the small, unspectacular way that taught nothing. He gave Robb the rest. He gave Robb, by careful design, the slowly building experience of a boy who is beginning to win. Robb at 8 had beaten the boy at 10 3 bouts in 7. Robb at 10 had beaten the boy at 12 5 bouts in 7. Robb at 11, by the spring of 295 AC, had been by Sir Roderick's quiet count the best sword among the children of Winterfell. The boy had given Robb that. He had given it, with the patience of a teacher who knew it was the only gift in the world that mattered. He had not given Robb victory. He had given Robb the feeling of victory, which was the thing that put a sword in a man's hand for the next 40 years. He had given Robb in the ring the smell of being the better. He had given Robb, by 10, a confidence the boy himself had never had at any age. He had built into his brother, slowly, the way a smith builds in temper. The calm, small certainty of I am the Lord's heir, and I am also the best sword of my brothers, and I deserve my own life. Robb did not know it. Robb believed himself the better. Robb believed himself the better, the way a boy of 11 would believe himself the better when he beat his elder brother 5 bouts in 7. Robb believed himself the better with a small private pride that he carried into every breakfast and every hunt and every long morning by the meadow. Robb believed himself the better, and Robb was, by the slow design of his unknown-to-him tutor, exactly the elder he needed to be by his 16th year, when he would lead the bannermen of the North out of the gate of Winterfell to a war his brother intended he would not lose. The boy who had not been Aegon yet, who had been Jon Snow in the meadow with the small wooden bow, who had been the Lord's small dark son at the bench, who had been the brother in the kennel yard at midnight when Robb had come down with a cold and had to be smuggled warm broth. This boy had spent 2.5 years sowing seeds in his brother that he intended his brother should water for the rest of his life. The seeds were these: trust the kennel master, brother, not the captain of the household. The kennel master takes the dog's word for a man's. The captain takes the man's word for itself. The dog is more honest than the man. Spoken at 8, sitting at the kennel yard wall watching the new whelps. Robb, at 9, had remembered. Robb would, at 16, on the morning he met Roose Bolton in his father's hall, take his measure of the cold-eyed Northman from the corner of his old gray kennel bitch by the hearth, and he would not trust the man. The Freys are a house of bridges, brother. A bridge is a thing that holds you only if it has been paid for. A Frey will hold a bridge for a man only as long as the gold is on the bridge. Do not, when you are Lord of the North, put your trust in a Frey. Spoken at 9, on the Kingsroad ride to White Harbor, with a small pebble in the boy's mouth he had taken from a Frey-built ford. Robb, at 10, had remembered. Robb would, at 17, refuse a betrothal his mother had pressed on him. The Boltons keep a knife under the table, brother. They have done since Cregan's day. They are a house that paid their kings for the right to keep peeling the men they did not like, and they did not, by the bargain, agree to stop peeling. They keep their knives hidden by the courtesy of 700 years, but the knives are still there. Be at peace with them, but never at supper. Never under their roof. Never at their bridge. Spoken at 10 in the Godswood at dusk, with the boy's small finger on the inside of his elbow where Roose Bolton's son had, in the first life, slid a thin blade. Robb, at 11, had felt the finger as a brand. Robb would, at 18, the year of the war, refuse a Bolton's hospitality even when he had nowhere else to lay his head. Theon Greyjoy is half a brother and half a hostage, brother. You will love him because he is at our table. He will love you because you are at his. He will love also his own house far away because his own house is his. Do not, by any small thoughtless act, give him cause to choose his house against yours. Make our table his home. Make our father a father. Do not, in our father's place, give him an order he could not give a brother. Spoken many times slowly, the lesson built and rebuilt, in the long years from 290 to 296. Robb, by 12, had taken Theon, 5 years older, vain, restless, hard-laughing, and made him a friend the way a younger brother sometimes makes an elder friend by sheer admiring patience. Robb's friendship had been the strongest of all the household's hooks on Theon Greyjoy. The seed had grown to a sapling. The sapling would grow to a tree. The boy of 12 sometimes wondered, lying in his cot at night, whether Robb suspected. Robb did not suspect. Robb believed his brother loved him. Robb's brother loved his brother. The two beliefs were the same belief. Theon was the hardest of the three. He came to Winterfell in the late summer of 290 AC, at 10 years old, with the smell of salt water still on his cuff, and a hard, dry, defensive cleverness in his face. He had been the Kraken's last living son, and the Kraken had been left to keep his throne by the courtesy of King Robert, and Theon had been left as a hostage at the seat of the man who had, by his own hand, taken Pike's outer wall. Ned was the only father he had now. Ned, in his careful, awkward northern way, had given the boy a bed, a maester, a master-at-arms, 2 new doublets, and 1 stiff dinner at his right hand on the first night. Then Ned had begun the long, delicate work of treating the hostage as ward and the ward as son. Theon had not in the first life been a son. Theon in the first life had been Theon, vain in his looks, sharp in his tongue, hungry for a recognition Ned had never quite known how to give. Theon had been the elder brother who had no honor from his elders, and so had hunted for it from his juniors. Theon had been the boy who had to make jokes at the breakfast table, because if he had not made jokes, he would have had to weep. Theon had been a man who, when his own father called him at 30, had gone, because at last someone of his own blood had called him. Theon, in the first life, had burnt the Stark boys at his own dock and sent the false heads back. Theon, in this life, by the boys' design, would not. The design was slow and careful, and required the boy of 7 to befriend the boy of 12, and the boy of 8 the boy of 13, and so up to the boy of 12, and the boy of 17. It required the boy to remember, every morning, that the man at his elbow was not a man yet, that the boy could be hurt, that the boy could be healed, that the boy could be raised by a patient practice of I see you, I see you, I see you. It required the boy not to be Robb. Robb was already Theon's friend in the way a younger brother is the elder brother's friend, but a different thing, a thing the household had not given Theon and would not give him, a Stark who looked at him. He looked at him. He looked at him at meals. He looked at him in the ring. He looked at him in the kennel yard and in the corridor and at the supper table. He listened, with all the long patience of his old soul, to Theon's talk of Pike and ships and the Kraken and his mother and the salt sister he was going to marry once he came home. He never in 5 years told Theon his stories were dull. He never in 5 years laughed at Theon's vanity. He never in 5 years let Theon catch him not listening. By the autumn of 294 AC, when Theon was 14 and the boy was 11, Theon had begun to think of him not as a little snow brother but as a friend. By the spring of 295 AC, when Theon was 15 and the boy was 12, the boy of 12 had begun to think the work might be done. The night he was sure was a night in the 7th moon of 295 AC. There had been a quarrel at the high table. Theon, in his cups, had said a thing about Robb that he had not meant to say in earnest, only some sharp drunken jibe of the kind men make at supper. And Robb, who had a Tully temper, had taken it ill. And the quarrel had ended with Theon up from the bench and out of the hall in a hot scrape of boots. The boy of 12 had finished his stew. He had gone out after. He had found Theon on the gallery above the south yard, with his elbows on the rail and his eyes on the dark sky. He had not said anything for a long count. He had laid his hand after the count on Theon's elbow. Theon had said, "Don't, Snow brother, don't," the boy had said. "I will not, sir, by your leave. I will only stand." He had stood. After perhaps another count of 50, Theon had said, in the small, ugly voice of a 15-year-old who is 1 cup past his pride, "He hates me," the boy had said. "He does not hate you. He is 12. He had 2 cups he could not hold. He will, at the cock's crow, come to your room before he has washed his face, and he will say to you what he should have said at the table, and he will not have to say it out loud because his eyes will say it. He is your brother, Theon. You are his. I know it. I have watched both of you for 5 years. Theon had said. I am not his brother, the boy had said. You are, by our father's table, by our mother's roof, by the bread of this house, by the iron of this gate. You are not Ned's son, you are not Cat's son, you are not by blood a Stark. But you are, by every other measure that counts in this world, our brother. I am not a Stark by all blood either, sir. I am a Snow, and you know what a Snow means in this house. We are in this house the two who are not heirs. We are in this house 2 brothers. I will not by any chance lose you to a quarrel at supper, Theon had said after a long count. Why are you out here, Snow brother? The boy of 12 had said, very simply. Because I love you, sir. There had been a long quiet. Theon Greyjoy had not been told he was loved by any man in 5 years. He had been told it once, perhaps, by his mother, a woman he could no longer quite picture, and never since. He had been called son once by Ned in 290 in the courtyard when he had come, and he had hated the calling so much he had spent the next 4 years sneering at the word. He had not heard I love you from anyone in his time at Winterfell. He heard it now, on a cold gallery in the 7th moon of 295 AC, from a small dark-haired boy of 12. He turned his head. He looked at the boy. He looked at him a long time. He said, in a voice that was not yet quite a voice he had used, Snow brother. The boy did not answer. Theon had said eventually, I am cold. Go into your bed. I will go into mine. I will see Robb in the morning before he washes. He had gone in. He had seen Robb in the morning. The 2 of them had come down to breakfast together with the small, ungainly arm around the shoulders of boys who have hugged and then immediately let go. The boy of 12 had watched it from across the table. He had eaten his porridge. He had thought, very carefully, with no joy, the seed is in. The seed is in. I do not know yet whether it will take. I will know in 3 years when his father sends for him. I have 3 years to water it. I will water it. He had watered it. In the next 3 years, he had not let a week pass without some small private thing for Theon. An arrow he had carved with his own hand and pressed into Theon's quiver, a corner table for Theon at the household feast on his name day. The lending of his own small, narrow sword to Theon for a hunt when Theon's bow had broken, the careful procurement of a pike-born cook to come up the King's Road in the year of Theon's 17th, to make a feast of saltfish pies for the Greyjoy lad's name day, paid for by the boy of 12. Out of the small allowance the Lord gave him each moon, he gave Theon nothing he could not be told about. He gave Theon things he did not need to say out loud. He gave Theon, slowly, the long, irreplaceable thing the household had not given him, the experience of being chosen. By the end of 297 AC, when the boy was 14 and Theon was 19, Theon Greyjoy had, in the boy's reckoning, become a small dark fixed star on the inside of his own life. Theon would still go to Pike when Ned, at the end, sent him. Theon would still see his father. Theon would still come back. But Theon, when he came back, would have one thing the first life Theon had not had. He would have a brother in the Stark Hall who he could not, by any iron coin temptation, betray. The boy of 14 could not yet be certain. He believed. He believed because he had watered the seed. He kept watering it. The other work of those years, the work of his own training, the work of his brother's training, the work of Theon's friendship, was the public work. The private work was wider and deeper, and was the work he could not, by any necessity, share. The private work was his book. He had begun the book in the 3rd moon of 292 AC. He had told Maester Aemon, in the letter Alaric had burned, that he would. He had got the parchment, a quire at a time, from Maester Luwin, by trading kitchen favors and small steady labor in the rookery. He had sewn the quires himself, by his own small needle in the long evenings of the South Wing. He had bought a small lockable case from a peddler at the autumn fair of 292, a pentoshi case with a small twin lock, 2 keys. He had taken the case to the godswood the night after. He had buried 1 key in the roots of the heart tree, 3 hands' depth, in a fold of oilcloth. He had kept the other on the leather thong at his throat. He had started writing. He had written the names of every man and woman in the household, and the names of their parents, and the names of their grievances, and the small private acts of kindness they had done him that he could repay. He had written the names and ages and intentions of every great house in the realm by the best memory of his first life. He had written, for each of his brothers and sisters, a list of the deaths he had to prevent. Robb, Walder Frey, Roose Bolton, Catelyn's last temper at the twins. Bran, Jaime Lannister, the Tower, Old Nan's chamber. Rickon, Ramsay Bolton, Skagos, the war in 299. Sansa, Joffrey, Cersei, Petyr Baelish, Tyrion, only to be married, Ramsay. Arya, the road south, the Hound's wound, the House of Black and White. Theon, Pike, his own father, Ramsay. For each name he had written the year, and the place, and the manner. For each manner he had written 1 to 4 ways the manner could be prevented. He had written, separately, 3 letters he intended to send by the third hand at 3 different moments before Robert came. Each letter named a person. Each letter contained 1 piece of evidence. Each letter would be sent by his hand only when he had decided he had become unable to live with the not sending. He had written, in a separate quire, the dreams. The dreams were the part of the book Aemon had asked after, and the part the boy had begun to dread. They had begun in the 8th moon of 292 AC, 4 moons after the eggs had come. They had begun the night he laid his small head on his small pillow after looking at the 3 eggs in his wolf-head chest. He had dreamt, that first night, of a black sky over a black sea, and of 3 small fires in the sea, and of a man on the prow of a ship who was looking back at him. The man had had Rhaegar's face. The man had not been Rhaegar. The man had been something using Rhaegar's face the way a glass uses a candle, a borrowed light, a flat reflection. The man had pointed at the boy in the dream. The man had said, in a voice that was many voices, "We have a use for you, son of fire." The boy of 9 had woken sweating. He had written down the dream the next morning in his small bound book, in his small careful hand, with the small lockable case open in his lap. He had written, after the dream, "I do not know what this is. I do not know whether it is the past or the present or the future. I do not know whether the man on the prow is a man or a thing or a god. I will write down every such dream I have. I will read them in 5 years and see if they cohere." By the autumn of 295 AC, the dreams had begun to cohere. He had had 9 of them by then. They had grown in him the slow way a vine grows up a wall. A foot, 2 feet, a length of vine, a turn at a window. They had told him, by the careful long collation of his own pen, that something across the world, something farther west than Westeros, on some shore in the Sunset Sea perhaps, or in the long old north of Asshai, or in a darkness under no map, knew about him. It knew about him because he had come back. It knew about him because he had brought back into the world a knot of time that should not have been retied. It knew about him, and it had, by the dreams, been hunting him. It had not yet caught him. It had reached for him by Rhaegar's face. It had reached for him by Lyanna's voice in the wind. It had reached for him by a long, pale woman in a robe at the foot of his cot whom he had, the night she came, closed his interior door against with the same trick he had used on the wolf, and who had withdrawn with a hiss, and not come back. The dreams were a war. The war was the 3rd war the boy was fighting. The first was Catelyn's wall. He had set that down himself. It was his by his own hand. He kept it as a chore. The second was the long preparation for Robert's visit. He had set that down himself. It was the labor of his life. The third was the war with the thing in the west, or in the north, or in the old dark under no map. He had not set that down himself. The thing had come for him. He had only begun to fight. He told Eamon by Alaric every dream. Eamon by Alaric sent him back every moon an answer. Eamon wrote of dragon dreamers in his own line, and of the books of the citadel that had recorded their kind, and of a long Targaryen tradition that the dragon dreamer who wrote down his dreams in a book on his desk fortified himself against the callers, the things on the other side of dreams that hunted the men whose dreams ran true. The callers, Eamon wrote, were many. The callers, Eamon wrote, included the things in the long north, the others, the singers' walkers, the cold-handed lords below the snow, but were not only them. The callers included, Eamon wrote, the red god of Asshai, who is hungry, and whose servants on this side of the world hunt for his suppers. The callers included, Eamon wrote, whatever the long shadow is beyond Asshai, that the men of the Jade see call the black goat or the dragon below, by which they mean, I think, the thing your great-grandsire in his summer hall half spoke to before he died. The callers had reached, in the late autumn of 295 AC, for the boy. The boy had, by his book, begun to harden himself against them. He intended to keep hardening. He wrote, in the 12th moon of 295 AC, to Eamon by Alaric, Meister, I have decided I will not, in this life, listen to the callers. I will not, by their voices, do their work. I will, by my own counsel, find the thing they wish to use me for, and I will refuse it. I will refuse it not by any flame I light, nor by any oath I take, nor by any name I bear. I will refuse it, Meister, by the small fact that I will, in this life, save my house. The thing in the dreams wants a Targaryen who will burn. I will not, by any chance, burn. The thing in the dreams wants a wolf who will fall. I will not, by any chance, fall. The thing in the dreams wants the long winter. I will, by the eggs you sent me, by the sword Sir Roderick forged me, by the brother I have raised, by the friend I have made, by the table I have kept. I will, Meister, by these, send the thing in the dreams home. Eamon by Alaric wrote back, kinsman. The thing in the dreams will not go home. The thing in the dreams will come. The thing in the dreams has come before. The thing in the dreams will come in your 15th year by my count with the snow. You will by your work refuse it. The refusal will not, alas, mean it does not arrive. You will fight it. You will by my count defeat it. You will need in your 15th year every man you have made, make them well. The boy had read this letter alone by candlelight in his small room. He had folded it. He had laid it in the box. He had laid his small hand on the wolf-head chest at the foot of his cot where the 3 eggs slept. He had said into the small dark, I am 12. I have 2 years. I will make my men. He had laid down. He had slept. He had not dreamed. He had not, since the hardening, dreamed at all. The summer of 296 AC was the long summer's last summer. The Meisters at the citadel had been watching the white raven since the spring. They had been watching also the same things the boy had been watching, the well water, the grouse, the gull. They were beginning to write to one another about the cold of next year. They were not yet ready, in the autumn of 296, to fly the white raven. They would fly it in the spring of 297. The boy, in Winterfell, had begun to set his harvests with the steward in expectation. He was 13. He had grown 4 inches in the year. He stood, by the longyard's measuring post, 4 feet 11, with the long bones of an early growth spurt and the thin, hard shoulders of a boy who lifted a sword 3 hours a day. His hair was stark dark, the way his father's had once been. His eyes were stark gray. His face had begun, by the slow shift of his cheekbones, to become a face other than Rob's. He looked, by the autumn of 296, less like a half-brother and more like a son of a different stock. The household, who had been seeing him since the cradle, did not notice. The Karstark steward, who came up every other autumn and was a careful man, did. He said one thing to his lord on the ride back that autumn, and the thing he said was, "My lord, the lord of Winterfell, has a son who is not quite his." His lord said, "Aye, he is a bastard. We have known this since 283. The Karstark steward had not by any further word pressed it. He had thought in his small private way that there had been more in the face than a bastard. He had not, by his honor to his lord, set it down. The boy of 13 began, in the autumn of 296 AC, two final preparations. The first preparation was the deepening of his warging. He had, since the year of the she-wolf, kept a small but growing pack of creatures whose minds he had opened. The she-wolf, Val, had whelped twice. The pups had been 6 and 7, and the boy had, by careful patience and a great deal of stale mutton from old Nan's pantry, won the trust of 3 of them. The 3 were now full-grown wolves of 2 and 3 years, and ranged with their mother along the eastern slope of Winterfell's wall. They were his eyes. He could, by closing his interior door against his own body, ride behind their eyes for as long as a quarter of an hour at a time. He could, by the warg's reach, see the slope of the Kingsroad 3 leagues out, the crook of the last river at 6, the smoke of a Kingsroad in at 8. He had a circle of sight that no spy in any keep had ever had. He could see the Kingsroad. He could, in the autumn of 298, see Robert coming. The second preparation was the carving of his place in the crypts. He had asked his father, in the spring of 296, for the small, unused alcove off the second oldest niche of the crypts, behind the seat of Cregan Stark. He had asked it for a small private thing of mine, father, a thing my mother left me, which I would store in a place where my mother's people would keep it. He had not specified what the thing was. He had only said the place would, by him, be kept clean and warm, and that he would not, by any chance, disturb the kings of winter. Ned had given him the place. Ned had given him also, in the same conversation, a small iron key, the second key to the second outermost door of the crypts, of which there were 3. He had said, in his quiet way, "I do not know what you are doing, Jon. I have decided, on the strength of what we both know of each other, not to ask. I will, by the gods of this house, give you the key." The boy had taken the key. He had said, "Father." Ned had said, "I." He had said, "I will not, in this life, by my own choice, give you cause to think you have given the key to the wrong man." Ned had said, "I know." The boy had carried the key to his neck on the same leather thong as the small lockable case's key and the Pentoshi case's key, and he had carried, in the inside pocket of his doublet ever since, the small piece of folded paper on which he had, that night, written the date and the hour of the rite. The date was the 3rd hour after Vespers on the night of the anniversary of Lyanna's death. The year was 296 AC. He had 13 moons to wait. He waited them. In the 11th moon of 296 AC he sent, by the Karstark steward, a sealed packet north. The packet was for Maester Aemon. It contained, in plain words written for the Maester's hand alone, the 3rd condition. The Maester was not, by the boy's instructions, to open it unless the boy died before the rite. Aemon kept it sealed. Aemon kept it sealed for the next 12 years. He kept it sealed until he died. When he died, he gave it to Sam Tarly, a boy then 19, who had not yet come to Castle Black in this life, but who would come, in the boy's intention, to a wall the boy did not yet know whether he would let stand, and he asked Sam to burn it, sight unseen. The moment a raven came south with the news that the boy had died, the raven did not come. Aemon died at 96, in the night, with the packet still under his pillow. Sam burnt it, as he had been asked on a morning 7 years after this chapter, in a brazier in a maester's cell at the wall, with the second eldest maester of the order, a man called Pylos, standing as witness. The packet, by every report, burnt cleanly. The third condition went, by the small candle, back into the dark. By that time, of course, the boy had paid it. He had paid it 3 times. The boy of 13, on the last night of the 11th moon of 296 AC, stood in his small bedroom with the small candle in one hand, and the small wolf-head chest at his feet, and the 3 eggs in his small 2 hands. He turned them over by candlelight, one at a time, black and red, cream and gold, green, he had named them. He had named them in the dreams of his first life. He had named them again on the night he had unwrapped them. He had named them every night since in the small dark of his cot when he could not sleep: Vermin, Velar, Alisar. He laid them back in the chest. He locked the chest. He sat on the edge of the cot. He took out the small bound book. He wrote in his small, careful copperplate 12 moons. 12 moons, then the right. 13 moons, then the eggs hatch. 22 moons, then Robert. I am 13. I have grown, I have a sword. I have a brother, I have a friend in the hall, I have a wolf in the wood, I have a maester at the wall. I have a father who does not ask. I have a mother who does not look. I have in my book the names of every man I will need to kill and every man I will need to save. I have in my hand the small narrow sword Sir Roderick forged me. I have in my chest the 3 eggs Eamon sent. I have in my mouth the names of my children that were. I have in my head the long count of my work. I am ready. I am ready. I am ready. He laid the book down. He blew out the candle. He slept. He did not dream. He had not dreamed in 14 moons. The thing in the dreams had retreated by the long autumn into a kind of patient waiting. It was waiting, the boy thought, for his 15th year, when by all of Eamon's counsel it would come. It would come. It would not, by his oath at the heart tree, find a body unmade. He slept the deep sleep of a boy who had spent the day in the long yard with a sword. In the morning, before the cocks crow, he was up, the small narrow blade in his hand, in the ring under Sir Roderick's eye. He took a bout off Rob that morning, a small one, a single point, given because Rob had been distracted by a serving girl going across the yard with a basket of laundry. The boy took it without flourish, the small step, the small wrist turn, the flat of the blade on the small heart. Rob cursed cheerfully and said, "Aye, brother, a snow-blown stroke for a snow-blown brother. Tomorrow I take it back twice." The boy bowed. He did not smile. He went in for his bath. He went after to the small library off the maester's tower, where he wrote his next letter to the wall. He wrote it slowly. He wrote it in the small, careful copperplate of a 13-year-old. It said, "Maester, the autumn is on us. The snow next year is on the well water already. The grouse have molted a week later than last year. The kennel bitch whelped 2 pups, both gray, both vigorous. Rob has grown 2 inches and Theon has grown 1, and Bran has begun his letters. Father is well. Mother is well. I am well. We are well here in our long house. I will not, by your leave, write again until after the 11th moon of next year. The reason is in the packet I sent you, which you have, by my counsel, not opened. If a raven comes south with my death name, open the packet. If not, in the 12th moon of next year I will write to you with the news. I will be by then a man with 3 small fires in his crypt, your kinsman, eh?" He sent it. The bird went north. The boy went down to dinner. The boy sat between Rob and Theon at the long table in the great hall of Winterfell, and ate his stew and laughed at Rob's joke, and gave Theon his 2nd cup, and ate his bread, and listened, with the long, calm patience of his old soul and his young body, to the murmuring of the house all around him. He was 13. He had 12 moons until the right. He intended to use them. He used them. By the end of 297 AC, the boy of 13 had become the boy of 14, and the long summer had at last broken, and the snow had begun to lie 9 days a moon in the south yard, and the white raven of the citadel had at last flown. And the Lord of Winterfell had sent out 12 riders to bring in the late harvests of the closest holdfasts, and the household had begun, slowly, to lay up grain. He had paid the third condition by then, 3 times. The chest in his bedroom held only the green egg. The other 2 had hatched, in a small alcove off the second oldest niche of the crypts of Winterfell, the night of the anniversary of Lyanna's death, which is the matter of the next chapter, and which we shall, in turn in time, come to. Chapter 5. The Dragon's Wake on the 28th night of the third moon of 296 AC. 14 years after his mother had died in a tower in Dorne, the boy of 13 carried 3 things down the steps of the crypts of Winterfell. He carried a small leather sack heavy enough to make his thin shoulders bow under the weight. He carried a small candle in his small hand. He carried, in the inside pocket of his doublet over his heart, a folded piece of parchment on which he had written, in his own small, careful copperplate, the names of 3 persons. He had not, in any moment of the year, considered not coming. The steps of the Winterfell crypts were 340 in number. The boy had counted them twice in his first life, both times in winter, both times by the same small candle. The steps were uneven. The 18th, the 42nd, and the 93rd were lower than their fellows by a finger's breadth. The 105th was a quarter step. The 216th was, by an old quarrel between 2 long-dead masons, set with the grain of the slate the wrong way, so that a wet boot would slip on it. The boy stepped from boot to boot down the descent the way a swordsman stepped through a remembered drill, small, even, exact. He did not, on the descent, look behind him. He had told the household that he was at his book in the small library off the Maester's tower, and the household had had no reason to disbelieve him. He had told Maester Luwin, 2 evenings before, that he meant to take 3 nights alone in his cell to work on a long commentary on Septon Barth's dragons, worms, and wyverns, which Eamon had sent him in copying. Maester Luwin had said, "I will not, then, expect you at the morning lecture." He had told the chief steward he would take his meals on a tray in his room. He had told the chief nurse he had a small chill and would not, by his preference, come to the great hall for 2 suppers. He had told his father, and this was the only true sentence he had said of the 7, that he meant to spend 3 days in close work and would beg the household's leave to be left alone. Ned had said, "Take it, John." He had hesitated. He had said, "I will, by your leave, send a man down to your door at the 3rd hour past the cock each morning, only to knock and hear you answer. If you do not answer, I will, by my own duty as your father, come in. I will not, by any chance, ask what you are doing. I will only ask by the knock that you live." The boy had bowed. He had said, "Thank you, father. He may knock. I will answer." The man had knocked on the morning of the first day. The boy, who had slept 3 hours in his cell, had answered. The man had knocked on the morning of the second. The boy, who had slept 4, had answered. This was the 3rd night. The man would knock at the 3rd hour past the cock tomorrow morning. The boy had 13 hours, by his count, to do the thing and to climb the 340 stairs and to be in his cell when the knock came. He intended to use 10 of the 13. He had not, in the planning, given himself any margin he did not need. He had, in his book, totaled the subtasks. Reach the alcove, a quarter of an hour. Lay the salt, half a turn of the glass. Lay the pine, half a turn. Lay the iron-free fire pan, a quarter. Lay the 3 eggs in the pan, a quarter. Lay the 3 persons in the salt circle, half an hour each, 3 hours. Sing the long-form Targaryen Valyrian for the wakening, An hour, spill the blood. A quarter, light the flame. A moment, wait for the cracking. Not less than 2 hours by Eamon's books and not more than 4. Gather the embers, bury the bones, carry the hatchlings up the small dumbwaiter to the south wing window of the Lord's bastard son. Deliver each in turn to the wolf-head chest, clean the alcove. Return. 12¼ hours. He had 3/4 hours margin. He intended to keep them. The salt was Lannister salt, taken in trade from a White Harbor merchant 3 moons before. He had paid for it out of his own allowance. He had said it was for an experiment in the curing of grouse. The merchant had not asked twice. The boy had brought it home in a clean canvas sack and laid it at the bottom of the wolf-head chest, under the linens, under the eggs. The pine was wolf's-wood pine, gathered by his own hand in the last 2 moons. He had taken, by the warg's reach of Vow and her 3 children, 26 small splinters of resin-heavy heartwood from the south side of trees that had been split by lightning between his birth and the present year. He had dried them in his cot, slow for moons. They lay now in the canvas sack with the salt, wrapped in a square of greased linen. The iron-free firepan was bronze, hammered by Micken's lower apprentice at the boy's exact specification. The boy had told the smith it was for a small experiment in alchemy he had read of in one of Meister Eamon's books. The smith had asked no further questions. The pan was a bronze dish, 2 hands span across, with a small ring at the rim for carrying. There was, by the pan's nature and by Micken's promise, no iron in it. There were 3 small bronze pegs at the rim for cradling 3 round things. The 3 round things were in the canvas sack also, each in its own nest of his own woolen socks. The blood was his. The blood would, in due course, leave his arm. The 3 persons were not, by any honest measure, persons any more. The 3 persons were 3 skulls. They lay, 3 of them, in the canvas sack. He had gathered them carefully. The first skull was the skull of an old peddler who had come up the King's Road in the early autumn of 295 AC, with a wagon of trinkets, and a face the boy of 12 had recognized at 30 paces. The peddler, by the long count of his second life, had been a man who in 305 had thrown a fire pot into a thatched barn outside Last Hearth, where 6 of Rob's youngest squires had been sleeping. He had been paid for it by a Bolton agent. He had grown rich on the pay. He had died in a brothel in the Reach. The boy of 12 had not known, at the autumn fair of 295, whether the small gray peddler at the wagon was a future arsonist or a man called by the same name. He had, in his book, marked the man's face and his wagon and the small private mole on his lip and the way he held his pipe. He had then, by a great deal of inquiry over 6 moons through the friends he had cultivated at the kennel yard, the brewer and the gate, confirmed the name and the future. He had paid, in the spring of 296, a hard man of the King's Road who owed him a kindness to settle a small quarrel with the peddler in a village 6 leagues south of the King's Road Inn. The peddler had died. The boy had paid for the burial. The boy had paid also, by the same hard man, for the skull to be taken from the grave on the 3rd night after the burial, before the flesh had loosened, and to be cleaned by lye for 2 moons, and to be sent up by a stranger's hand in a sack that did not contain his name. The skull had reached him in the 7th moon of 296. He had taken it down to the crypt alcove 3 nights later and laid it on a shelf in a clean linen wrap. The second skull was the skull of a sellsword the boy had heard of in his first life by the name Scepter of Tarth. Scepter of Tarth had been a hired man of the Lannisters in 299. Scepter of Tarth had, by the boy's first life recollection, been the man who had, at the order of his captain, cut the tendons of Lord Hoster Tully's master-at-arms in his sleep at the inn at the crossroads on the morning of the twins' feast. so that the master-at-arms could not lift a sword in Robb's defense when the bowmen came down off the gallery. Scepter of Tarth had been one of 3 sellswords in the inn that night. The other 2 had died in the long night. Scepter had retired to a small holding in the Stormlands and had drunk himself to death at 52. The boy had, in 295, set quiet inquiries by the Karstark steward, who had a friend in the Stormlands, and had confirmed the man was alive and in his small holding. The boy had paid, out of an exchange of dragon eggshell beads from his lockable case, which he had collected one at a time from the eggs' nests in the chest, and which were precious past his ability to value, for the man's quiet death in his own bed, by a drink slipped in his ale by a serving girl who had been wronged by him. The skull had come north in a barrel of salt fish in the autumn of 296. The boy had taken it down to the alcove. He had wrapped it. The third skull was harder. The third skull was the skull of a man called Tithos, who had been in 299 the master of the small armory at the Twins on the morning of the Red Wedding, and who had, by the boy's first life knowledge, taken in his own hands the small axe Catelyn Stark would in her last moment, lay between her own ribs and her own throat, and who had, by his trade as quartermaster, supplied the bowmen in the gallery with their shafts, and who had, by his own personal hand, locked the inner doors of the great hall when the music began. Tithos of the Twins had survived the Twins in 305. Tithos of the Twins had grown rich. Tithos of the Twins had bought a small manor in the Riverlands. Tithos of the Twins had died at 67 of a flux. In 296 AC, Tithos of the Twins was 34 years old, in his small chamber at the Twins, married with 2 children and a regular feature of the kitchen at supper. The boy had not, on principle, paid for the death of any man with a young child. He had paid, instead, for a man who was already going to die. He had cultivated, in 294 and 295, a small steady correspondence with a Maester at a holdfast 2 leagues south of the Twins, whose Maester had been an old friend of Maester Luwin's. He had learned, by the Maester's careful seasonal notes, that the master of the Twins' armory had a younger brother who was a hard-drinking man of the road, who had been thrown out of the Twins by his father, who lived in a small holding by the inn at the crossroads, who was, by the small Maester's report, within a moon of dying of his liver in any week. The boy had decided in his book that the brother would do. The brother was, by the proper Valyrian rites for the kiss of life, a person whose breath was already half out of him, and the right, by Eamon's careful reading of the books at Castle Black, and the boy's own first life knowledge from deaneries, did not require a life in the way most southern rites required a life. The rite required a willing breath, freely offered, of a person whose death was already a-coming. The brother of the master of the Twins' armory had, in the early autumn of 296, accepted, by the careful approach of a passing septon, who was in fact a hedge priest the boy had hired by the Karstark steward, a small bottle of milk of the poppy and a small sum for his daughter. By a long bargain the septon had made him hear over a long evening. The brother had drunk the bottle in his own bed, on his own time, in the company of his daughter, with his eyes open. He had said, by the septon's later report, "I have lived hard, friend, I will not, by any chance, die hard. Take my breath. Give it to the boy you have spoken of. Give the boy my warning. Kill the right men, lad, the men who deserve it. I die for that." The septon had taken the breath, by the small Valyrian rite the boy had given him in a folded letter, into a small clay vial sealed with wax. He had carried it north. He had given it to the boy in the autumn of 296 at the back of the Godswood in a small hand-to-hand pass on a cold morning. The boy had laid it in his cot. He had said nothing to the hedge priest. He had paid him. The hedge priest had taken the gold and had gone south. The boy had, by his own private oath, promised himself, "That man saves one. I will by his breath save many. He will count in my book as the third condition for the third egg. I will not, by my own honor, lay him in the salt circle as a death I have taken. I will lay him there as a death he has given me. And I will, by my own honor, remember his name." The name was Will. The man was Will of the twins. He had a daughter named Marion. "I will, in the 2nd year of my reign, when I am king, find her and give her gold." He had written the names in the book. He had carried in his small canvas sack the small clay vial and the 2 skulls and the salt and the pine and the small narrow steel knife and the small bronze pan and the 3 eggs and the small folded piece of paper. He went down the 340 steps. The alcove was waiting for him. He had set it in the year past by every visit he had been able to make. He had laid clean straw on the floor. He had cleaned the small stone shelf along the wall. He had hung at the back of the alcove a small length of clean linen on which he had embroidered, by his own awkward stitching in the long winter evenings of 295, the 3-headed dragon of Targaryen, in red silk on white. He had not, by any cleverness, sewn it with finesse. He had sewn it with the determined patience of a 13-year-old who had taken 3 moons to embroider one banner and would not, by any small failure of cloth, leave it undone. He laid the banner straight. He set the candle on the stone shelf. He took the salt out of the sack. He drew a circle on the straw, 6 feet across, with the small white salt poured from his small hand. He did not, by the books, draw it in any pattern. He drew it plain, the simple unbroken ring of the rite of the first hatching, the way the men of Valyria had drawn it before the doom. He stepped into the circle. He set the bronze pan in the center. He set the 3 small splinters of pine in the pan, in a tripod, and dropped under them a small twist of dry tinder fungus he had gathered with old Nan in the wolf's wood in autumn. He laid the 3 eggs on the 3 small bronze pegs around the tripod. He laid the 2 skulls outside the salt circle, one east, one west. He laid the small clay vial of Will's breath, sealed in wax, outside the salt circle, north. He took out the small folded piece of paper from his doublet. He read it. He had written it for himself that he might not, by the great press of the moment, forget the names. The names were these: the peddler of the autumn fair, Will of Old Wattle Hold, 43 years, burned 6 boys in a barn in 305. I have his death, Scepter of Tarth, 52 years. Cut a kind man's tendons in his sleep. I have his death, Will of the Twins, 49 years. Did no harm, was dying. Offered me his breath. I have not his death, I have only his last gift. He had written, under the 3 names, the small line he had not been able to leave off: Vermin, who is black and red; Velar, who is cream and gold; Alisar, who is green and will not, by my counsel, hatch tonight, because the dying man's breath is not enough death for the green to wake. Alisar will wait. Alisar will hatch in his own time when the 3rd condition has paid for him. He had drawn, at the bottom of the paper, a small wolf's head and a small 3-headed dragon. He laid the paper in the salt circle, between his feet. He took out the small narrow knife. He laid it on the bronze pan. He stood. He set himself. He breathed. The Valyrian he had learnt by Aemon's letters. He had had 2 years of careful copying. He had learnt the long form of the Wakening from Aemon's dictation through Alaric, which had come down to him by the Karstark steward in a long packet in the spring of 296. The long form was 340 lines, and ended with the small final couplet that, by Aemon's note, was the only line of the rite known to have come down, through 9 generations, from the mouth of Enar Targaryen the exile himself. The boy had memorized the long form. He had practiced it in his own cot, under his breath, in the cold of his small bedroom, every night for 3 moons. He spoke it now. He spoke it slowly. He spoke it well. He had a high, light voice for 13. Not yet broken. The voice carried in the alcove, and the cold stone gave it a soft, reverberant edge that made the words sound, to his own ear, as if they were being spoken by a small dragon. He spoke the first 100 lines with his eyes on the small bronze pan, his small hands at his sides. He spoke the second 100 with the small, narrow knife in his right hand, drawing the small blade across his left palm at the proper line and letting the blood, bright in the candlelight, fall onto the tripod of pine. He spoke the third 100 with the small clay vial in his right hand, opening the wax at the proper line, lifting the vial to his own mouth, drinking the breath out of it the way Eamon had taught him from the books. Not a swallow, only the smallest inhalation. The careful taking in by the throat, and exhaling in the long, slow exhalation of the right onto the small tripod of pine. He spoke the final couplet. He laid the small, narrow knife back on the bronze pan. He took out, from the inside pocket of his doublet, a small striker and a small piece of flint. He struck. The fire took. The pine, oily and dry, burnt blue at the heart and gold at the edge. The fire ran up the tripod in 7 slow seconds and licked the bronze pan and licked the small undersides of the 3 eggs. He stepped back. He stood in the salt circle, in the small alcove, in the crypts of Winterfell, on the night of the anniversary of his mother's death, at the 2nd hour past midnight in the 3rd moon of 296 AC. He waited. The pine burnt for 2 hours. The bronze pan grew so hot that the small ring at the rim began to glow red. The 3 eggs sat on the 3 bronze pegs and did not, in the 1st hour, do anything but darken. The cream and gold went deeper gold. The black and red went almost black. The green did not change. The boy did not, in the 1st hour, breathe out of the proper rhythm. He had been taught, by Eamon's letters, that the right required of the Wakener a perfect equanimity. A Wakener who lost his nerve in the right was a Wakener whose eggs, by the books, did not wake. He kept his nerve. He kept it the small private way he had kept his nerve in the cradle at 3 months, by the unbroken cold attention of his old soul on the small, the present, the immediate. Breathe, stand, watch, breathe, stand, watch. He counted heartbeats. He counted the small flicker of the candle on the shelf. He counted the small movement of his own hair in the small updraft from the pan. At the count of the 7,412th heartbeat, the cream and gold egg gave a small sound. It was not a crack. It was a small, dry click, the kind a wine glass makes when the temperature falls on one side of it faster than the other. He turned his eyes to the cream and gold. He did not move otherwise. At the count of the 7,490th, the cream and gold gave a second click. At the 7,509th, it gave a third. At the 7,516th, a small line of light, not from the candle, not from the pan, but from inside the egg, ran the length of the shell from the top to the equator. The boy felt his old soul lift inside his small body in the way it had lifted, in the first life, on the morning he had at last drawn Longclaw out of its scabbard in the cell of the old bear. He kept his breathing. The line on the cream and gold widened. The shell cracked in 3 slow strokes, like a man peeling a hot egg with his hand. A small, wet golden head came out. It was the size of an apple. It had small slit-pupil yellow eyes, and a small fluted crest on the back of its small skull, and a small spike at the tip of its small upper lip, and a small forked tongue that came out, the moment the head was clear of the shell and tasted the air. The tongue tasted the boy. The small slit-pupil yellow eyes found him. "The dragon, Velar," he said, in his own small interior. "Velar, my second, my fair-feathered, my cream and gold, my Velar." The dragon looked at him out of the small wet head, and made a small wet noise that was halfway between the churr of a kitten and the small grunt of a piglet, and pushed, with its small wet shoulder, the rest of the shell off itself, and crouched on the bronze pan among the embers with its small wet wings still folded along its back like sodden silk, and shook itself once, the way a wet bird shakes itself, and the embers under it hissed where the wet hit them. The boy did not move, he waited. The dragon found the small flame at the center of the pan with the small forked tongue and ate it. The dragon ate the flame. The dragon turned with the flame in its small belly and looked at the boy again. The boy bent slowly, the small movement of a man who does not want to startle a small creature, and held out his cut left palm, with the small line of his own blood still wet on it, over the salt circle. The dragon stretched its small wet neck. The dragon laid the small wet head on the boy's palm. The dragon licked the blood. The dragon's small slit pupil yellow eyes shut, half in the small contented squint of a feeding pet, and a small purring sound, the same churr grunt, only deeper, came out of its small chest. The boy could not, in the moment, breathe. He had imagined this for 14 years. He had imagined it in his first life. He had imagined it in his cradle. He had imagined it in his cot. He had imagined it on the bench in the long yard. He had not imagined that it would be quite this gentle. He had not imagined that the dragon would lay its head in his hand like a fawn. He had not imagined that the dragon would purr. He drew a long breath. He spoke, in the small, dry, steady voice of his old soul through the small body of his young one, "Veller, welcome. I am the one who called. You will live with me. You will sleep in my chest. You will eat from my hand. You will fly by the gods before I am 16. You are the fair one. You are the gold. You will guard in time the women of my house. You will be the cream and gold of the Targaryen banner, the small private mercy of the dragon line. You will not, by my counsel, kill any man who does not first try to kill me. You are my Veller. I am yours." Veller made the small purring grunt. Veller did not understand. Veller would understand in his own time. By the long wargs reach the boy was already beginning to lay against the small wet skull under his hand. The boy felt the door open. The door opened on a mind no human mind had ever opened a door upon. The mind was small and hot and bright and ancient at once. The mind contained, in the small new dragon's small new skull, 1,000 years of dragon dreams folded into a small private compass. The mind looked at the boy out of the small body. The mind said in the small interior with no words because the dragon had no words, "Father." The boy said in the small interior with no words, "Yes." The mind said, "Egg." The boy said, "Yes." "You have come out." The mind said, "Hot." The boy said, "I will keep you warm." The mind said, "Hungry." The boy said, "I will feed you. I have in my pocket a strip of cold mutton. You will have it in a moment. First, my own, first, my fair-feathered. First I have to wake your brother." The mind looked at the boy and at the small wet wings already beginning to dry against the small wet shoulders, and at the small flame in the small belly, and lay in the bronze pan, like a small wet kitten by a hearth. The mind said, "Wake." The boy turned very slowly and looked at the black-andred. The black-andred had not, in the long 2 hours, given any sound. The black-andred was now, by the candlelight and by the firelight, neither black nor red, but something deeper. The black-andred was matte. The black-andred had become, in the long heat, the color of old wet ash by a hearth. The shell looked thicker. The boy felt in the warg's reach the second mind. It was very different. It was not small. It was not gentle. It was not, by any measure, contented. It was hot and old and full of a kind of dry, low patience, like the patience of a thing in a dark place that has been waiting 1,000 years and has not, in the 1,000, slept once. It looked back at the boy out of the egg as a man looks out of a cell at the only visitor he has ever had in his life. It said in the small interior. "I have been here a long time," the boy said in the small interior. "I know," it said. "You have come," the boy said. "Yes," it said. "Open the door." The boy did not, for a long moment, answer. He had not, in any reading of Eamon's letters, in any line of the Jade Compendium, in any private dream, been told that an unhatched dragon could speak in the warg's reach. The mind in the cream and gold had spoken only in single words: father, egg, hot, hungry. The mind in the black and red was speaking in sentences. The mind in the black and red was not a young mind. The mind in the black and red was old. The boy thought, with the small, careful precision of his old soul, "This is not in any chance a normal egg. This is an egg in which something has been sitting for a very long time. I do not know whether the something is the dragon, or whether the something is a thing inside the dragon that has been waiting for the dragon to be born. I do not know whether I am, by waking it, waking a friend," he thought after a long moment. "Eamon would, by his books, tell me to bind it." He thought, "I will bind it." He spoke aloud in the alcove in the small, dry, steady voice. "Vermin, black and red, I will open the door. I will open it on 3 conditions. The first, you will not harm my house. The second, you will not, by any temptation, take a man who has not first taken arms against me. The third, you will, by my blood that has fed you, and by my breath that wakes you, and by my name that calls you, be, for the length of my life, mine. Will you swear it?" The mind in the egg did not, for a long count, answer. The boy waited. He had a small, narrow knife on the bronze pan. He had 3 more drops of his own blood in the wet cut of his left palm. He had, in a small leather sheath at his belt, a piece of dragonglass, the dragonglass he had taken in the autumn of 295. From a small lot the Karstark steward had brought him out of the Driftmark sands, and which he had been carrying for emergencies of a kind he could not, in 295, name. He had, if the right went wrong, 3 weapons. He had also, by the salt of the circle, the protection of the right itself. No power could, by the books, cross the unbroken ring of salt without leave. He was, in the alcove, in danger. He had known he might be. He had come anyway. He had come because he could not, by any honest measure of his oath at the heart tree, leave the egg in the chest for another generation. The mind in the egg said, "I will swear." The boy said, "Swear." The mind said, in the small interior, in a language the boy understood without ever having heard it, "By the egg I am in, by the blood you have spilt, by the breath you have drunk, by the salt you have laid, by the pine you have burnt, by the heart tree above us, by the dragon line below us, by the long sea between, by the long sky above, by the name I will have, by the name you will give me, I swear. I will not harm the house. I will not take a man who has not taken arms. I will be, for the length of your life, yours." The boy nodded. He said, "Then come out." The black and red cracked in 3 slow strokes, like the cream and gold had cracked. A small black wet head came out. The head was, by the eye, twice the size of Veller's head. The crest was longer. The spike at the upper lip was sharper. The slit-pupil yellow eyes were the color of new iron, with a small, thin red ring around the pupil. The head looked at the boy with a directness Veller had not been able to manage in the first hour of his life. The head, the moment it was clear of the shell, lifted its small wet jaw and said in the small interior with the warg's reach, "Father." The boy said in the small interior, "Yes." "Welcome." The boy bent down. He held out his cut left palm. He did not, this time, give the blood freely. He made the small dragon ask for it. The small dragon, "Vermin," he said, "Vermin, my first, my black of the coal, my vermin." The small dragon stretched its small wet neck and looked at the boy and said in the small interior, "I will not, by my oath, take without your leave." "May I have it?" the boy said. "You may." The small dragon took the blood. The small dragon licked the small narrow palm clean. The small dragon laid its small wet head like Velar against the boy's palm. The small dragon. And this was the thing the boy had not, in any first life, been prepared for. The small dragon, for a long count, simply rested. The boy stood in the small salt circle, in the small alcove, in the small crypts of his small house at the center of his small life, and looked down at the two small wet heads in his cut left palm and thought, "I have done it. I have done it. I have done it." He thought, "I have, by the gods of both my houses, two dragons." He thought, "I will not by any chance let them be taken from me." He thought, "I have to get them up the dumbwaiter before the cock." He looked last at the green egg. The green egg had not in the 2 hours given any sign. The green egg sat on the bronze peg with the small bronze peg now red glowing under it, and was, by the candlelight, only the green of the deep cold green of pondweed under ice. He did not, by his right, try to wake it. He had told the paper between his feet that he would not. He had told Eamon by the small folded letter that he would not. He had told himself in his book that he would not. The green's third condition was not yet paid for. The hedge priest's breath had been spent. The boy did not, by his own oath, intend to spend any second life to wake the green. He bent down. He picked up the green egg in his small hand, with his small fingers reverent against the small green shell, and took it out of the bronze pan, and laid it in the canvas sack with a fold of the wool around it. He took up the 2 skulls. He did not, by any right, burn them. He had no right to burn them with. He laid each in a small fold of the linen at the bottom of the canvas sack. He would, in his own time, take them out of the crypts and bury them in the godswood at the foot of the heart tree, where the heart tree's roots would, by his small private dedication, take them as offerings of the right. He took up the small folded paper with the names. He folded it twice. He laid it in the small interior pocket of his doublet over his heart, where it had been. He blew out the small candle. He stood, for a moment, in the alcove, in the dark, with the small embers in the bronze pan and the small slit-pupil yellow eyes of his 2 dragons looking up at him out of the dark, and the small, warm, wet weight of the green egg in his arm, and the small canvas sack at his elbow. He spoke into the dark in his small voice that had carried the right, "Mother, I have come. I have done the thing your blood and your father's and your father's fathers and your sister's husbands asked of me. I have not, by your house, broken any old vow. I have made, by the lives of 2 men whose deaths the world will not, in fairness, mourn, and by the breath of a third whose life was already done, 2 dragons of my line. I will, in the years to come, by their fire and your houses, defend this house, your father's house and his father's. I will, by my own oath, not harm any of yours. I will, by your blood and his, be both wolf and dragon both for the rest of my days. I will come to your stone in the second alcove and lay this right at your feet in the morning. I will not, by any chance, leave you alone with these." He went out of the alcove. He went along the small narrow inner passage between the alcove and the second oldest niche. He stopped at his mother's stone. Lyanna Stark's statue had stood there 12 years. She had been carved by a Stark mason of the second water, a man who had known her face only from his daughter, who had known her face only from old Nan, who had known her face only from a dozen suppers at the high table in the years before the war. The statue was not Lyanna. The statue was a likeness of a likeness of a likeness. But the statue was, in the small crypts of Winterfell, the only stone with her name. The boy laid the small canvas sack at her stone's feet. He laid the green egg on the small stone shelf at her right hand. He laid the 2 skulls on the small stone shelf at her left hand. He stepped back. He bowed. He said very quietly, "I have done it, Mother. I have not, by any chance, given you only a son of fire. I have given you also a son of ice. I have done both. I will do both. I will be the wolf prince. I will be the dragon king. I will be, by my own oath, the small private oath I take here at your stone, both and neither and a third. He picked up the canvas sack. He picked up the green egg. He carried the two small dragons in the inside of his doublet, against his small, dry, warm chest, with the small slit-pupil yellow eyes of each squinting under the woolen folds, and the small forked tongues tasting his sweat, and the small purring chur-grunts vibrating against his small ribs. He took the 340 steps back up out of the crypts. He took them small, even, exact. He did not, on the ascent, look back. He reached the small dumbwaiter at the foot of the south wing wall at the third half-hour before the cock. He set the small canvas sack in the dumbwaiter. He set the small green egg in the small canvas sack. He gave the small dumbwaiter's small bell pull a small turn of 2, in the agreed signal that meant this is the Lord's bastard, and the dumbwaiter is sending up a small parcel which is to be left in his bedroom, and the kitchen boy at the cock's crow is not, by any chance, to open it. He pulled the rope. The dumbwaiter went up. He took the two small dragons in the inside of his doublet, with his two cold small hands cupped against his small ribs to keep them warm, and went up the south wing stair to his own door. He came in. He closed the door. He laid the two small wet dragons, by candlelight, on his cot. He took out, from under the cot, where he had laid them earlier in the week, two small clean linen wraps and two small bowls of milk, warmed by the small brazier he had been keeping low under his cot for 3 days. He fed them. They ate, with the small careful tongues, the small bowls of milk. They did not, by any sign, ask for meat. He had been told by Eamon that the first day they would take only milk, and the second day a small strip of raw flesh, and the third a small bowl of warm blood. He had a piglet in a small crate in the Lord's stable that he had bought from the village the week before with his own coin, and which the chief steward had agreed to keep for him for an experiment. He would, by the third day, have the warm blood. He wrapped each in its small linen. He set them in the wolf-head chest at the foot of the cot. He left the chest open. He laid the small canvas sack at the foot of the chest, the small green egg under the wool, the two small skulls beside. He sat on the edge of the cot. He looked, by the small candle, at the two small slit-pupil yellow eyes that looked up at him out of the small chest. He said, in the small dark of the small room, in the small, dry, steady voice of his old soul through his small, young throat, "You will, by the gods, be quiet. The household will not, by my oath, learn of you. You will live in this chest until the autumn after next. You will by then be, by Eamon's reckoning, the size of small dogs. You will by then have learned to climb. You will by then have learned to fly the length of my arm. You will by then have a place in the crypts I will have carved out for you. You will by then be ready for the world. Until then you are mine. You are mine alone." The two small slit-pupil yellow eyes squinted. The two small chur-grunts answered. He blew out the candle. He laid himself, very carefully, on his cot, with one small hand under his small head and the other in the wolf-head chest, where the two small dragons curled in their two small linen wraps against his small palm. He felt them, in the warg's reach, settle. He felt them, in the warg's reach, sleep. He slept. In the morning, at the third hour past the cock, his father's man knocked on the door. The boy answered in his small voice, I am here. I am at my book. I will be down for the supper." The man went away. The boy did not, by any small slip, leave the room until the third evening. He came down on the third evening, with the small dark composure of a 13-year-old who has done 3 days' study, and ate his stew at his usual seat between Rob and Theon, and laughed at Rob's joke, and gave Theon his second cup, and listened. with the long calm patience of his old soul and his young body to the murmuring of the house all around him. Robb said at the table, "Brother, you look pale." "Have you slept?" the boy said. "Aye, not enough," Robb said. "Tomorrow you shall not study. We will ride to the Hill of the Fallen. The new whelps are a year old and father has said we may take them," the boy said. "Aye, we will." He looked in the warg's reach at the wolf-head chest in the small bedroom in the south wing of the keep. He felt the two small slit-pupil yellow eyes squint. He felt them by his oath and theirs settle. He felt the long bright lever of his second life click by the second joint of its length into the second place. He had, by the count, 20 months until Robert. He had 2 dragons. He had a brother. He had a friend in the hall. He had a wolf in the wood. He had a meister at the wall. He had a green egg waiting at his mother's feet. He had the names of every man he intended either to kill or to save. He had the slow, long song of the right still in his small throat, and the small, slow, long warm of 2 small dragons still in his small chest. He was, at 13 more or less, what he had set out at 3 months to be. He intended in the next 20 months to become more. He became more. That, however, is the matter of the next chapter, and a king's visit, and a courtyard, and a catspaw at the foot of a tower, and the breaking of every single plan the realm's enemies had laid against the house of Stark. We shall, in due time, come to it. We shall come to it on a morning in the 8th moon of 298 AC, with the snow on the meadow and the gulls in the trees, and the King's Road winding up to the gate of Winterfell with a king and a queen and 1,000 horse, and the boy of 14 standing in his small, clean doublet at the front rank, beside his brothers and his father and his lady, with 2 small dragons in the chest at his cot, and 1 small dragon key on a leather thong at his throat, and 1 small warg's reach already open down the King's Road ahead of the king, watching. With the calm of a chess master at the 8th move of the game he has been studying for 14 years, the column come in. Chapter 6. The King in the Snow. The King's Road winds up out of the long flat plain south of Winterfell in 3 small loops and 1 long curve, and a column of any size is, by the time it has come to the last curve, visible from the south gallery for half a turn of the glass before it comes to the gate. The boy had stood, in the dawn of the 8th moon of 298 AC, at the south gallery's window with his small hands folded behind him, and his small thin chest taking the slow long even breaths of an old swordsman before a bout, and had watched the column come. It was bigger than he had remembered. He had remembered in his first life that Robert had come with about 400. The thing in the King's Road below was nearer 6. He had remembered banners. The things on the King's Road were a forest. He had remembered dimly that the Queen's wheelhouse had been gilded. The wheelhouse, by the long curve, was gilt over silver over gilt, and threw, in the morning sun, a small white star up the slope at him that hurt the eye. There were 6 lions on the road for every stag, 4 for every kraken, 3 for every flayed man, 2 for every brown bull. There were Lannister men in lion tabards 12 deep in 3 ranks. There were Lord Hand Jon Arryn's falcon at the head and Stanny's Baratheon stag, hard line at the middle and Renly's at the rear, prettier than the others by 3. There was an old Hightower in a litter near the tail. There was the mountain. He saw the mountain when the column was still a league off. He saw the mountain by the warg's reach of one of Vow's 3 children, a young dog-wolf the boy had named Notch for a notch in his right ear. Notch had been on the hillock above the road since the first hour after dawn. The boy had ridden behind Notch's eyes for 10 minutes. He had counted ranks. He had counted banners. He had counted swords. He had counted the mountain. He had said in the warg's reach, "Steady, Notch. He is not for today. He is for the year after the next. Keep your distance. Mark the man. Note his horse, his lance, his squire, the cut of his cloak, the limp in his left foot. Stay above the wind, Notch had stayed. The boy had come back into his own body in his own small bedroom in the south wing, and laid the small green egg back in the wolf-head chest at the foot of his small cot, and gone down to the south gallery to wait. He had 36 minutes until the column came in. He used them. In the chest at his cot, the two dragons slept, by his careful warg's instruction, in the deep, slow breathing that they had now had 18 moons to learn. He had grown them in those 18 moons, in the small alcove of the crypts that he had set up for them. Vermin's Nook, he called it, after the elder, who in the second moon of their life had taken the small alcove for his own, to roughly the size of large terriers. Vermin at 16 moons was 3 feet long, nose to tail, with a wingspan of 4. Veller at 16 moons was a hand smaller in every measure and lighter, and the fast one. They flew, by night, in the long crypt passages between the second oldest niche and the deep root chamber under the heart tree. They ate, by night, the warm blood the boy carried down to them in a bucket, and small joints of mutton and bird the kitchen cellarer, a man called Bork, who had been bought by the boy with 2 years of small steady favors, and who did not know what he carried, and who had been told only that the boy was running a small bird rescue, by Meister Lewin's leave, left in the small dumbwaiter at the foot of the south wing wall at the second hour past midnight. They had not, in 18 moons, killed any creature larger than themselves. They had not, in 18 moons, been seen by any man other than the boy. They had not, in 18 moons, made any noise that could not, by a steward upstairs at a meal, be put down to a draught in a deep flue. The boy was, by every reasonable measure, the best dragon handler the world had had in 150 years. He was 14. He had, in his small hand, 14 years' planning and the small, careful, long breath of his old soul. He had also, this morning, a small, narrow sword at his hip, by his father's leave since the day before, in honor of the king's visit, the first time the boy had been allowed steel in the courtyard, and a clean gray doublet brushed by the chief nurse, and a clean white shirt under it, and a small private piece of dragonglass tucked in the seam of his right sleeve. He went down to the courtyard. The courtyard of Winterfell on a king's day was a thing as nearly polished as the household could make it. The flags between the stones had been brushed of moss. The walls had been swept of last week's snow. The stable doors stood open with the small bright tack of every horse in the household, the Lannister horses tied at the far rail, the great king's grey waiting in the center. The household had been ranked, by Ned's order, in the long polite ranks of greeting. The family at the steps, the great captains behind them, the household behind the captains, the master of arms and the master of horse and the meister and the steward at the rear of the family group. And at the side, in the half-step, the Lord of Winterfell allowed his lower household, the cooks, the kennelmen, the falconer and the brewer in their best. The boy stood 3 persons down from the front rank. Ned was at the front, in his gray doublet and his lord's chain. Catelyn was at his right, in the long winter dress of gray wool and the small silver wolf head at her throat. Robb was at his left, 16 years old now and a tall fair boy with a Stark jaw and a Tully color, in his own gray doublet and a small narrow sword at his hip the like of the boy's own. Sansa was at Catelyn's right, 11 now, in a small blue-gray dress and a small blue ribbon in her copper hair, smiling in the small bright way she smiled when she had been told the king was coming and the queen would be a great lady from the south. Arya was at Sansa's right, 9, in the same small blue-gray dress and an entirely different smile. Bran was at Robb's left, 7, in his small gray doublet and his small gray trousers and his small private excitement at the prospect of horses. Rickon, 3, was at the back with the chief nurse and not part of the front rank, because Rickon at 3 could not be trusted to hold his place for more than 2 minutes of any one thing. Theon stood 3 persons down also, behind Robb, in the tabard of a ward of Winterfell, with a small narrow sword of his own at his hip, by Ned's leave, the same week as the boy. Bran, by the boy's careful patient cultivation over the year past, was at the front rank in the courtyard, and not at the rear of the inner south wing. Bran, by the boy's quiet, steady, year-long persuasion, had not climbed any wall higher than the kitchen roof in the last 3 moons. Bran, by the boy's small, quiet hand on his small shoulder over 1,000 suppers, had taken to keeping his footing on the ground. The day Bran would, in another life, have climbed the broken tower above the lich-yard was 8 days from this morning, and the boy of 14 had, by a careful program of small distractions, a small, fascinating present every 3rd day. A small, bright project he had set Bran on with the falconer, and a small standing order in the falconer's pocket of 2 coppers a day for keeping the boy in the falconry as long as the boy wished to stay, taken Bran's 8 days for him. Sansa, by the boy's careful patient cultivation over the year past, was 11 and unbruised and unbetrothed, and would, by the boy's standing arrangement with his father and Maester Luwin, and a careful daughter of a cooper, Sansa happened to be friends with, not be in any private corner with the Prince of the Realm at any moment of the visit. Arya, by the boy's quiet patient cultivation over the year past, was 9 and a beginner with a wooden sword by Sir Roderick's careful indulgence, a thing she had been begging for 2 years, and which the boy had bought her by going to his father at 12 and saying, "Father, my sister Arya is Arya. She will in her life never be Sansa. She will, with our father's leave, learn the sword. I will, by my own coin, pay the master to take her at the 7th hour each morning before the lower yard's first bout. I would not have her have a hidden life. I would have her have an open one." And Ned, who had wept that night for reasons he did not name, had given his leave. The household stood as it had been arranged. The column came in. Robert Baratheon was 60 pounds heavier than Lyanna had loved. He was, by the candlelight measure of an old soul who had known him in another life, 8 stone over his fighting weight. He sat his great horse the way a sack of barley sits a cart, in, not on. He had been red-faced before he came in at the gate, and the long ride up the loop had not improved him. He was, by the close measure of 14-year-old eyes, 50 going on 60. His beard had 3 white hairs and 5 black. His doublet, which had been let out twice this year by the Queen's own seamstress in King's Landing, had been let out a 3rd time on the road. He came down off his horse at the steps, with the slow, heavy, careful descent of a great man who had decided not to break his own ankles in front of 2,000 household. He embraced his old friend. He embraced Lord Eddard Stark with both arms in the wide, hard, slow embrace of a man embracing a friend he had not seen for 9 years, and the embrace went on long enough that Catelyn, who had been schooled in courtesy by septas at Reborn, looked away. Robert stepped back. He looked very plainly at the front rank. He saw Robb. He grinned. He said, "Stark, you have a son. You have a real son. Look at the shoulders on him. Are you a knight yet, lad? You will be. Tell me you will be." Robb said, with the small, careful courtesy he had been drilled in by Septa Mordane and by Maester Luwin and by his mother, "Your Grace, I am 16, and not yet a knight. Father has said I may, by his leave, take the white at 17 if I have earned it. Aye, you have earned it. Look at you." He turned. He saw Bran. He laughed at the small, grave 7-year-old face. "Stark, this one is yours too. He is, Your Grace, a good northern boy. Stand by your brother, lad. Hold your head. Aye, that's it. He has Catelyn's eyes." He saw Sansa. He said, "My lady," and bent at the waist a 1/4 inch in a small, dry mockery of courtly bow that was none the less not unkind, and Sansa curtsied back and smiled. He saw Arya. He said, "And what have we here?" And Arya, who had been drilled and re-drilled in the small courtesy by Septa Mordane and by Catelyn and by the boy, did the small drilled curtsy. And the king laughed, and said, "I will take this one over the other." And Catelyn pressed her lips together in the small, careful way she had, and said, "Your grace," and the moment passed. He saw the boy. He had not, by any preparation, expected to see the boy. The boy was 3 persons down from the front rank. In the half-step the Lord of Winterfell allowed for the bastards of his house. The boy was, by the morning light, very small, very dark, very still. The boy looked back at the king with the gray eyes of the Starks, and not with any other line of any other house. Robert looked at the boy for a count of 3. Robert looked away. Robert had not been told by any letter, by any whisper, by any wisp of any dream, that the boy in front of him was Lyanna Stark's son. Robert had been told by every report for 14 years that Lyanna Stark's child had died with her in a tower in Dorne. Robert had no reason any honest man could give a king, to look at the boy in the half-step and see anyone other than Ned Stark's bastard. He saw anyway, for the count of 3, something he did not have a name for. He looked away. He said, "Stark, where's your bones?" He meant Lyanna's stone in the crypts. Ned said, "I will take you down, your grace, after the morning's feast." "Will you come?" Robert said. "I have come for it, my friend, I have come for it." He turned, with the small, expansive gesture of a king who was now finished with his arrivals, and waved his queen forward. Cersei Lannister came down out of the gilded wheelhouse with the small private care of a woman who had spent 4 days in it and would not, by any chance, show fatigue at the foot of the steps. She was, by the boy's first life recollection, 33 this year. She looked 33. She had her hair very high. She had a small silver lion at her throat. She had her 2 younger children, Tommen and Miechella, each at one hand. Joffrey came down behind her on his own legs at 12. Jaime followed his sister at 3 paces and stayed at 3 paces. Tyrion came last, in the rear in a hood, the way he had ridden the Kingsroad with the rear guard. Cersei greeted Catelyn first. She greeted Catelyn with the small, careful warmth of a queen greeting a lady whose house had once held the king's regard, and her smile was, by the boy's reading, accurate to 1 decimal point of court etiquette. Catelyn returned it accurately to 2. Cersei did not look at the boy. She looked after Catelyn at Robb, small narrow appraisal. The heir of the North 16 fair well set. Joffrey will be 12 in a moon, this one is too old, mark him, do not bother him. And at Sansa small narrow appraisal. 11 soft, southerner pretty, like her mother before her trouble. Joffrey will want her, this one will do, and at Bran, small narrow appraisal. 7 healthy, no interest. And at Arya small narrow appraisal. 9 ungainly, no use. And she did not, on any of the 4 sweeps of her eye, find the boy in the half-step. The boy had told his interior the night before that this would be the first test. Be invisible to her, he had told his interior. Be a stone in the half-step. Do not, by any chance, draw her eye. She will not, in the first day, look for any of yours. She will look for her son's prospects. Let her find them and let her be done. We do not need her to see us today. She did not see him. She did, however, see Theon. She saw Theon because Theon, at 19, restless, vain, by his nature not the kind of man who could stand at 3 paces back and not, in a courtyard before a queen, smile. Theon smiled at her. Cersei looked at Theon. Cersei looked at the kraken on Theon's shoulder. Cersei filed Theon. The boy felt the filing in the small interior of his old soul, as a man feels a small needle in a pocket. He had not, in his planning, accounted for Theon being the kind of man who would catch the queen's eye in the courtyard at his 19th year. He had not, by any first life note, recalled the queen ever bothering with the Kraken's hostage. He had remembered her as a woman who did not, in the first life, particularly notice Theon Greyjoy. He had been wrong by one thread. He filed the thread. He would, by the night's supper, find out by Theon's own mouth whether the thread had grown into a string. He had Theon's full trust. Theon would tell him if the queen had said anything in the corridor of the south wing the moment the boy asked. He let the moment pass. He looked last at Joffrey. Joffrey was 12, slim, pretty, gold-haired, with the small, narrow, inset eyes of his mother and the small, pursed mouth of his uncle. Joffrey was looking, with the small, open, hungry stare of a boy of 12 who had not yet been told he could not have a particular toy, at Sansa Stark. The boy felt his small old soul move in his small body in the way it had moved in the cradle the first night, when the wet nurse had crooned over him. He told his old soul, not yet, not today. He will not, by any chance, touch her. She will not, by any small private nighttime corner, be in a corner with him. We have laid the corridor watches. We have laid the maid of the bedchambers brief. The Lannister boy will pass her in the gallery and at table and at the hunt, and she will, by my standing arrangement, never be without one of 3 persons for the next 20 days. He will not, by the gods, touch her. The old soul settled. The body of 14 stood, in the half-step, with its small gray eyes on the steps in front of it, and its small narrow sword at its hip. The king and the queen, with their children and their captains and their 200 of the closer household, went up the steps and into the hall. The feast that night was, by Cat's design, a great feast. The household had been laying it up for a moon. There were 3 roasts on the dais, 4 soups in the center of the table, and 12 small pies at the side. There was a small fountain of mulled wine at the wall, kept hot by a small stove in a stone cabinet. There were 40 courses by Micken's counting, and 23 by Maester Luwin's. The small difference was a quarrel between them about whether a sauce was a course. The king ate. The king ate with the slow, heavy, steady attention of a man who had spent a great deal of his life eating, and who had, on the morning, set himself to eat the long Winterfell meal 1 course at a time, and who would not by any chance be hurried, and who would by no chance be sober at the end. He drank as he ate. He drank the small pale wine of the Reach, and the small dark wine of Dorne, and the small black wine of the Arbor, and the small mulled wine of Winterfell's own pot. And he drank them at a rate that brought the queen's small white hand down twice on his small forearm in the small private gesture of a wife who is begging her husband to please not, at this particular table, embarrass her. He embarrassed her. He embarrassed her by laughing too loudly at the 2nd course, and by spilling at the 7th, and by, at the 11th, leaning across his old friend Ned and saying, in the kind of voice a drunk king uses for a private remark in a hall of 200, Stark, Stark, I came to ask you a thing. Will you ride south with me? Ned, who had been schooled all his life in the courtesy of a host, said, Your Grace. Robert said, I want you for hand. The hall went by stages quiet, it did not go silent. A hall of 200 at a king's feast did not go silent on any single utterance unless the words were "the king is dead." But it went, by stages, quiet. The northerners at the lower tables, by their habit of listening to the Lord's table before answering the man across from them, fell still first. The Lannister men at the middle tables, hearing the northerners go still, fell still after them. The minstrels at the gallery, looking down, saw the hall going still in a wave from the dais outward, and let off their tune. Robert did not, by any sign, notice. Robert said, Stark, I have lost Jon Arryn. I have lost a hand. I will not, by any of the 7 gods, take a Lannister in his chair. I will not take a Tyrell. I will not take a Tully, no offense, Lady Cat. I will not take any of these. I will take you. You are my old friend. You are the only honest man in the 7 kingdoms. You will come south with me at first thaw. You will bring your wife and your daughters. You will leave the boys in the keep with their tutor. You will be my hand, Ned. Say yes. Say yes now in front of 200. I will not have a private no. I want a public yes. He laid his great red hand on Ned's gray shoulder. He waited. The hall waited. Ned Stark looked at the high table, at the cup in front of him, and at his own hands on the cup, and at the small, steady line of candlelight on the great hall's wall, and across the hall, in the half-step at the high end of the lower tables, at the small, dark figure of his bastard son. The boy looked back. The boy did not, by any sign, signal anything. The boy had said to his father, on a night 3 days before, in the small private corner of the Lord Solar, "Father, the king will, in the hall, ask you a thing. He will ask it in his cups. He will ask it in front of the household. He will ask it without any warning, because he is a king and that is what kings do. He will, by all my count, ask you to be his hand. I will not, by my own counsel, tell you what to answer. I will only tell you what I have seen. I have seen this kingdom, by the first life I have lived, eaten by men whose hand was a Stark who had gone south. I have seen, by the same, the Stark's wife and his daughters lose what they had, and his sons broken, and his house ash. I will not, by my own honor, tell you not to go. I will only tell you, Father, if you go, I will go with you. I will by my own oath ride at your stirrup. I will not by any chance let you go alone." Ned had said. "Jon." The boy had said, "Father, if we both go south, the north goes silent. The north goes silent and the long winter comes and there is, by my count, no one to call the bannermen. I have 1,000 reasons to stay. I have only one to go, that I will not leave you. I would beg you, Father, to refuse him. I have a great deal of reasons to make. I will, in this conversation, give you the only one that matters to me. I am asking. I am asking my father not to die in a city I have already buried him in," Ned had said very quietly. He had not, in the 3 days since, said any other word about it. Now, in the great hall, with the king's great red hand on his gray shoulder, with the 200 of his household watching, with his bastard son in the half-step at the high end of the lower tables, Ned Stark looked at the boy. The boy did not signal. The boy did not move. The boy looked at his father with the small, steady gray eyes of a 14-year-old who had, at 3 months, looked at his father with eyes that had not been a baby's. Ned looked away. He looked at his hands. He looked at his old friend. He said, in the slow, careful voice of a man who had drilled the sentence in front of his shaving mirror 3 times that morning, "Your Grace, Robert, my old friend, I will not, by your honor or mine, give the answer you have asked here in front of 200. I will, by your courtesy, ask you to come up to my solar at the 3rd hour after this meal. We will, by the small private hour of 2 old men, speak there. I will, by my house, give you my answer at that hour. I will not, by any chance, give it in front of a hall." Robert laughed. Robert took his hand off Ned's shoulder. Robert said, "I, Stark. I, the northern courtesy. I, the solar. After, I'll have 1 more cup. I'll have 2. Bring me the small one with the arbor red." He turned to the queen. He said, "Lannister, did you hear?" He laughed. The queen did not laugh. The queen looked at her old friend, the Lady Catelyn, and Lady Catelyn looked back, and a small private message passed between the 2 women that the boy in the half-step at the high end of the lower tables read in his interior the way a man reads a letter. "She is hoping he says yes," the message said. "She is hoping he says yes for me. She is hoping I take her husband from her by his honor, and she is hoping that with her husband gone, I have the Lord of the North under my hand by his honor, and his children in my court by my courtesy, and his hall by his absence, and his wife by mine. She is hoping he says yes because she has not, by any oath, ever forgiven me my brother nor my brother's wife nor the small lies between us. She is hoping he says yes. I I am hoping he does not. I am hoping he does not, by the small tully part of me that has not yet forgotten the way you smiled at my wedding, sister. I am hoping he does not. I am hoping, Catelyn did not, by any flicker of an eyelash, signal hope. Cersei did not, by any flicker of an eyelash, signal want. The two of them ate the 12th course in the careful, continued courtesy of two high-born women across a hall. The boy in the half-step read the message and laid it in his book. 3 hours later, Ned Stark in his own solar, with his small wolf-head decanter in his small hand, said no to the king of the realm. He said it carefully. He said it gently. He said it with all the small, careful, flat, unbroken northern voice he had used in 290 to the chieftain of the mountain clans who had refused the first time to send Winterfell his second levy. He said, "Your Grace, Robert." "I will not," Robert said. "Stark," Ned said, "I will not." Robert. "I am, by my own counsel, persuaded that the realm is troubled. I am, by my own counsel, persuaded that a Stark in the south does not, by the histories of our house, return. I am, by my own counsel, persuaded that you have in your hand persons in King's Landing who would, by the night, take from you a hand you did not need to give them. I will, by my own honor, serve you better in the north. I will, by my old friendship, ride at your right hand the next time you have a war. I will not, by my old friendship, sit your chair while you ride." Robert was silent a long time. Robert was, by the boy's first life recollection, the kind of king who, when he was crossed by an old friend, either roared the man down by the hour or, very rarely, sat and thought. Robert, in the solar in Winterfell at the 3rd hour past midnight in the 8th moon of 298 AC, sat and thought. He sat and thought for the count of 300, then he said, "I, Stark," he said. "You are a friend," he said. "I had hoped." He laid his great red hand on his small, empty cup. He said, "I will, by my own honor, ask you for nothing else. I will, by my own pleasure, hunt your boar in the morning. I will, by my own affection, lay a wreath on my Lyanna's stone in the afternoon. I will, by my own, Ned. He stood up. He set the small cup down. He clapped his great red hand on Ned's gray shoulder. He said, "Tell your wife I am no danger to her tonight. Tell her I will not, by any chance, send for a girl in the kitchen. I have not the heart for a girl in the kitchen tonight." He laughed, in the small private way of a great king who had had his small private rebuke. He went out of the solar. The boy was waiting in the Lord's small antechamber. He had not, by any honest measure, intended to be. He had, by his careful program, intended to be in his bedroom in the south wing, with his ear at the small private dumbwaiter shaft, where he could hear by the brick the rough tone of the words but not the words themselves. He had, in the last half-turn of the glass, decided that the antechamber was less honest but more efficient. He had come up by the inner stair with the careful, quiet step of a boy who had drilled the stair for 2 years for exactly this purpose. He stood at the small cabinet to the left of the antechamber door, in the half-shadow that the small lamp at the corner did not, by its small light, fill. He had a small bow at his belt, folded, the small Dornish double curve he had bought in the autumn fair of 296, and a small quiver of 3 small arrows of his own fletching at his shoulder, and a small piece of dragon-glass in his sleeve, and the small narrow sword Sir Roderick had made him at his hip, and a small piece of parchment in the inside pocket of his doublet on which he had written, "For his father's eyes only." In the event of his own death this night, the names of every man in the keep he believed to be in the Lannister or the Queen's pay. There were 3 names on the parchment. He did not, in the antechamber, think he would need any of them tonight. He waited. The king came out of the solar. The king passed the boy in the half-shadow without seeing him. The king went down the inner stair. The boy waited 2 breaths. The boy went out of the antechamber into the solar. Ned was at his desk. Ned was at his desk with his head in his hands. The boy did not, by any pause, give his father the privacy. He had decided in his book that this was not by the night a night for privacy. He said very gently, "Father." Ned looked up. Ned looked at his son. Ned said in a voice the boy had not in this life heard from him, "I did it, Jon." The boy bowed his head. The boy said, "I know, Father, I heard. I am sorry. I am sorry I asked it of you. I am sorry I made you say it to your friend." Ned said, "You did not make me, boy, I said it. I said it because, by every count in my own head, even before you spoke last week, I said it because I have known for years that the South takes Starks and does not give them back. I said it because I have a wife who is by her own family in a difficult place, and because I have 4 children who are mine by my house and not by the king's. I said it because I have in my house a son I do not understand, and who has, by every breath he has taken in this house for 14 years, asked me only this one thing, not to die in the South. I said it because, when I looked at you across the hall, I saw, he stopped. He drew breath. The boy waited. Ned said, "I saw Lyanna." The boy held very still. Ned said, "I saw Lyanna at 16 in the courtyard at Harrenhal, looking at me across the great hall. She had not been 17 yet. She had not yet ridden as the Knight of the Laughing Tree. She looked at me across the hall and she said, I could read it in her face the way one reads a word. She said, 'Don't go south, Ned. Stay home. Stay home.' She did not by her own voice say it, she only looked. I went south anyway. I went south to a tourney and to a war and to a tower in Dorne, and I came back from the tower with you." He looked at the boy. The boy looked at his father. Neither of them for a long count spoke. Ned said in a voice that had no edge, "Jon." The boy said, "Yes, father." Ned said, "I do not know, I have not in any year of your life asked you outright the thing I have wanted to ask you. I will not tonight either. I will only say to you, son, that whatever you are, I have by tonight learnt that I would refuse a king for you. I have by tonight learnt that I would by my own life do a great deal for you. I have by tonight learnt that I love you." The boy closed his small gray eyes. He had not, in 14 years of this second life, been told by his father in plain words that he was loved. He had been shown it 1,000,000 times. He had been told it by his father's hand on his small shoulder in the inner yard at 5. He had been told it by his father's small private nod in the gallery at 6. He had been told it by his father's careful guarding of the secret all his life. He had been told it by his father's "I will not ask. I will only ask by the knock that you live." He had not in 14 years been told it in plain words. He was, by the small private way of his old soul, undone. He said very softly, "Father," he said, "I love you." He said, "Father, I would like at this moment to weep. I will, by your leave, not weep. I have by the night a great deal of work in front of me. I will by my own honor not start the work in tears. But I would like, if you will, to lay my head on your shoulder for one breath." Ned came around the desk. Ned bent down. Ned took the boy of 14, too big now to be lifted, but the right size to be held by the shoulders, and laid the small dark head against his own gray wool. The boy laid his small head on his father's gray shoulder for one breath. He stood up. He said, "Father, there is more tonight. The king's leaving us in peace does not, by itself, mean the queen's men have. I have, in the past hour, by the warg's reach of a small bird I keep at the gate, marked a man at the 3rd tower whom I do not know. I have marked also a small Lannister man in the lower yard whose business does not, by his bearing, match his livery. I have by the night 3 places I need to be at 3 times. I am going. I will by morning, by your leave, tell you what I have found." Ned said, "Take Sir Roderick." The boy said, No, father, I will take none of yours. I will take by the night my own. If I fall, by any chance, in the small business I am about, send for Meister Eamon at the wall by Raven. He has in his keeping a packet that contains the answer to the question you have not in 14 years asked me. He will, by my own oath, give it to you. He will, by my own oath, give it to no other. Burn it after you have read it, father. Burn it with the candle. Burn the wax. Burn the parchment. Speak of it to no one. Ned said. Jon, the boy said, father. He bowed, he went out. Ned Stark sat in the solar a long time after, with the small candle burning, and did not, by his own honor and his own love, open the small drawer of his desk in which the small narrow piece of parchment with the small boy's name from the cradle had lain for 14 years under his hand. The boy went down the inner stair at the 3rd hour past midnight in the 8th moon of 298 AC, with his small bow at his belt, and his small quiver at his shoulder, and his small narrow sword at his hip, and his small old soul in his small 14-year-old chest. He went first to the inner gate. He went to the inner gate because the warg's reach of a small gray gull he had been keeping on the gate roost since the morning had, an hour earlier, marked a man in a dark cloak coming up the King's Road on foot. The man had come, by the gull's eyes, by a small donkey track east of the main road. The man had passed the southern picket of Robert's Lannister captains in the dark. The man had a small leather satchel at his hip. The man had a small narrow blade in his right boot. The man had been told, by a person whose face the boy did not, by any first-life recollection, recognize at the gull's distance, that there was, under a particular wall, in a particular small overhang, in a particular small angle of the inner yard's lower garden, a small black-handled knife that was to be taken out of the overhang and used, that night, on a particular sleeping child in a particular bed in the south wing of the keep. The man had been paid, by the same person, in gold dragons. He had 10 in his small satchel. He had been promised, when the deed was done, 20 more. The deed was the deed of the catspaw. The catspaw, in the first life, had come for Bran in his sick after Bran had fallen from the tower. The catspaw, in the first life, had been hired by Joffrey on the king's hunt at the boar's lair. The catspaw, in the first life, had been thwarted by Catelyn and by Bran's wolf, and by a great deal of bleeding. The catspaw, in this life, had no Bran in a sick to come for. Bran was hale. Bran was at the falconers. Bran had not, by the boy's careful 8 days of distraction, climbed any tower. The catspaw had been hired anyway. The catspaw had been hired by a man whose face the boy could not yet, by the gull's distance, place. The catspaw had been instructed by the man to come tonight by the donkey track after dark to the lower garden's overhang. The boy did not, by any honest measure, know who had hired the catspaw or why. He had a guess, he thought. Joffrey is not yet king. Joffrey is 12. Joffrey could not, by his year, have paid this man without his mother. His mother would not, by her count, pay for a Stark's death in a Stark's hall on the second night of the visit, because she has, by the boy in the half-step, not yet found any reason to want one. The other persons in the column who would have paid for a Stark's death are very few. The hand is not here. The hand is dead. The man who is paying is someone who has come with the column and who is, by his own private interest, against my house. The persons answering that description by the column's banners are, by my first life count, perhaps 2. Tyrion Lannister and Petyr Baelish. He stopped on the stair, he thought. Tyrion is not, Tyrion was in the first life my friend. Tyrion would not, by my first life knowledge, hire a catspaw in 298. Tyrion will not, by the night I know him, have any reason to, he thought. Petyr Baelish. He stood on the stair, he said in his small interior with no joy. Of course. He had known. He had known by the second life. He had known by the long, careful, patient mind of the man who had, in the first life, sold one war and bought another, who had, in the first life, slept with Lyssa Tully, and then with Catelyn's sister, and then with no one, who had, in the first life, set a knife in a Stark hand at the wrong time so the Lannisters would, by their own paranoid counsel, ride out against Winterfell. The catspaw, in the first life, had used a knife given by Petyr Baelish. The knife, Valyrian steel, dragonbone, pretty, had been a thing Baelish had won by a wager, off Tyrion at a tourney that had not yet happened. In this life, in 298, the tourney had not happened. The knife had not, by the wager, changed hands. The knife was, by every first life count, still in Petyr Baelish's own collection. The boy thought. He has sent the knife north by his own hand ahead of the column by his own private courier. He has, by his own knowledge of this house, told the courier where to leave it. He has paid a sellsword to come in by the donkey track. He has, by his own play, not chosen Bran. He has chosen by the morning seat at the high table, he thought. Me, he thought. He has chosen me. He has chosen the small dark-haired bastard in the half-step, who looks like a Stark and a not Stark at once, and whom he has, by the Queen's first inquiry at the supper table, marked as the one of the Lord's children most worth not allowing to grow up. He has chosen, by the small fine measure of his own mind, to kill the one child of the household whose growing up would, by his own counsel, change the realm. He thought, with the small, dry, steady inner voice of his old soul, I, Littlefinger, I, my old enemy. I will not, by the night, let you have me. I will, by my own oath, take your catspaw alive. I will take your knife. I will take your knife, and I will lay it on the morrow on my father's desk with 3 names under it, one of which is yours. He went down the stair. He met the catspaw in the lower garden. He met him not at the overhang, but at the small private gap in the inner wall behind the kitchen cellar, where the donkey track came in at its end. He had, by the warg's reach of Vow's third pup, Notch, a small steady picture of where the catspaw was on the track. He had timed his own steps to the 3rd decimal place. He had, in the warg's reach, 3 other animals, Notch on the donkey track, Vow on the eastern slope, and a small gray gull on the gate roost. He had, in the inner yard, 2 of the kennelmen, both bought by long quiet favor, into a small careful silence about the Lord's bastard. He had also, by the night, the small black sliver of vermin in the warg's reach. He had not, by any private oath, taken vermin out of the crypts. He had, at the 2nd hour past midnight, opened the small alcove door, just enough for the small black snout to come out, and said in the warg's reach, Brother, stay. If I do not come to the alcove door by the cock's crow, you will come up the south wing dumbwaiter, by the back chute, by the path I have shown you. You will come up only if I do not come down. If I do not come down, my brother, burn the man who has me. Burn him quickly. Do not, by my oath, eat him. Vermin had said, I will not eat. The boy had locked the door. He had gone down. He met the catspaw in the gap. He took the catspaw with his small bow at 4 paces. 1 shaft through the right thigh, 1 through the right shoulder, both placed by an archer who had drilled for 1,000 mornings on the meadow at the Long Yard's rail for exactly this kind of shot at exactly this kind of dim light. He took the catspaw without the catspaw drawing the small black-handled knife from the boot. He took the catspaw alive. He did not, by his own oath, hurt the catspaw further. He cut, with the small narrow knife at his belt, the man's belt cord. He bound the man's hands. He stuffed a small clean piece of linen into the man's mouth. He lifted the man, too big for the boy to lift, but light enough for the boy with 2 of the kennelmen at the elbows, onto a small wooden barrow he had set ready in the inner gap. He took the man, by the back path, to the small cell beneath the Lord's solar that had not, by any household record, been used in 11 years. He laid the man on the floor. He laid the small black-handled knife, taken from the man's boot, wrapped in the man's own cloak, on the small wooden bench by the door. He stepped out. He locked the door. He went up to the Lord Solar. He knocked. His father opened. His father had not, in the hour since they had parted, moved from the desk. The boy stepped in. He said, "Father." He laid the small bundle on the desk. He said, "In the cellar beneath this solar I have a cat's paw. He has been paid in gold dragons for the death, tonight, of a sleeping child in this household. He has come by the donkey track east. He was given the knife in the bundle. The knife is, by my own count of its making, a thing of Valyrian steel with a hilt of dragon bone. I have not, in the world I know, ever seen it. I know who owns it. I will, by your leave, tell you in the morning, with 3 names under it," Ned said. "Whose child?" the boy said. "Mine, father." Ned was silent. The boy said, "He came for me, father. He did not come for Bran. He did not come for Rickon. He came for me. He came because the man who paid him has, by his own counsel, decided that the bastard in the half-step is the one of your children whose growing up would, by his own counsel, change the realm. He is, by my own count, the only Lannister or Lannister friend who has shown me, in the morning courtyard, the courtesy of being afraid of me." He smiled. He had not, in 14 years of this second life, smiled at his father in private. He smiled the small, dry, steady smile of his old soul through his small young mouth. He said, "He has done me, by his fear, the great honor of confirming I exist. I will, by my own pleasure, repay him." Ned looked at the boy. Ned looked at the small, dark face that had, in 14 years, been the small, careful face of a quiet child. Ned saw, for the first time in the small face, the small old face of the man the boy had been before. Ned did not flinch. Ned said, "Jon." The boy said, "Yes, father." Ned said, "I will, by your leave, sleep tonight. I will, by your leave, in the morning, hear all of it." The boy said, "Aye, father." "Sleep," Ned said after a moment. You are a good son." The boy said, "Aye, father. I am, by my own oath, your son." He went out. He went down to the small cell beneath the Lord Solar. He sat with the bound man on the small wooden bench until the 3rd hour past the cock, asking, in the small, quiet, steady voice of his old soul, questions about a man called Petter Baelish, and the names of the captains in the column who had brought the small bundle north, and the names of the persons at the small inn, at the crossroads, where the small bundle had changed hands. The bound man, who would not have answered any of these questions to any other person in the world that night, answered them to the boy in his small, calm voice in his small, calm cell, because the boy had laid his small hand, very gently, on the man's small forehead at the 3rd question, and had, by the warg's reach he had been practicing for 9 years on every creature in his keep, opened the door of the man's small interior and walked, very politely, through. The bound man told the boy everything. The boy thanked him. He stood up. He laid the small, narrow knife of his own across the bound man's throat. He did not, by his own oath, hurt him further. He laid the small, narrow blade in the small, careful way the masters of the Reach had laid it in the books Maester Aemon had sent him, in the small angle that broke a man's life faster than the breath of a candle goes out. The bound man went, in 2 breaths, to sleep. The boy laid the small, narrow knife on the bench. He stood for a long moment over the body. He said very quietly into the small cellar dark, "I am sorry, friend. You did not, by your own counsel, deserve this. You were sold a bag of dragons by a small man at a small inn. You came to this gate by his road. I will, by my own oath, find his road and break it. Until then, by my own honor, I will count you a 3rd condition for my 3rd egg. I will, by your death in time, hatch my Alisar. He will, in his time, by my hand, save more lives than you have ended. I will count you so. Go." He went out. He locked the door. He went up the inner stair. He came out at the 3rd hour past the cock in the small private corridor of the south wing. He went to his bedroom. He took out the small bound book. He wrote by candlelight in the small, careful copperplate 8th moon, 298 AC. Catspaw taken. Petter Baelish identified by the bound man's account as the agent. Knife taken. On father's desk. Robert refused at the king's table, refused again in the solar. Theon caught by the queen's eye in the courtyard, thread to be watched. Bran is at the falconers, he has not climbed. Sansa is in her chamber under the careful eye of 3. Arya is in her chamber by my own watch. Robb is asleep. Father is asleep. The household is asleep. My dragons are asleep. The night is held. He laid the book down. He blew out the candle. He laid himself very carefully on his cot. He put his small hand into the wolf-head chest where the 2 small dragons curled by their own oaths against his small palm. He felt them in the warg's reach, settle. He slept. He slept the deep sleep of a 14-year-old who had, in one night, refused a king for his house, and taken a catspaw for his house, and learnt that his father loved him. In the morning, the king hunted the boar. In the morning, the queen sat by the great hall fire with Lady Catelyn and 8 small Lannisport oranges. In the morning, the Prince Joffrey, by the careful, long-prepared schedule of 3 maids and 1 chief steward and 1 septa Mordain, did not, by any chance, find himself alone with the Lady Sansa. In the morning, Ned Stark, in his solar, with the small black-handled knife on his desk under his small gray hand, and the small bound book of his bastard son in his other small gray hand, and the small folded piece of parchment with 3 names on it under his small gray palm, looked at the small dark sun in the small chair in front of him and said, in the slow, careful, flat, unbroken northern voice he had used in 290 to the chieftain of the mountain clans, and in 298 to the king of the realm, "Tell me everything, boy." The boy told him everything. He told him for 3 hours. He left out, by his own honor, only one thing, the name his mother had given him on her deathbed. He intended to tell that, by his own count, 2 years from this morning, on the morning after the 3rd egg hatched, at his father's high table, in front of the household, in his 14-year-old voice. He did not, on the morning of the king's hunt in the Wolfswood in the 8th moon of 298 AC, know that the egg would not hatch for 3 years. He did not, on that morning, know that the night was held, that the long, careful chain of his planning had, by the night, kept his father from the south, his brother from the twins, his small brother from the tower, his small sister from the Lannister prince, and his other small sister from the road to King's Landing, but that the war he had spent 14 years preventing had not, by any chance, been cancelled by the holding of the night. The war had only been delayed. He did not, on that morning, know the war would come anyway. He did not, on that morning, know that the dragons under his cot would, in their own time, kneel to a man on a black rock above the narrow sea, and that he himself would, in his own time, do the same. He did not yet know. He would, by the next year, know. We come, by the next chapter, to the year he learns. Chapter 7. The bitter winter. Robert Baratheon died in the Wolfswood east of Winterfell in the 3rd week of the king's hunt, 2 moons and 4 days after his arrival. He died, by the boy's first life accounting, of the same thing that had killed him in the other world. A boar's tusk in the gut, drunk in the saddle, in a clearing where his honor guard had been the kind of men who took a king's eye. I want to do this myself as a permission, and not as a question. The boy of 14, by the warg's reach of a small gray dog of the kennel, who had followed the hunt at 4 lengths from the rear guard, had counted 23 opportunities to send Notch, or one of the Wolfswood pack of Vow's children down into the clearing, and shoulder the king's horse aside before the tusk found its place. He did not, by his own counsel, take any of the 23. He had decided, in the small private dark of his bedroom 3 weeks earlier, that he would not, by any small honest mercy, save Robert Baratheon. The decision had taken him an hour to make. He had laid the small thing out, in his small book, in his small copperplate, the way a maester lays out the columns of a chronicle. In favor of saving Robert. He is, by what he is, the only man between Cersei Lannister and a child on the throne. He is, by his own old friendship, the only thing keeping a Lannister hand out of the hand's chair for as long as he lives. He is, by his own bulk, the only thing keeping a war from breaking, by the next thaw, across the riverlands. He is the realm's bad lid on a hot pot. Against saving Robert, he is the realm's lid. The lid is breaking. The pot is hot. If the lid does not come off at the boar's tusk, it will come off at the next chair he sits on or the next cup he drinks. The lid will, by every count I can make, come off in 299 or 300. The only thing I gain by saving him is 1 year, and the year is bought with the long continuance of the lie I am living, and with the continuance of a kingdom in which my sister is a betrothal piece for a boy who would, by his own counsel, take a knife to her hair, and in which my father, by the king's own importunity, would be asked again in 6 moons to ride south. If the lid comes off now, I have my house. I have my father. I have my brother. I have my dragons under my cot still, and my book in my chest, and my wargs reach over my keep. I have, by the king's own absence, a fairer chance to set the war as I would have it set. If the lid comes off in 300, I am 1 year older. Joffrey is 1 year older. Cersei is 1 year older. The Lannisters have, by the gold off Casterly Rock, set up another year of bribes. The lid is, by then, an iron lid. I am, by then, fighting up against weights I do not have to fight now. I will, by my own counsel, let him die. He had not, in the small private dark, written "I am sorry, mother" under the line. He had thought it. He had not written it. He had decided that to write it would be to give the dead a courtesy he had not, by his own work, earned the right to. He would, by his own oath, earn the right in time. The day Robert died, the boy was in the small library off the Maester's tower, ostensibly copying a passage on Septon Barth for Maester Luwin. The warg's reach was on the small grey dog in the Wolfswood, and the small grey dog was at 4 lengths from the rearguard, and the boy in his interior was counting heartbeats and tusks. The tusk found its place. The king bled. The king did not, by Robert's own pride, allow the rearguard's barber surgeon, the one halfway decent man in the column for wounds, to touch the wound until they had got him back to the keep. By the time they had got him back to the keep, the wound had gone bad. The boy in the small library set down his quill. He stood up. He went to his father. He said, "Father, the king has been hurt." Ned said, "Bor." The boy said, "Aye, father. Bor, I will not lie. He will not, by the look of it, live the day." Ned, who had been at his maps, set down his pen. He looked for a long moment at his son. He said, "Son, did you?" The boy said very steadily, "Father, I did not. I had the chance. I did not. I made the choice. I would, by my own honor, beg you not to ask me why. I will tell you in time. I will not, by your leave, tell you today." Ned was silent. Ned was silent the way a man is silent who has been asked by his own son to share a knife. He said at last, in the slow, careful voice of his old solar, "I, Jon, I will not ask. I will, by you, accept this." He stood up. He walked, by his own grey wool, down the corridor and out into the courtyard with the slow, ungainly, stiff stride of a man who would, in a quarter of an hour, kneel by the bed of his oldest friend in the world. He did not, on the way out, look at the boy. The boy watched him go. The boy laid his small hand on the Lord's desk, and the small folded piece of parchment under it on which he had written 3 nights before, in the small careful copperplate of his 14-year-old's hand, "Father, if the king dies in this house, I have, by my own counsel, made the choice not to save him. I have made it for our house. I will, by my own oath, not make it again without consultation. I will, by my own oath, kneel at his bedside if you will let me, and ask his pardon for the not saving, and ask my mother's pardon for the same. He was, by her count, the man she loved. He was not, by my own count, the man who would not, by his own death, take my father from me. I love you, Father." Jon, the Lord, did not see the letter that day. He saw it the next morning after he had sat the long night with the king. He read it at his desk by the small candle's light. He folded it. He laid it in the same small private drawer where the small piece of paper with the boy's true name had lain for 15 years. He did not, on that morning, weep. He did, on that morning, send the boy by his own hand a small silver chain, the chain his own father had given him when he had come of age at 16. And he set the small silver chain in the boy's small hand with the small dry word, "Wear it. You will need it, son." The boy wore it. He has worn it ever since. The succession unfolded in the first life and the second, by the same logic and by different speed. In the first life, Robert had died at the king's hunt in the Wolf's Wood, and the news had not got to King's Landing for a moon. And by the time it had got there, Ned Stark had ridden south with the column and was at the king's deathbed and was, an hour after, fatally between the queen and her son and the lions and the trap. In the second life, Robert died in the Wolf's Wood and Ned Stark was already at home, and the news of his death had to ride south by Raven. And the south of the realm received it as a piece of news without the hand at hand to verify it. Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone learned, by Raven from Castle Black, because the boy, at 14, had sent the raven to Aemon from his own father's tower, and Aemon had sent it on, by the chain that had been the boy's chain for 9 years. That the king of the realm was dead by a boar, and that he was, by the laws of succession of the house of Baratheon, and by the bloodline of his nephew Joffrey, the rightful heir if Joffrey was. And Stannis, my lord uncle, you will, by your own honor, in time know that Joffrey is not the king's son. Stannis at Dragonstone did not, by the raven, kneel to anything. Stannis at Dragonstone took the raven and read it twice and laid it on his table, and went into his own small private prayer room and prayed, by the silent gods of the salt and the storm, for guidance. He had been told, by Maester Aemon's letter, under the pretext, in the letter, of a Maester's small courteous question about a strange line in the Jade Compendium, of a thing that would be useful for him to know, that the Queen Cersei Lannister had borne her 3 children, all 3 of them, by her own brother Jaime Lannister, and that the truth of this could be found in the small private book of births kept by the Grand Maester Pycelle's apprentice at the Red Keep, whose name was Maester Seabrand, and who could be reached, by an honest man's hand, by the small private side gate of the south wing of the Red Keep, at any hour after vespers. Stannis at Dragonstone, who had been, in his first life, suspicious of his elder brother's heirs for 2.5 years already by this date, took the letter as confirmation of his own long suspicion. He sent, by Raven, to Lord Eddard Stark at Winterfell. He sent, by Raven, to Renly Baratheon at Storm's End. He sent, by Raven, to the small Maester at the Red Keep, who was, by long arrangement of the boy's letters to Maester Aemon, a friend of a friend of a friend of Aemon, and who was, by his own private discontent, prepared to swear in writing what he had been keeping in the small private book of births at the Red Keep for 12 years. Stannis at Dragonstone, in the 3rd moon of 299 AC, raised his stag. Joffrey Baratheon was crowned in King's Landing in the small, hot, rushed coronation. His mother had pushed through the small council in 3 days. Because the hand was in the north and the bannermen were too far off, and the Lannister men in the gold cloaks held the city, and there was no man in the throne room who would, by his own honor, gainsay the Queen Mother. He was 12. He was crowned by Pycelle on a Sunday, with the small maester's chain rattling on the old man's neck. He was on the throne 9 days when the first of Stannis' ravens reached every great house in the realm, naming him a bastard born of incest, naming his uncle Jaime as his father, and naming Stannis himself as the only living lawful heir of his brother. The realm read it. The realm read it twice. The Reach read it. The Stormlands read it. The Westerlands read it. The Westerlands, of course, did not believe it. The Westerlands sent out riders to every house in the Reach, and the Stormlands with a counter-statement signed by 12 maesters in the Queen's pay, by which Stannis was, by his own madness and his own envy, lying. The Reach did not, in the first 10 days, declare. The Stormlands declared for Stannis, by the long-old loyalty of the Baratheon bannermen, who had not, in any year of Robert's reign, ever loved Cersei. The Westerlands declared for Joffrey. The Riverlands sent for Robb Stark. Robb Stark, by the careful long-laid seed of his brother's 6 years' worth of supper-table words, did not, on receiving the message from Riverrun, send out the banners of the North in his own name. He went, instead, to his father. He went into Ned Solar at the 2nd hour after supper in the 7th moon of 299 AC, with the small gray shoulders of a 17-year-old who has been, in the past 4 moons, the Lord's heir at his father's right hand. He laid the letter from his mother's brother, Edmure Tully, on his father's desk. He said, "Father," he said, "Father, I have read it. I will not, by my own counsel, lift our banners for my mother's brother today. I will, by your leave, ride south with our levy as far as the Twins only as far as the Twins. I will, by my own counsel, not cross. I have been told by my brother and by your maester and by your master-at-arms, 3 different times, in 3 different rooms, in 3 different years, not to cross. I will not. I will, by your leave, hold our banners at Moat Cailin. I will, by my own counsel, wait there for the riders of the south to send up their banners. I will, by my own counsel, side with the man whose claim I judge, by your wisdom, Father, and by Maester Luwin's, and by my brother's true. Father, I would have you bring my brother in for this." Ned looked at his son. Ned said, "I bring him." The boy of 16. He had had his 16th name day a moon before, and was now no longer the boy in the half-step, but the small, dark-haired lord's son, who in the year past had quietly, by his father's careful, slow rearrangement of the household, been moved from the half-step to the rank to the left of Robb at the high table, and given his own captain's cloak by his father, and named, in the Lord's careful small private words at the supper in 298. My son John, the boy of 16, came into the Solar at the small steady step of an old swordsman who knew already what would by the hour be asked. He laid his small narrow sword on the table. He said, "I, brother. I, father. I have in my book 2 pages on this." He took the small folded piece of parchment out of his inside pocket. He laid it on the table. He said, "Stannis is, by every law of the realm we both serve, the rightful heir. Joffrey is the bastard of an incest. The maester in the Red Keep will swear it. The Queen will not, by her own counsel, allow him to swear in her presence. We will, by my own counsel, ride to take the Queen and not to take her cousin. We will, by my own counsel, support Stannis with the northern banners by the spring of 300, but not by my counsel until we have done 2 things first." He looked at his father. He looked at his brother. He said, "First, we kill Roose Bolton. Second, we kill Walder Frey." Robb said, "Brother." The boy said, "Brother, listen." He laid the parchment open. He said, "We are going to send our banners south. We are going to send them down the King's Road through the Neck and over the Twins and into the Riverlands. We are going to send them, by every count, in the year of the war. The Twins are a Frey bridge. The bridge will, by my own count, be paid for by the Lannisters before we reach it. The Boltons of the Dreadfort are, by my own count, paid for by them already. We will, by my own count, have a Frey at our back and a Bolton on our heel and a Lannister at our front, and they will, between them, do to us what they did to my book." He looked up. He said, "I will not, by my own oath, ride south past Moat Cailin with a Bolton at my back. I will not, by my own oath, cross the Twins with a Frey at our front. I will, by my own counsel, ask my father to summon Lord Bolton and Lord Frey, by his own gravitas as Warden of the North and the second greatest of the realm, to Winterfell, on the lie of a council on the succession." He looked at his father. He said, "They will come. They will come because they do not, by their own counsel, dare not come. They will come because they are, by my counsel, in the pay of the Lannisters, and the Lannisters have not yet, by their counsel, asked them to do anything but watch. They will come, by my own count, in the autumn of 299, separately, with a fortnight between them. They will come because their lord has not, by any year of their adult lives, called them in for a council in this hall. They will come because they do not, by their own counsel, want to be the first to refuse." He laid down his small finger on the parchment. He said, "We will not, by my counsel, be the kind of house that calls its bannermen to a council under false pretext and then takes them under the Lord's roof. We will be a different house. We will, by my counsel, give them the counsel. We will lay before them in this hall on the day they come the Stanny's letter. We will lay before them my book, the part of my book father has seen, which is the names and the dates and the small private acts. We will lay before them the small black-handled knife that came north for me last year. We will lay before them the Meister's testimony from the Red Keep. We will, by my counsel, let them choose." He looked at his brother. He said, "They will not, by my counsel, choose with us." Robb said, "Brother." The boy said, "Brother, I know them. I have been a friend to their words for 6 years. I have written letters by the third hand to Meisters at their gates. I have, by the long, careful work of my own letters, the long, careful confirmation of every promise the Lannisters have made them. Roose Bolton will, by the council, ask for 10 days to think on it, and will, by the 10th night of the 10, leave by his own gate without saying. Walder Frey will, by the council, ask for 50,000 dragons and a marriage. We will refuse them. They will, by the morning of the next day, ride out. They will, by my count, be in the pay of the Lannisters by the next moon's full. They will, by my count, set themselves in our path." He looked at his father. He said, "Father, once they have ridden out, we will, by my counsel, send Black Lauren and Sir Helman Tallheart and Lord Wyman Manderly's 2 younger sons to the Dreadfort, and to the Twins, with our banners, with 2,000 men each, and the small private order from this solar to take both keeps before the next moon." He stopped. He said, "I will not, by my own oath, take a lord's keep on a council's invitation. I will not. I have, by my own counsel, refused to be that kind of brother to my house. I will, by my own counsel, take their keeps only after they have, by their own choice, refused to be our lords. We give them the counsel. We give them the letter. We give them their hour. They will, by my count, refuse. After that we are at war with them. We do not have, by then, any further duty of courtesy. We take." He folded the parchment. He said, "We take them by the moon of the 3rd quarter of 299 AC. We then bring the captured lords north in chains to Winterfell. We try them. We hang them. We name new lords of the Dreadfort and the twins Karstarks by my counsel and Manderly's, and we send the banners south through a north that is by then by our hand, unbroken." He looked last at Robb. He said, "Brother, the men I am asking us to kill by this council are the men who will, by every count of my book, kill you and our mother in 299 if we do not kill them first. I have told you, brother, since you were 8 years old, not to trust them. I am, by this hour, asking you to trust me." Robb looked at his brother for a long moment. Robb said, "Brother, I have trusted you since I was 3 months old." He looked at his father. He said, "Aye, father, aye, let us do it." Ned looked at the two of them. Ned looked at his hand on the desk. He said, "Aye." He stood up. He laid his hand on the boy's small dark head. He laid his other hand on Robb's small fair head. He said, in the slow, careful voice of a man who knew the words he was speaking were a small private oath he would never in his life take back, "Sons of mine, the North is yours. I will not, by my own oath, let it be taken. We do as you have said." They did as the boy had said. They did it slowly, carefully, with the long northern patience that had built the wall. In the 8th moon of 299 AC, Roose Bolton rode in by the South Road, in the careful courtesy of a small column with 20 men in his livery. He sat at the council. He read the letter. He read the Maester's testimony. He looked at the small black-handled knife. He asked, in the careful flat voice the boy had remembered from the first life, for 10 days to think. Ned, by the boy's careful coaching, said, "10 days by my courtesy." Roose Bolton rode out of Winterfell on the 7th. He did not, by his own counsel, send word of his refusal. He left, in the small private corner of his bedchamber, a small wax cylinder under the loose corner of the 3rd floorboard from the door. The boy of 16 had, by the warg's reach of a small grey cat the cook's wife kept in the kitchen, marked the floorboard the night Roose Bolton had laid the cylinder there. The cylinder was, by its seal, a Lannister wax. The cylinder was, by the boy's reading after the Lord had ridden out, the small careful inquiry of Tywin Lannister at Casterly Rock about the matter of an alliance and an heirship in the north. The boy laid the cylinder, the morning after, on his father's desk. His father said, "Aye." His father sent for Black Lauren and Sir Helman Tallheart and the 2 younger sons of Manderly. He sent the banners. Walder Frey came in the 10th moon of 299 AC by his own slow, careful arrogance. He brought 30 men of his own. He sat at the council. He read the letter. He read the Maester's testimony. He looked at the small black-handled knife. He laughed. He said, "Lord Stark, I will by my own counsel side with whichever side gives me the better marriage and the better gold. I will not by my own counsel side with you or with the lions for the love of any name. I have by my own count 23 children of marriageable age. I have by my own count in the south a long bridge that pays for itself. I will by my own counsel give you my full support for the price of 40,000 dragons, and a Stark marriage for 2 of my daughters at my own choosing, and an oath that the next Lord Stark will sit my granddaughter at his right hand when he sits the high chair." Ned, by the boy's careful coaching, said, "Lord Frey, I will by my own honor give you no marriages. I will by my own honor give you no dragons that I have not already counted. I will by my own honor give you the small ordinary alliance of a lord's bannerman to his lord. You will by my own honor ride with us as you have, by your own oath, sworn to do these last 30 years. You will by my own honor not be paid above any other lord of my banners for any service which your oath has already promised me." Walder Frey laughed. He said, "Then by my own honor, my lord, I am not yours." He rode out the next morning. Ned on the morning after sent the banners. By the end of the 11th moon of 299 AC, The dread fort had fallen by a small, careful sneak attack at the back gate by Black Lauren and 2,000 men. And the Bolton lord had fallen by an arrow through the throat in his own bedchamber, by a small grey wolf of Vow's third litter that had, by the boy's careful warg's instruction, crossed 3 leagues of the Hornwood at night and entered the keep by a small drain in the kennel yard. By the end of the same moon, the twins had fallen, both twins, the eastern and the western, by a careful coordinated double strike at the small back doors, by Lord Wyman Manderley's 2 younger sons on the eastern, and by Sir Helman Tallheart on the western, with a small careful plan from the boy of 16 by Raven for the seizure of the 2 great winches at the same hour, and Lord Walder Frey, 82 years old and 3/4 fool, had been taken alive in his own bedchamber, in his own nightshirt, with his great-niece on his great-uncle's lap, and would, by Ned Stark's careful slow northern law, be tried at Winterfell by a council of his own surviving children, and would, by the same, be hanged at the 3rd moon of the next year. By the end of the 12th moon of 299 AC, the North was, by the boy's plan, unbroken. The new lord of the Dreadfort was Harrion Karstark, by Lord Karstark's request, the eldest son of the elder line, and a friend of Robb's. The new lord of the twins was Wendell Manderley, by Lord Manderley's request, who took his oath at Winterfell at the 5th moon of 300 AC, and who had, by his own promise, sworn never to lay so much as a bridge toll on a Stark crossing the river for the rest of his life. By the spring of 300 AC, the banners of the North were ready to ride south. The boy of 17, he would, in the 8th moon of 300, have his 17th name day, but the war did not, by its own clock, give him the luxury of waiting for it. The boy of 17 sat in his small bedroom in the south wing of Winterfell on the eve of the spring march and laid out, by the small candle, the small folded piece of parchment on which he had, 6 years before, written the lines, 12 moons then the right, 13 moons then the eggs hatch, 22 moons then Robert. I am 13. He read them. He turned the paper over. He wrote by candlelight in the small, careful copperplate of a 17-year-old whose hand was now the hand of a sword, 3 years past the right, 2 years past the eggs, 16 moons past Robert. Robert dead in the Wolfswood, North Hole. Bolton's gone, Frey's gone, father at the high chair, brother at his right, Theon at the small chair to my own right at supper, sisters in the keep, Bran on the ground, Rickon at the falconers, Meister Eamon at the wall, who by my own oath will hear of all this at the next raven. I am 17. The dragons are at the size of small horses. They have, by my careful warg's training, learned not to roar above the keep. They have, by my careful warg's instruction, learned to fly at night, by the small wind off the Wolfswood, and to come home before the cock. They have, by the long late autumn, learned to take a small deer at a single stoop. They have, by my own care, learned my voice in their interior, vermin at 16 feet, nose to tail, Velar at 14, Alisar at the green still in the chest by my mother's stone. Alisar's egg is still cold. Alisar's 3rd condition has not yet found me. I will, by my own counsel, find it before the year is out. I have to ride south. He laid the paper down. He went out of his bedroom by the small inner stair, and down through the small inner corridor, and out into the small private kitchen yard at the 3rd hour past midnight, where the small thatched cover of the kennel yard hid the south wing window from the wall walk. He stood there. He whistled, very softly, the small Targaryen call he had, by Eamon's letters and by Daenerys's voice in his old soul, learnt at 6. Vermin came down out of the Wolfswood side of the keep, with the small heavy whoosh of a dragon at the size of a small horse, all black and all red, with the small slit pupil yellow eyes that had, by year 3, taken on a small narrow ring of crimson around the pupil, and the small flat low purring chur-grunt of a dragon at his rider. The dragon settled, by his own careful slow descent, on the cold flags of the small kitchen yard. The dragon laid the great black andred head on the small leather block the boy had set 3 years before in the corner of the yard for exactly this purpose. The boy laid his small bare hand on the great head. He said, in the small interior in the warg's reach, "Brother, I am going south." The great head said, in the warg's reach, "I will come." The boy said, "Aye, you will come. You will, by my own oath, come at the head of our line by the second moon. We will, by the gods, ride down the King's Road. We will, by my count, meet the mountain at the Trident. We will, by my own counsel, burn him to bone in front of the riverlands. I have, by my counsel, 2 reasons for this. The first is that he is a man who has done, in the year of his life, every kind of evil a man can do. The second is that he was, by my first life, the man who burnt my sister Sansa's first love, Sir Edric Storm, by the king's order, on the day I have told you about, and I will, by my own oath, owe him for that, until I have laid his bones in the river." The great head said, in the warg's reach, "I will burn him." The boy said, "Aye, we will, together." He laid his small bare hand against the small great hot crest of his dragon for a long moment. He said very softly into the small dark of the small kitchen yard, "I am sorry, brother. I had thought when we hatched you that we would have years before the world asked you to be what you are. We have had 3. They have been good years." The dragon said, "Father." The boy said, "Aye, son. I am here." He stood in the dark with his hand on his dragon for a long count. Then he sent the dragon back up to the wolfswood side. He went up to his bedroom. He slept. He slept the deep sleep of a swordsman before a long ride. In the morning, by the first hour past the cock, the banners of the north rode out the south gate of Winterfell, with Robb Stark at their head, and with the boy of 17 at Robb's right hand, and with Theon Greyjoy at Robb's left, and with 2,000 men of the north in their tabards behind them, and with a long line of banners, Stark, Karstark, Manderly, Tallheart, Glover, Serwyn, Hornwood, Mormont, Reed, Flint, winding down the King's Road as far as the eye could see. Ned Stark stayed at Winterfell. He stayed by the boy's careful counsel, that the South was no place for a Stark father with a Stark heir already in the line. He stayed at his keep, with his wife and with Sansa and with Arya and with Bran and with Rickon, and with the small gray cat in the kitchen, and with the small black-handled knife on his desk, and with the small bound book of his son's first life in the small private drawer. He kept the North. He kept it well. The boy of 17 rode south. He rode south in his own gray tabard, with the small Stark wolf's head at his shoulder, and with the small narrow sword Sir Roderick had made him at his hip, and with the small private dragonglass dagger in the inside of his right sleeve, and with the small bound book in the inside of his doublet, and with a small piece of parchment in the inside of his left sleeve on which he had written, in the small careful copperplate of his own hand, the names of every man of every house of every banner of every column of every army on every side of the war, with their parents and their grievances, and the small private acts of cruelty or kindness each of them had done in the war he was, by every count, fighting for the second time. He rode south at his brother's right hand. His brother had laid, on the morning of the first day's ride, his own small narrow sword across his own small saddle, the way northern lords of the marches laid their swords across their saddles when they meant business. The boy had said, "Brother, will you not put it back at your hip?" Robb had said, "Brother, I will not. I have, by your own year's words, decided that I will not, in this war by any chance, let a lord see me as the kind of king who keeps his blade in the scabbard. I will, by every count, ride south with my sword across my saddle. I will, by every count, draw it the moment I have a use for it. I will be, by your own counsel, brother, in the long years of our growing, the kind of brother to my father's house that does not pretend to courtesies he does not, by the war, have time for. The boy bowed his head. He said, I, brother, I will, by your example, do the same. He laid his small narrow sword across his own small saddle. They rode. The war ran differently in this life. It ran differently for many small reasons and for one large one. The large one was that there was no Eddard Stark in King's Landing to be executed on the steps of the Great Sept. There was no Eddard Stark's head on a spike. There was no daughter of Eddard Stark in the Queen's hand as a bargaining piece. There was no Sansa in the Red Keep. There was no Arya on the road in disguise. There was, in King's Landing, only Cersei Lannister and her 3 children and her brother and her father and her uncles and her cousins, and the small wisp of a great gold and crimson dynasty. There was no Kraken's son in the Iron Islands, because Theon Greyjoy was riding south in the 3rd rank of the Northern Banners, and Balon Greyjoy on Pike was, by his own old age, and by his old wound at the siege of his outer wall, and by the small careful raven the boy of 17 had sent to pike a moon before the march, by the 3rd hand of a small grey rookery-keeper at last hearth, with the small private terms of you will not, by my own honor, take the keep at my back, and I will, by my own honor in return. When the war is over, settle for your son's inheritance whatever your son would have me settle for. Balon Greyjoy was, by the new agreement, sitting on pike with his hands at his hips and his fleet at the dock. There was, in the south, no second front. There was, in the south, only the Queen's lions and Stannis' storm lords. There was, in the south, by the 3rd moon of 300 AC, a thing nobody had quite expected. A northern army at the Trident in full strength, 6 weeks earlier than any Lannister general had calculated. The Mountain came up the King's Road at the head of 2,000 Lannister men in the 7th moon of 300 AC. He came at Tywin Lannister's small, careful orders to take the Trident, hold the river, and prevent the northern column from reaching the crossroads. He came with the small, smug confidence of a man who had crushed Riverland villages for 2.5 years at his own pleasure. He met the northern column at the eastern bank of the Trident on a hot, bright morning at the 7th hour. He had, by his own count, 600 horse and the rest foot, and 3 banners of foot. The northern column had, by Robb's count, 1,500 horse and 3,000 foot and a great many archers. The northern column also had, in the rear, 4 ranks back from the front line, a small black and red dragon at the size of a small horse and a small cream and gold dragon at the size of a slightly smaller horse, neither of them yet, by the boy's careful warg's training, full grown, but both of them with the small wet teeth, and the small hot bellies, and the small slit-pupil yellow eyes of dragons who had, by the boy of 17's careful long instruction over 3 weeks, been told what they would, by the morning of the eastern bank, be required to do. The Mountain did not, by the morning, know any of this. The Mountain saw, by the morning, a northern column with 2 boys at its head. He laughed. He laughed in the small, heavy, careless way of a man who had been laughing at boys for 30 years. He raised his great sword Goldenfang above his great helm, and he gave the small, simple shout of Lannister. And he kicked his great destrier into a charge. He was, by the boy's careful count from his own private place, 4 ranks behind Robb, 400 yards from the front rank. The boy of 17, in the saddle, in the warg's reach of his dragon, did not, by any sign, move. He closed his small gray eyes. He laid the small bare warg's reach against the small black and red mind in the small rear of the column. He said in the warg's reach, "Brother." Vermin said in the warg's reach, "Father." The boy said, "Brother." Now, vermin lifted from the small rear of the column the way a great black-and red shadow lifts off a hot summer field. The dragon was 16 feet long, nose to tail with a wingspan of 18, and the wings, when they opened, took the small breath out of every man on the eastern bank of the Trident for half a mile. The mountain saw. The mountain reigned. The mountain shouted. The mountain's 2,000 men reigned. Half of them turned to look back. Half of them froze. Vermin came, by the boy's careful warg's instruction, in a great long low pass at the King's Road, just above the heads of the northern column, with the small slit-pupil yellow eyes on the great red helm of the man at the head of the Lannister line. Vermin opened his small great wet jaws. Vermin breathed. The flame was the color of the inside of a forge after a hard night's work. It was, by the boy of 17's careful count of the small, narrow river, it would set on fire downstream of the strike, about 30 yards in throw, by 10 across, by a small, narrow lance of 3 at the heart of the strike. It was hot enough to take, in 3 breaths, the iron of a man's graythelm down to the color of soft butter, and the bone of a man's skull inside it down to a small gray ash. It took, in 3 breaths, Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, and his great helm and his great destrier, and the great sword Goldenfang in his great hand, and the small 20 men in the small lance of 3 around him. It did not, by the boy's careful instruction, take any man behind that small narrow lance. It did not, by the boy's careful instruction, set the river on fire. It did, by the boy's careful instruction, take the color out of every man in the Lannister line for the next half-mile. Vermin came up off the strike with a small wet noise like a sigh. Vermin came around in a great slow loop, by the boy's careful warg's instruction, to settle in the small rear of the northern column. The northern column went still. The Lannister column went still. The 2 columns stood, on the King's Road above the eastern bank of the Trident, on a hot bright morning in the 7th moon of 300 AC, in a silence that the singers later said was the loudest silence the Riverlands had ever heard, and looked at the small black-and red shadow at the small rear of the northern column, and at the small smoking pile of gray ash at the small front of the Lannister column. The Lannister column did not, by any small private courage, raise the question of whether to charge. The northern column did not, by any small private courage, raise the question of whether to advance. The 2 columns stood for a count of 90. The boy of 17 in the saddle, 4 ranks back, lifted his small narrow voice, not his sword which was still across his saddle, and called out in the small clean northern voice his father had taught him, "Lannister captains, you have no mountain, you have no general. You have, by your own counsel, no further use for the Riverlands. We will, by our own honor, give you the small mercy of riding out by the morning. You will, by your own honor, lay your standards down before you go. You will, by your own honor, swear no further sword against the line of the Starks. You will go home. You will, by my own honor and my brother's, not be touched on the road." He waited. The Lannister captains looked at each other. The Lannister captains looked at the small smoking pile of gray ash where the mountain had been. The Lannister captains laid their standards down. The Lannister captains rode out. The northern column did not, by any small private hand, raise a sword against them. The northern column let them go. The boy of 17, in the saddle, in his small gray tabard, with his small narrow sword still across his small saddle, watched the Lannister column ride south down the King's Road with the small calm of a chess master. At the 9th move of the game, he had been studying for 14 years. He thought, "I have killed the mountain. I have by my own count 3. I have by my own count 3 to go. Petyr Baelish, Cersei Lannister, and the man under the wall in the long dark whose name I do not yet have a word for." He thought, 2 of the 3 are at Dragonstone southwest by the night, in the small council room of the Queen of the Realm. The 3rd is north of the wall, gathering. I will, by my own count, go to the 2 before I go to the 3rd. I will, by my counsel, kneel to my uncle Stannis at the morning and ride east and put both at my own knees by the harvest. He thought, the 3rd condition. The 3rd condition. The man I have just killed was the 3rd condition of the green egg. He thought, with a small old smile that did not, by his own honor, reach his small old eyes. Alisar wakes. He turned to Robb. He said, "Brother, let us ride to Dragonstone." Robb said, "Aye, brother." Aye, they rode to Dragonstone. That, however, is the matter of the next chapter. For now, let it be set down that on a hot, bright morning in the 7th moon of 300 AC, on the eastern bank of the Trident, a small, dark-haired boy of 17 at his brother's right hand, by the warg's reach of his own black and red dragon, took the mountain that rides off the board of the realm, and that the realm, by the small candle of every household, drew a breath that night that it had not, by any year of the long lid of King Robert, been able to draw, and that the breath was both fear and relief at once, and that the relief, by the 3rd night of the next moon, was found in households as far as Sunspear and Pike and Dragonstone, and even, by a careful small whisper, in the cells of Castle Black, to be the deeper of the 2. And that under the small floorboards in the small private bedchamber off the 2nd oldest niche of the crypts of Winterfell, a small green egg the color of pondweed under ice gave, that night, a small dry click. Chapter 8. The Confession of a King. Dragonstone is a stone island shaped like the inside of a black tooth. The bay around it is the color of old slate. The keep, raised by the dragon lords of old Valyria a long age before the doom, has the small queer asymmetry of a thing built by men who did not, by their own honor, have to obey the laws of any earthly mason. The towers lean 5 degrees from true. The lintels of the gates are carved into the faces of dragons whose eyes follow the visitor as he passes under. The long, broad stairway from the harbor up to the great court is, by the boy of 17's count, 446 steps. And each of the 446 is 1 1/12 the height of an ordinary Westerosi step, so that a stranger climbing them feels by the 70th that he has been climbing forever, and may climb forever, and has been promised, by no living person, any landing at the top. The boy climbed them on the morning of the 7th of the 8th moon of 300 AC. He had landed at the small north harbor at the 3rd hour past dawn, in a small narrow northern galley flown across the narrow sea by Lord Wyman Manderley's fleet, in his own small, clean grey tabard, with the small Stark wolf's head at his shoulder, and the small narrow sword Sir Roderick had made him at his hip, and, by his own private oath, no dragon above him. He had left the dragons at the Trident. He had left them by the careful private logic of his old soul. I will not, by my own counsel, kneel to my uncle Stannis on his own seat with my dragons over his head. I will, by my own counsel, kneel to him without a single beast at the keep. He will, by his own honor, see me with my own 2 empty hands. He will judge me by what I am at my own knees, and not by what I have at my own back. I will, by the gods of both my houses, give him that courtesy. He had left Robb at the Trident also by the same logic. My brother is the Lord of the North. My uncle is the Lord of the Stormlands. They do not, by their counsel, owe each other any kneeling. I will, by my own honor, do this alone. He had left Theon at the Trident. He had left him at the camp on the bank with Vermin and Veller in the small wood north of the camp, with the small, careful private warg instruction to Veller that if I do not, by the 3rd moon of next year, send a raven back from Dragonstone with the small phrase the hatching has come, you will, by my own oath, take my brother home, He had brought by his own counsel 3 things up the 446 steps. He had brought his own sword. He had brought the small bound book, the one he had been keeping since the 3rd moon of 292 AC, the one with the names and the deaths and the planning, the one with the small wax cylinder of Roose Bolton's letter sewn into the binding, and the Meister of the Red keeps testimony in the back, and the small folded piece of parchment with his mother's name and her dying words in the inside cover. He had brought, in the inside pocket of his doublet, over his heart, his mother's last note from the tower in Dorne. His mother had not, in any honest accounting of the world, written him a note from the tower. His mother had only died. The boy had, in the 3rd moon of 296 AC, on the morning after the hatching of the 2 dragons, sat at his desk in his small bedroom in the south wing of Winterfell and written, in the small careful copperplate of his 13-year-old's hand, on a small piece of parchment he had bought from Maester Luwin for 2 coppers, the note his mother had not, in life, had time to write. He had written it in her voice, as he had imagined her voice. He had written it after in his own. He had carried both, the imagined one and the real one, folded into a single packet in the inside pocket of his doublet, against his small, thin breast, every day for 4 years. The imagined one said, "My son, I have not the time to say to you in the body the things I have been saying to you in the head since I knew you were in me. I will, by this small folded letter, say a few of them. I will say in this letter that I loved your father. I will say that I loved my brother. I will say that I loved my horse and my own dark, cold, lonely girlhood, and my own quiet temper and my own free hand. I will say I loved the long, cold, honest north, and the small, mournful south, and the small, bright reach, and the small gray eyes of my own brother and the small gray eyes I have given you. I will say, my son, that I am sorry. I had not, by any count, intended to die. I had intended to come north and to ride out into the wolf's wood and to tell my own brother, by the small private fire of the hearth at his keep, every truth he should know. I have not, by my own death, had the chance. I leave it to your father and to my brother, and to the small old Meister at the wall, who is the only living man of our house, to tell you in time. I leave it also to your own honest mind, which will, by the gods of both your houses, see the truth in time. You are not, by any small lie, an accident. You are a child your father and your mother loved each other for. I have in this small body only the breath for one final word, and I will, by my own honor, give it as a name. Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, my son. You will be a small good king if you choose. You will be a small good man if you choose. You will, by your own honor, be either or both. I will love you in whichever heaven the 7 gods give my line until the long winter ends. Your mother, Lyanna. The other letter, the real one, the one the boy had written in his own voice, said, "Mother, I have not received the above. I have written it for myself in my own 13-year-old's hand on the morning after I hatched 2 dragons in the small alcove off the 2nd oldest niche of the crypts. I have written it because there was, in the body I am wearing for the 2nd time, no note from you in the tower in Dorne, and because I have, by the small 13 years of my 2nd life, missed you. I have, by the gods of both your houses, missed you. I would like in some small private letter to have been told some small private thing by you. I have written for myself the letter you would have written if you had had the time. I will, by my own honor, carry this folded with the imagined letter, against my own heart, for as long as I live. I will read both, on the eve of the day I kneel to my uncle Stanny's at Dragonstone, in the small private place I will be, and I will, by my own honor, tell him only the things you, in the imagined letter, would have wanted me to tell him. I will not, by my own honor, ask him for anything more than the truth. Your son, Egon. He had read both letters in his small, narrow cabin on the Manderley galley the night before the landing. He had folded them after the way he had folded them every night for 4 years. He had laid them against his heart, the way he had laid them every night for 4 years. He had slept in the small, narrow cabin, the deep, cold sleep of a man on a galley going east in a slow wind. He had risen at dawn. He had climbed the 446 steps. Stannis Baratheon was at the top. He had been told, by the small grey raven the boy had sent him a moon before, that the son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, by the leave of his lord father, requests a single private audience with his grace King Stannis I of his name, in his own small council room of his keep of Dragonstone, on the morning of the 7th of the 8th moon, in the matter of an alliance against the Queen Mother and the Lannister of Casterly Rock, and in the matter of a private confession on the part of the said son of Lord Eddard Stark, of which he begs the said grace to be the first man living to receive. Stannis had received the raven. Stannis had read it twice. Stannis had said to his own small private maester, he is the son of Eddard Stark. He is the boy who burnt the mountain at the Trident. He is asking for a private audience and offering a private confession. I am not, by any account of him I have heard, an honest man's victim. Let him come. The Maester had said, Your Grace. The Maester had set the audience for the 7th. The boy came up the 446 steps with the small, even pace of a swordsman before a bout. He came alone. He came in his small, clean grey tabard. He came with the small, narrow sword at his hip, and the small bound book in his small left hand, and the small folded letters against his small heart. He came to the great gate of Dragonstone at the 2nd hour past dawn. The captain of the gate looked at him. The captain said, You are alone. The boy said, I am alone. The captain said, No retinue. The boy said, I am, by my own count, my own retinue. The captain laughed once. He had not in the year past laughed often. He said, Come in. The king is waiting. The boy came in. He walked, by the small, careful escort of the captain and 3 of his guard, through the long lower hall, and up the small, narrow inner stair, and along the small, narrow upper corridor to the small, narrow door of the small king's solar. The captain knocked. A small, flat voice from inside said, Come. The captain opened the door. The boy went in. Stannis Baratheon was at his small, narrow desk. He had at his right hand the Maester. He had at his left hand Lord Davos Seaworth, a small, lean man of 43 who had been, by the boy's first life recollection, the only counselor Stannis had ever fully trusted. He had behind him on the wall a small great map of Westeros with small wooden pieces laid on the small great squares. He had on the desk in front of him 3 sheets of parchment, a small wax cup, and a small narrow knife with which he had been, by the look of the things, cutting a quill. He looked up, he looked at the boy. He was 36 by the year. He had not, in the small life of his 2nd decade as a lord, ever been called handsome. His face had the small, narrow, lean, clean lines of a sword-maker's plate, nothing extra, nothing missing, no decoration anywhere. His eyes were the color of dark slate. His mouth was a small, narrow line. He had not, by any account of any year, smiled in a council. He looked at the boy for a count of 3. He said, Sit. The boy sat. He laid the small bound book on his small knees. He said, Your Grace. He said, I am Jon Snow, son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. I have, by the leave of my lord father, come to you on 3 matters. The first matter is a private confession. The second matter is an alliance against the Queen Mother and the Lannister of Casterly Rock. The third matter is, Your Grace, the matter that lies between the first 2, and that you will, by your own honor, decide the shape of after you have heard the confession. I will, by your leave, give you the confession first. Stannis said, Speak. The boy said, I was born in the year 283 AC in a tower in Dorne on a morning that has been, in the song rolls of our two houses, called a great many wrong things. My mother was Lyanna Stark. My father was Rhaegar Targaryen, Prince of the Realm, dead at the Trident. My mother and my father were, by Maester Aemon Targaryen's testimony, which is in this book at the second-to-last quire, married by the High Septon's apprentice at the small sept at Aerys' seat, 3 moons before the Trident, with 2 witnesses. My true name is Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name. He laid the small bound book on the small narrow desk. He laid the small folded packet of letters from the inside of his doublet on the small narrow desk beside the book. He said, Your Grace, I am, by the laws of succession of the realm we both serve, the rightful heir of the throne. I have come to your seat, alone, without my brother, without my dragons, without my retinue, without my house, to make this confession in your hearing. I have come, by my own honor, for 3 reasons. The first is that you are, by your house, the only living man who is, by his own law, my closest living relative on the Iron Throne side. The second is that you are, by your own life, the only man in the realm whose first instinct, on hearing this confession, will not be either to kneel or to draw. The third is that I owe you, by my own honor, the small mercy of telling you what I am before I ask you in your own seat for anything. He sat back. He folded his small hands in his small lap. He said, I have given you in your own seat your own opportunity. You may, by your own honor, take the small narrow knife on the desk and end the line of Rhaegar Targaryen in the next breath. I have come alone. I have left my sword at the door by my own honor. You will not, by my own oath, be opposed. If you choose to do it, I will, by my own oath, kneel and bare my own neck for it. He looked at his uncle. Stannis Baratheon, in his small narrow seat, looked at his small dark-haired nephew. The small flat voice did not move. The small slate eyes did not move. The Maester, at Stannis' right hand, made a small involuntary sound that was halfway between a gasp and a cough. Davos Seaworth, at Stannis' left hand, slowly, by his own old smuggler's reflex, laid his small lean hand on the small narrow knife on the desk and slid it, very gently, a hand's breadth away from the king's reach. Stannis did not, by any sign, notice. Stannis said, Open the book. The boy opened the book. He laid it before the king at the second-to-last quire, the Maester's testimony from Castle Black, signed and sealed in Aemon's own small dry old hand, and Sorin's careful copying hand, and Alaric's small round witnessing hand, attesting, by every careful Maester's evidence, that the man who had presided over the small private marriage at the small sept at Aerys' seat in the 11th moon of 282 AC had been a certain Septon Maynard, that the 2 witnesses had been a certain Lord Went and a certain Sir Arthur Dane of the Kingsguard, and that the records of the marriage were, by the Maester's careful private cross-referencing, presently held in 3 places: the small private archive at the High Septon's office in Old Town under the small private code of marriage 882, the small private rookery of the Citadel under the small private folio of Maynard correspondence 282, and the small private leather satchel of Septon Maynard's apprentice at the small village of Tobho's Crossing, who had been, by Aemon's careful private inquiry, alive and willing to swear at the start of 299 AC. Stannis read it. Stannis read it again. He did not, by any small private flicker, change expression. He said after a long count, Has anyone else seen this? The boy said, My Maester at the wall, my father in part, no other. Stannis said, Your father. The boy said, My father has known the central fact that I am his sister's son since my 3rd month of life. He has not, by his own honor, until the 8th moon of 299, known the other fact, which is the matter of the marriage. I have told him by my own mouth in the year past. He has, by the leave of my own knowledge, sat on the knowledge alone of his keep and his wife. Stannis said, "Your father has not, by this knowledge, raised a banner." The boy said, "My father has, by every count he can make, raised a banner. He has raised the banner of Stark of the North in your service. He has, by his own counsel, not raised a banner for me. He will not, by my own counsel, raise a banner for me," Stannis said. "You have, by this confession, asked me a question." The boy said, "I have, your grace." Stannis said, "Speak it." The boy stood up. He stepped, by his own honor, around the desk. He went down on both his small knees on the small, cold floor of the small, narrow solar of his small, narrow uncle at the small, narrow keep of Dragonstone in the 8th moon of 300 AC, with his small, dark head bowed. He said, "Uncle, I have come to ask you to be king." Stannis Baratheon did not move. The Maester behind him drew breath. Davos Seaworth beside him did not, by his own careful, steady reflex, do anything but watch. Stannis said after a count of 40, "Stand up, boy." The boy did not stand up. He said, in the same small, steady, careful voice, "Uncle, I will, by my own honor, ask it on my knees. I will, by my own honor, kneel until you have given me an answer. I have come alone. I have given you in my own hand the means to take me. I have come because I have, by the small 4 years of my second life, decided that I would not. I will not take the iron chair of my father by my own claim while my father's brother lives. I will not, by my own honor, sit a throne to which a closer line has, by my own knowledge, a fairer right. You are, by the laws of the realm, my king. I will, by my own honor, give you your kingdom." Stannis was silent. The boy said, "I will, by my own honor, ride south at your stirrup. I will, by my own honor, lay the Queen Mother and her father at your feet. I will, by my own honor, give you the small services of my house, my brother's banners, my own sword, my own dragons, by my own oath, for as long as you wear the crown, and I will, by my own honor, ask only 3 things in return." Stannis said, "Name them." The boy said, "The first thing is the long and faithful protection of my own house, of my father, my brother, my sisters, my small brothers, my wife when I take one, my children when I have them. The second is the Lord paramountcy of the Stormlands, returned by your grace's own hand to me, who am by the law of the realm not just a Targaryen, but also a Stormland's grandson by my paternal grandmother's house of Estermont, and who would, by my own counsel, set up at Storm's End by the holding of Robert's bastard son Edric, whom I have, by my own counsel, taken into my house's care this year past at the small abbey of." He stopped. He looked up. He said, "Uncle, I am dressing it. Let me strip it." He said more plainly, "The first thing is my house. The second thing is Storm's End in my hand by your grace's leave. The third thing, your grace, is your acknowledgement by your own honor of who I am, not at the supper table, not in front of the lords, only here, in this room, in your own hand. You may say it to me by no more than a small nod." He bowed his head. He said, "I am, by my own honor, a man who has spent 14 years in this house's lie. I have, by my own counsel, kept the lie because the lie has been, by every account, the safest thing for my house. I am, by my own counsel, going to keep the lie for the rest of the war. I will, by my own counsel, lift it only after the war is done, only after the Queen Mother is at our feet, only after the long winter is past, only by your grace's own leave. I will, by my own counsel, be Jon Snow at every supper of every banner of every lord of every house of the realm for as long as you wear the crown. I will, by my own oath, never raise a banner in my own name." He looked up. He said, only let one man in this life who is not my own father know me by my own name. I have asked it of my mother's stone. I have asked it of the heart tree at the godswood at Winterfell. I have asked it of the small grey night air above the bay of Dragonstone. I am, your grace, asking it of you. Let me, by your own breath, be called Aegon by one man living. I have a great deal more to say to you, in the matter of the war, and in the matter of the long winter, and in the matter of the dragon I will, by my own oath, lend to your banners for as long as you wear the crown. I will, by your grace's leave, say all of it after. I will, by my own honor, kneel until you have answered the first thing. He laid his small hands flat on the small cold floor. He laid his small forehead down to the floor at the small narrow toes of his small narrow uncle. He did not move. Stannis Baratheon sat in his small narrow seat in his small narrow solar at the small narrow desk, in the small narrow keep of Dragonstone, for a long count of 300. Maester Cresson, who had not, by any account of his life, ever before seen his small narrow king be at a loss for a small narrow word, watched the king's small narrow face. Davos Seaworth, who had, by his year passed in the king's service, seen many small narrow things, watched the small dark-haired boy at the king's small narrow feet. The small wind off the bay of Dragonstone came in at the small narrow window. The small wax cup on the desk gave a small dry click as the wax cooled. Stannis spoke. He said, in the same small flat voice he had used at the start, "You are my brother's wife's son." The boy said, "I am." Stannis said, "You are my brother's brother-in-law's son." The boy said, "I am." Stannis said, "You are, by the laws of the realm, were the marriage of your father and your mother to be confirmed by the 3 sources you have named, 2 of which I will, by my own counsel, have my Maester verify within the moon, and 1 of which I will, by my own honor, have a man of mine ride to Tobho's crossing to put under oath within the fortnight. You are the rightful heir of the Iron Throne, ahead of me by the line of Aerys, and ahead of my brother's line of Robert, and ahead of every other line of Westeros. By the strict law of primogeniture and legitimate issue, no matter the order of the union between your mother and your father." The boy said, "I am." Stannis said, "And you have come to my seat to kneel." The boy said, "I have, your grace." Stannis said, "Without your dragon." The boy said, "Without my dragon, your grace." Stannis said after a small count, "Why?" The boy said, "Because, your grace, I would not have it said by you, by your Maester, by your captain at the gate, by your bannermen, by your small private memory of the morning, that you knelt to me because I had a dragon above your seat. I would have it said only that we knelt to each other in your seat with our own 2 hands empty in a small private room of the keep, because we had judged each other to be the men we are." He laid his head again to the floor. Stannis stood up. He came around the desk. He went, by his small narrow steady steps, to the small dark-haired boy on the small cold floor. He stood at the small narrow toes the small dark-haired forehead was at. He said in the small flat voice, "Boy." The boy said, "Your grace." Stannis said, "Stand up." The boy stood up. He stood up to a small narrow uncle who was, and the boy had not been prepared for this, only a hand and a half taller than him. The boy at 17 had grown to within an inch of his full northern height. Stannis at 36 was, by his own line, not the tallest of the Baratheons. They looked at each other in the small narrow solar, almost at the same eye. Stannis said, "You did not, by your confession, lie." The boy said, "No, your grace." Stannis said, "You did not, by your kneeling, ask for the kingdom." The boy said, "No, your grace." Stannis said, "You came to a small narrow room to give a small private oath." The boy said, "Yes, your grace." Stannis said, "Aegon." The boy's small gray eyes filled by their small old reflex with the small slow private water of 14 years of his second life. He had not, by any account, expected the name in the breath of a stranger to undo him. He had imagined it in his own small private moments, in his cot at 13, in his small private corner of the crypts at 14, in his small saddle on the King's Road at 17, 1,000 times. He had imagined the name being said by his father, and the father had not, by any small private oath the boy had given himself, been allowed to know yet. He had imagined the name being said by his brother, and the brother had not, by any small private oath, been allowed to know yet. He had imagined the name being said by his uncle. He had imagined. He had not imagined that hearing it would fold him in half. He did not, by his own honor, weep. He took, by his own old swordsman's discipline, the small old grip on the small old reflex, and held it the way he had held the small old reflex on the night he had killed the mountain. He bowed. He said, "Uncle." Stannis Baratheon laid his small narrow gray hand on the boy's small dark gray shoulder. Stannis said, in the small flat voice, "I have a small private oath of my own to give. I have, by my own count, sat in this small narrow seat for the year, passed in the small narrow misery of a man who has known he is the rightful king of the realm, and has, by his own honor, not been able to take the realm. I have, by my own count, dreaded the small narrow possibility that I would, in the year ahead, fail and lose the realm to my brother's wife and her brother. I have, by my own count, prayed at the small narrow altar of my wife's red god for a small private sign of any kind." He said, "I have not, by any year of my life, received any small private sign from any small private god." He said, "You have come at my gate with a single sword and a single book and a single folded letter, in the small narrow daylight of the morning, alone, by your own honor, and laid in my hand the marriage of my brother's brother-in-law and the means by which to take the realm." He said, "You are not a small private sign," he said. "You are an answer." He bowed. He bowed at the small narrow waist of a 36-year-old king to a small narrow boy of 17. He said, "Your Grace." The boy, by his old reflex, took a step back. He said, "Uncle, no." Stannis straightened. He said, "Boy, I will, by my own honor, give you what you have asked for. I will, by my own honor, take what you have not asked me to take. I will, by my own honor, sit the throne of my brother for as long as it takes you and your brother and our combined banners to lay the Lannisters at our feet. I will, by my own honor, hold it under my own seat in your name for as long as you require. I will, by my own honor, give it to you on the morning you ask for it. I will, by my own honor, not contest you on that day." He said, "I will, by my own honor, take Storm's End from your hand the morning you give it." He said, "I will, by my own honor, call you, in this room and only in this room and only in the small private hearing of Maester Cresson and Davos Seaworth, who are my own counselors, by the name your mother gave you. I will, by my own honor, in front of every other man in the realm, call you Lord Stark's son. I will, by my own honor, hold the small private confession in the small private room until you, by your own honor, choose to lift it." He said, "Egon, stand up. Sit down. We have, by every count, a war in front of us." The boy sat down. He set the small bound book back on the small narrow desk. He set the small folded packet of letters back inside his small gray doublet over his small heart. He laid his small gray hands flat on the small narrow desk in the small flat steady gesture his uncle had used in the same place a quarter of an hour earlier. He said, We have. Let us, your Grace, plan it." They planned it. They planned it for the next 3 days. The plan was, by Davos Seaworth's later account in a tavern in Sisterton in his old age, the most cleanly laid plan he had ever, in 50 years of war, seen put down on parchment in 3 days by 3 men in a small narrow solar. The plan, in its longest form, ran 60 pages of close-written parchment. The plan, in its briefest form, ran 4 lines. Those 4 lines were these: 1. The northern column under Robb Stark and his brother takes the Kingsroad south from the Trident, with the Lannister column ahead of them having been by the Trident encounter broken into halves. The northern column rides for King's Landing by way of the crossroads. 2. The Stormlands column under Renly Baratheon, who is, by every count, asked by his elder brother by Raven in the next moon to lay down his own claim and join, is brought up to the Kingsroad north of King's Landing through the small private back roads of the storm passes. 3. The fleet of Dragonstone under Davos Seaworth blockades Blackwater Bay at the third moon of the next year, by which time the Queen's small council will, by the boys' careful private wargbird intelligence, be at the small private brink of their golden reserves. 4. The three columns and the fleet converge on King's Landing in the third quarter of 300 AC. The boy of 17, by his own oath to his uncle, takes the Queen Mother and the Lannister of Casterly Rock alive. He does not, by his own oath, kill the children. He does not, by his own oath, set the dragons on the city. He takes Cersei and Tywin and Jaime Lannister alive and brings them, in chains, to Dragonstone, where they will, by Stannis' own honor, stand trial. The boy added by his own honor a fifth line at the bottom of the parchment. 5. After the trial, the four columns and the fleet ride together, by the small private back roads of the storm passes, north, not east, not west, but north, to Winterfell, where I will, by my own honor, present to my uncle Stannis the small confession I have in his solar given him, and he will, by his own honor in front of my house and his, kneel to me. I will, by my own honor on the same morning, take the small private green egg from the small private alcove off the second oldest niche of the crypts of Winterfell. And I will, by the small private right I have already paid the third condition for, hatch the small private green Alisar in the small private fire of my own small private breath. I will, by my own honor in the same week, present to my uncle Stannis the deed of Storm's End by my own hand, and we will, by my own honor, ride from Winterfell north together to deal with the small private matter of the wall and the small private long winter that will, by my own count, come in the third moon of the year after. Stannis read the fifth line, he said in his small flat voice. Egon, you have by your own count 2 years to make a kingdom, the boy said. Uncle, I have by my own count 2 years to keep one. Stannis said, that is not the same thing. The boy said, no, your grace, it is not. Stannis said, do it. The boy bowed. He went down the 446 steps the next morning. He went down with the small folded copy of the 4 lines in the inside pocket of his doublet, and the small private signature of his uncle Stannis on the small private edition of the 5th, and the small private undertaking of Davos Seaworth that he would, by his own old smuggler's reflex, have the fleet at the mouth of the Blackwater on the third moon of next year, and the small private parchment of the Maester of Dragonstone, who had, by Stannis's careful private inquiry to the High Septon's office in Oldtown, confirmed, in the second day of the boy's stay, that marriage 882 did indeed exist in the small private archive, and matched, in every word, the testimony of Maester Aemon. He went down with 3 things he had not, by any account, expected to come down with. He went down with the small private acknowledgment of his name by his uncle. He went down with the small private knowledge that the king of the realm was, by his own honor, on his side. He went down with the small private knowledge that he was, by his uncle's mouth, no longer alone in the world. He came to the small north harbor at the 11th hour. He stood at the gunwale of the small narrow northern galley, as it cast off into the slate-gray water of the Bay of Dragonstone, with the small black tooth of the keep behind him in the morning sun, and the small narrow flag of the stag and the burning heart at the topmost tower, and the small narrow door of the small narrow solar, behind which his small narrow uncle was now, by every account, at his small narrow desk, with his small narrow hand on a small narrow piece of parchment, closed against the small bright morning. He thought, with the small dry steady inner voice of his old soul, I have a king, I have an uncle, I have a man in the world who knows my name and who will, by his own honor, keep it for me. He thought, I am not alone. He thought, I am the small private boy of 17 who has, by his own count of the years, never been alone in his interior. I am, by my own count, more alone than my brother and my father and my mother by every account I have ever taken. I have known myself to be Egon for 14 years and have, by my own oath, said it aloud to no one. I have known myself to remember the future for 14 years and have, by my own oath, said it aloud to no one. I am, by my own count, the loneliest man in this realm. He thought, I am not, by this morning, alone any more. He laid his small dark head against the small cold ratlines of the northern galley. He wept. He wept, for the first time since the cradle, in the company of the small gray wind off the bay of Dragonstone, and in the small private hearing of nobody, and in the small private knowledge that the small gray wind would, by its own honor, carry his small tears east, by the long current, to a small bright sandy bay on the other side of the narrow sea, where a small bright silver-haired girl, 15 years old this year, in the small private red leather of her brother's clothes, was, by every careful private account of the small careful private letters of the Karstark steward's friends in the small free cities of Essos, at this very hour washing her own small bright silver hair in the small bright sandy water of the Bay of Pentos, with a small bright silver lion cub at her hip, and a small bright silver wedding mask hanging by its small bright silver chain at her small bright silver throat, and a small bright silver dragon egg of her own, black and red, by every account of the boy's first life, laid in the small bright silver basin at her feet. The boy did not, by any honest account, know yet that the girl in Pentos existed. He had, by his first life, known her at 21. He had, by his first life, loved her at 24. He had, by his first life, lost her at 25. He would, by his second life, find her by his own honor at 18, on his own ride east in the spring of 301 AC, by the way he had laid in the 5th line of the parchment in his uncle's solar, after the war was won and the Queen Mother in chains, and her small brother on the seat at her side, and the Lannister of Casterly Rock at her feet. He would find her in a small bright sandy bay outside Pentos, with the small bright silver hair and the small bright silver eyes, and the small bright silver scar at her left wrist that her brother had, by his own dishonor, given her at the year of her wedding. He would find her in time. He did not, on the morning of the 11th hour of the 10th of the 8th moon of 300 AC, on the small narrow northern galley going west across the slate-gray water of the Bay of Dragonstone, know that he would. He laid his small dark head against the small cold ratlines. He wept. He wept the small private water of a small private 14-year loneliness, and the small private water of a small private oath kept too well for too long, and the small private water of a small private boy who had, by his uncle's mouth, just been told his name. He stopped, after a small count. He stood up. He went into the small narrow cabin. He took out the small bound book. He wrote, by candlelight, in the small careful copperplate of his 17-year-old's hand, Stannis kneels in private. He will hold the throne under his own hand in my name until I am ready. I have by his own honor an uncle. I have by his own breath a name. I am Egon in his hearing for the rest of my life, Tomorrow we kill the Boltons. Today they are already dead. Tomorrow we kill the Freys. Today they are already dead. Tomorrow we kill the Mountain. Yesterday we did. Tomorrow we kill the Queen. By the moon of the third quarter, by the gods of both my houses, we will, Father. I have not yet told you. I will tell you by my own honor the morning the war is done. I will, by my own honor, come up the King's Road with the small private bound book in my hand, and the small private acknowledgment of my uncle by a small private letter, and the small private dragon at my back. And I will, in your own solar, kneel to you, and I will, in your own solar, tell you the small private name your sister gave me in the tower in Dorne. I will, by my own honor, kneel to you because you have, by your own honor, been the only father I have had in either life. I will, by my own honor, ask you for nothing further than your blessing. I will not, by my own honor, take the small private name out of my mother's mouth until I have laid the small private name in my father's ear. Until then, your son, Jon. He folded the small leaf of parchment. He sealed it with the small wax he had taken from his uncle's desk by his uncle's hand. He set it aside in the inside of his doublet for the eventual delivery, not by raven, not by the small private hand of any captain or steward, but by his own small private hand at his father's own small private high table. On the morning the war was done, he blew out the small candle. He laid himself down in the small narrow cot in the small narrow cabin of the small narrow northern galley, going west across the slate-gray water of the Bay of Dragonstone in the 8th moon of 300 AC. He slept. In Winterfell, in the small private bedchamber at the second oldest niche of the crypts, a small green egg the color of pondweed under ice gave, that night, a second small dry click. In Pentos, on a small bright sandy bay, a small bright silver-haired girl of 15 laid her own small bright silver dragon egg on her own small bright silver pillow, and dreamed, by some small private dragon dream of her own line, of a small dark-haired boy of 17, with the small slit-pupil yellow eyes of his small black and red dragon at his shoulder, and the small private silver scar at her own small private left wrist, and the small private name Egon on the small private wind off her own small private bay. She did not, by her own dream, know who he was. She would, by her own honor, know within the year. Chapter 9. The long night it came in the third moon of 301 AC, 6 years early, with the cold off the wall coming down past last hearth in the night, and the dawn after at a color the Meisters had not in the long winter been able to record by any candle's light. The dawn was not red. The dawn was not gold. The dawn was the color of cold iron, and the sun behind it stood at the horizon as a coin in a frosted pane. The boy stood at the eastern rampart of Castle Black, in his small gray tabard, with the small Stark wolf at his shoulder and the small three-headed dragon at his left breast. The small three-headed dragon his uncle Stannis had pinned there with his own small narrow hand at the morning of the kneeling at Winterfell, in front of 2 houses. In the 8th moon of the year just past, and looked east at the dawn, he said, into the small gray cold wind that ran north along the snow, "It is here." 3 years had folded themselves, by every count, into the small narrow space between the morning at Dragonstone and the morning at Castle Black, and the boy was no longer 17. He was 18. He had, by every account, used the year well. The war in the south had run, by the careful plan of his uncle's solar, by the cleanest accounting of every Lannister general's misery, very nearly to the line. The northern column under Robb and the boy had rolled south down the King's Road through the autumn of 300 and into the winter, with the Stormlands column under Renly Baratheon, whom Stannis had brought to a brother's heel by a single private night's conversation, at Storm's End in the 9th moon, in which the boy had not been present, and about which neither brother would, in the years to come, ever speak, coming up by the small back roads of the storm passes, and Davos Seaworth's fleet blockading Blackwater Bay by the close of the first quarter of 301. King's Landing had not, by any honest count, fallen by storm. King's Landing had, by every count, fallen by the small private exhaustion of its own Queen Mother's gold, and the small private opening of its own postern by a small private steward whom the boy had been quietly cultivating, by the third hand, for the previous 8 moons. The Queen Mother had been taken in her own bedchamber in the dawn of the 17th of the first moon of 301 AC, with her brother at the small private door of the adjoining chamber, in his own small private nightshirt, with his own small private hand on his own small private sword, and her father at the small private map of Casterly Rock in his own small private upper hall, all 3 taken by the small private quiet of a column of 40 Stormlands and Northern men under Sir Barristan Selmy, who, by Stannis's small private invitation through the small Meister chain, had defected from the Queen Mother's small private service in the 3rd moon of 300 AC on a small private moral objection to the Queen Mother's small private boy, alive. The Queen Mother had been brought, in chains, to Dragonstone. The Lannister of Casterly Rock had been brought, in chains, to Dragonstone. The brother of the Queen Mother had been brought, in chains, to Dragonstone. The trial had taken 3 days. The trial had been heard by King Stannis I in his own small, narrow, great hall, with King Stannis's brother Lord Renly of Storm's End at his left hand, and his nephew Lord Snow of Winterfell at his right hand, and with the small private Meister from the Red Keep on the small private witness's stool, Meister Seabrand, brought south by Davos Seaworth on the 3rd moon's blockade ship, and the small private book of births of the Red Keep on the small private witness's table. Cersei Lannister had been found guilty, by the small private Meister's testimony, of the small private crime of incest, and of the small private greater crime of false issue against the realm, and had been, by the small private courtesy of a small narrow king, given the small private choice between a small narrow death by a small narrow rope, and the small private retirement, with her 3 children, in a small private cloistered house of the faith in the Reach, with the small narrow understanding that none of her 3 children would ever sit any seat of any house of any consequence. She had, in the small narrow choice, taken the cloister. She had been taken south. The 3 children had been taken with her. Joffrey was 13, Miecella 10, Tommen 8. Joffrey had screamed at the small private gate of the small private cloister. Miecella had cried. Tommen had, in the small narrow private way the 3rd Lannister child had always had, quietly held his mother's small private hand. The cloister gate had closed. Jaime Lannister had been found guilty, by his own small private mouth, of the small private crime of incest, of the small private greater crime of falsifying the issue of the realm, and of the small private 3rd crime of the murder of King Aerys Targaryen at the throne. A small private 3rd crime he had, in the small private hour past his own small private trial, confessed to in the small private hearing of King Stannis and Lord Renly and Lord Snow, with a small private explanation of his own, that had taken nearly 2 turns of the glass, and that had ended with the small private remark of "I do not, by my own honor, expect any forgiveness for the deed. I will by my own honor say only that I would in the same hour do the same again." Stannis had been silent at the end of it. Stannis had then turned by his small narrow steady reflex to the boy at his right hand. He had said in his small flat voice, "Lord Snow, your counsel." The boy had been silent a long moment. He had said in the end, "Your Grace." by the small narrow oath of his vow, and by the small private confession of his own dishonor, Sir James is the Kingslayer. By the small private confession of his own incest, he is the Queen's brother's lover. By every count of every law of the realm he should hang. I will, by my own counsel, ask only one small private mercy. Stannis had said, "Speak." The boy had said, "Let him take the black." Jaime Lannister had laughed by his own old reflex at the boy's small private suggestion. Then Jaime Lannister had looked at the boy. Then Jaime Lannister had stopped laughing. He had said, "Lord Snow, you are the wolf bastard. You are, by every Lannister account, the boy at the half-step. You are, I have heard of you, you are the man who burnt Gregor at the Trident." The boy had said, "I am, Sir Jaime," Jaime had said. "I have by my own honor sworn one oath that I have by my own dishonor broken. I have by my own honor kept one other, which is the small private oath to my queen. I will not, by your grace's leave, swear a third oath I might break." The boy had said, "You will, by my own counsel, swear the third anyway. You will, by my counsel, swear it because at the wall there are no queens. You will, by my counsel, find at the wall the small private peace you have, by your own dishonor, never had. You will, by my counsel, in the small narrow hour of the long night that I will, in another moon, bring to the wall, fight by my own brother's side against the small private cold-handed lords of the long dark. You will, by my own counsel, by your own honor, die in a fight worth the dying." Jaime had been silent a long moment. He had said in the end, "I will, by your grace's leave, take the black." He had taken the black. He had ridden north with the small private column. The boy himself had sent ahead, under Sir Barristan Selmy, to Castle Black in the second moon of 301, 10 days before the boy would, by his own ride, follow. Tywin Lannister had been the last to be tried. Tywin Lannister had said nothing in his own defense. Tywin Lannister had said only, in the small narrow stillness of the small narrow great hall of Dragonstone, in his small flat voice, looking only at his small narrow gray-blue great-niece's grandfather's daughter's son, Lord Snow. "I will, by my own honor, ask only one question." The boy had said, "Ask it, my lord." Tywin had said, "Are you my cousin's grandson's wife's son's son?" The boy had said, "No, my lord. I am, by my mother's, my uncle Stannis' brother's wife's son." He had paused. He had said, "I am, also, by my father's, the line of the dragons." Tywin Lannister had, by the small private hour, in the small narrow great hall, in the small flat voice, laughed. He had laughed in the small flat way of a man who had spent 35 years, putting his head down only to find that he had been, in the long flat way of his own ambition, working his entire life for the small private elevation of a small dark-haired boy at his far great-niece's grandfather's keep. He had laughed once. He had then, by his small narrow last reflex, stopped. He had said in the small flat voice, "Then hang me." The boy had said, "Aye, my lord." The Lord of Casterly Rock had been hung in the small narrow courtyard of Dragonstone on the morning of the 20th of the first moon of 301 AC. By his own small private request that the rope be made by his own small private rope-maker at Lannisport, and that the small private not be the small private Lannister double knot. The small private rope had been made. The small private double knot had been tied. He had walked to it, by his small private steady stride, in his small clean gray doublet. He had laid his small narrow head in the small private noose. He had not, by his own private honor, asked any small private mercy. He had died in the small narrow quiet of a man who had, by his own private account, made his peace with what he was, and who had, in the small narrow last hour, found, in the small private fact that the boy in the small private high seat was the small private grandson of the small private prince his own small private daughter had wanted to marry 30 years before. A small, private, cold satisfaction. After the war, after the small, narrow trial, after the small, narrow hanging, the columns went home. The boy did not, by his own honor, go home with his brother's banners. He had asked, at the small, narrow morning of the small, narrow hanging, his uncle's leave for a small, private journey east. He had said, in the small, narrow, private solar he had now spent a great deal of his small, narrow 18-year-old's life sitting in. Uncle, I have in Essos a sister, Stannis had said in his small, flat voice. Where? The boy had said, in Pentos by my own count, at the small private port of Magister Illyrio Mapates. She is 15. She has, by my own counsel, recently been sold by her brother to a Dothraki call. She is, by my own counsel, by now in the grass beyond the free cities. I will, by my own counsel, ride east, and I will, by my own counsel, find her, and I will, by my own counsel, bring her home, Stannis had said. Why? The boy had said, because, your grace, she is my father's sister's daughter. No, that is not right, she is my father's sister, that is, she is the daughter of my father's father, who is the man I will, by every honest count, never call grandfather, and she is, by the line of the dragons, the only other living person in the realm who is, by my own count, kin. I have, by my own counsel, 2 reasons for going. The first is that she is, by my own count, kin. The second is that she will, by my own counsel, have, by the time I reach her, hatched 3 dragons of her own. Stannis had said 3, the boy had said 3, your grace. Stannis had said mine, the boy had said no, your grace. Hers, Stannis had said will she give them to me, the boy had said, your grace. She will, by my counsel, give them to me. She will, by my counsel, give them to me on the condition that I, by my own counsel, marry her. She is, by every account of her line, taught to believe that the line of the dragons must, by its own honor, marry inside itself. I will, by my own counsel, do that. Stannis had said, you would marry her, the boy had said. I, your grace, Stannis had said, she is your blood, the boy had said. She is, your grace, also the only living person of her line. She is, your grace, also a girl who has been by her own line in the past year sold for an army. She is, your grace, also the woman I will in time sit beside on the small private double seat my uncle has by his own honor agreed to make for me at the small private day I, by his own grace, ask for the throne. She is, your grace, also the only person in the realm I will, by my own honor, be able to call wife and not have to lie to her about my own line. Stannis had been silent a long count. He had said, in the small, flat voice, I will not, by my own conscience, give the marriage my honest blessing. I will, by my own honor, not stand against it. I will, by my own honor, give you the small private leave to ride east. I will, by my own honor, ask only that you bring her home by the close of the year. The boy had said, I, your grace. He had ridden east in the 2nd moon of 301. He had crossed the narrow sea with the small private galley of his uncle's friend, Salad her son, by the small private courtesy of 3 quiet days. He had landed at Pentos in the cold drizzle of a small bright Pentoshi morning, in his own small gray northern cloak with a small gray hood over his small dark hair, and had spent the next 3 weeks on the small private backroads of the small private grasslands east of the free cities, on his own small private horse with the small private letters of safe conduct of 3 magisters in his small private bag, with the small private wargreech of 3 small gray crows he had bought from a man at the small private port, with the small private bound book of his old soul in his small private inside pocket. He had found her at the small private camp of Khal Drogo, in the small private grass, on the small private morning of the 11th of the 3rd moon. with the small private 3 eggs laid in the dust around her fire at her small private hip, and the small private silver scar at her small private left wrist, and the small private silver hair at her small private head, and the small private silver dragon mind in her small private interior. And he had laid his small private gray hood at her small private foot, and looked up at her with his small private dark gray eyes, and he had said, in the small private voice his old soul had spent 40 years on, "Sister," he had said, "I have come for you. I have by my own honor a name to give you that you have not by any honest count been given. The name is Aegon. The name is Targaryen. The name is Sixth. The name is my sister, my own." She had looked at him a long moment. She had said in her own small private silver voice, "Aegon. I have by my own counsel dreamed of you," he had said. I have by my counsel dreamed of you." She had bent down. She had lifted her small private silver hand to the small private silver hair at her small private head. She had said, in the small private quiet of the small private dust of the small private grass at the small private camp of the small private call, "Brother, take me home." He had taken her home. He had not, by any honest account, taken her home in the way she had thought he meant. He had not married her at the small private camp. He had not married her at Pentos. He had not, by his own counsel, married her at any small private moment of the 8-week ride home. He had married her, and this is the matter of the next chapter, and a small private wedding under a small private heart tree, and not in this one, only in the second moon of 302 AC. He had taken her home in the small private galley of Salad her son, with the small private call 8 weeks dead at her small private hand, a small private grief she had, by her own private honor, born with the small private silence of a girl who had loved a man who had, by his own private honor in the small private end, been a man she had loved, with the small private 3 dragons at her small private hip in 3 small private cages with 3 small private silver doors, and with the small private army of 40,000 small private Dothraki riders at her small private call by the small private oath, the call's blood riders had, by their own private honor, sworn to her in the small private hour of the small private call's funeral. She had said, on the deck of the small private galley going west on the 2nd day of the 7th moon of 301 AC, in the small private dusk, looking at the small private wake behind the small private galley, and at the small private long grass behind the small private wake, "Brother, I have by my own counsel 2 questions for you." The boy had said, "Sister, ask," she had said. "Did you by your own counsel know where I was?" The boy had said, "I did, sister," she had said. "How long?" The boy had said, 6 years. She had said in the small private silence of the small private dusk, "Why did you not come to me earlier?" The boy had said, "Sister, I had by my own counsel a small private war to fight at home before I could ride east. I had by my own counsel a small private hatching of dragons of my own to do before I could match yours. I had by my own counsel a small private uncle's blessing to get before I could ask for your hand. I would by my own counsel have come earlier if I could. I could not. I am sorry." She had said, I will by my own counsel accept that." She had said, "Second question. Did you by your own counsel kill my brother Viserys?" The boy had said, "No, sister. Your brother Viserys was killed by your own first husband's hand, at the small private feast at the small private camp at V's Dothrak in the 6th moon of the year past. I had by my own counsel no hand in it. I would, by my own honor, have stopped it if I had been there. I am, by my own honor, sorry for your loss," she had said in the small private silence. "I am not, by my own counsel, sorry for it," she had said. He was, by his own private cruelty, a small private man. He had, by his own private cruelty, sold me. He had, by his own private cruelty, struck me. I have, by my own private honor, a small narrow scar at my small private left wrist from the night he was last in my small private bedchamber before he sold me. I have, by my own private honor, not forgiven him. I will not, by my own private honor, ever forgive him. The boy had said in the small private dusk, "Sister, I would by my own honor have killed him for the scar. I am by my own honor sorry I did not have the chance." She had laid her small private silver hand on his small dark gray shoulder. She had said, "You did not. The grass did. The grass paid for him. I will by my own honor not weigh it on you." She had laid her head for a small private moment against his small dark gray shoulder. She had said very quietly, "Brother, I am by my own counsel very tired." He had said, "Sister, sleep." She had slept. She had slept at his small private shoulder on the deck of the small private galley going west across the slate-gray water of the narrow sea, with the small private 3 dragons curled in the small private cages at the small private hatch, with the small private Khal 8 weeks dead in the small private grass behind her, with the small private silver scar at her small private left wrist white against the small private silver of her small private skin, with her small private silver hair at her small private head trailing into the small private wake. He had not slept. He had stood at the small private gunwale, with her small private silver head at his small private gray shoulder, and watched the small private slate-gray water of the small private bay of Dragonstone come up on the horizon, and thought, with the small, dry, steady inner voice of his old soul, "She is, by my own counsel, the loneliest person in this realm besides me. I have, by my own honor, just relieved her of her loneliness. She has, by her own honor, just relieved me of mine. I will, by my own honor, not let her down. I will, by my own honor, not be Viserys, and I will, by my own honor, not be Drogo, and I will, by my own honor, not be the Line. I will, by my own honor, I will, by my own honor, be, by the gods of both my houses, a small private good husband to my small private sister." He had landed at Dragonstone in the 8th of the 7th moon of 301 AC. He had presented his small private sister to his small private uncle in the small private great hall. His small private uncle had received her with the small narrow courtesy of a small narrow king to a small narrow queen-in-waiting, and had given her, by his own small narrow hand, a small narrow seat at his left hand at the small narrow supper, and had, by the small narrow miracle of the small narrow hour, produced, by his own small narrow mouth, the small narrow smile that Davos Seaworth had, by his own private account, seen on the small narrow king's small narrow face twice in his small narrow life. The first time had been at his small narrow wedding to Selai's Florent. The second time had been on the morning of the small narrow news from the Trident in the 7th moon of 300 AC. The third time was at the small narrow supper at Dragonstone in the 7th moon of 301 AC, when the small narrow king laid eyes on his small dark gray nephew's small bright silver sister bride-to-be at the small narrow table. He had said by his own small narrow voice in the small narrow private hour at the small narrow head of the small narrow table, "Egon, I see now. I, the line of the dragons. I," the boy had said, "I, uncle." His small private sister had laid her small private silver hand on the boy's small private gray wrist, and had said, by her own small private silver voice, in the small narrow private hour at the small narrow head of the small narrow table, "Uncle, by the gods of both your houses, I will by my own honor take care of him." Stannis had said, "Take care of him," she had said, "I, uncle." The dragons had been the last small private piece of the puzzle. The small private silver dragons of his small private sister, Drogon, the Black, the eldest, regal the green, Viserion, the white and gold had been, by the morning of the small narrow landing at Dragonstone, the size of large dogs. The small private dragons of the boy, Vermin, the black and red, the eldest, Velar, the cream and gold, the second, Alisar, the green, the youngest. Hatched in the second moon of 301, at the small private alcove, off the second oldest niche of the crypts of Winterfell at the third moon of his own father's small private hand on the small private green shell, were, by the morning of the same landing, by far the larger pair. Vermin was, at the third moon of the third year of his life, 63 feet long, nose to tail, with a wingspan of 68. Velar was, at the same date, 56. Alisar, the small private green, the youngest, who had taken the small private third condition for his small private hatching from the small private hand of his father Ned Stark, who had, by the boy's own careful private confession in the small private solar in the small private night of the boy's own small private homecoming from Dragonstone in the 8th moon of 300 AC, laid his own small private left palm on the small private green shell in the small private bedchamber at the second oldest niche of the crypts of Winterfell, and given, by his own small private offering, the small private breath of forgiveness for the small private 14 years of the lie. Alisar was, at the third moon of the third year of his life, only 22 feet long, nose to tail, with a wingspan of 24. He was the youngest of all 6. He would, by the end of the year, be larger than Drogon, who was a third older. He was the smallest dragon at the small private morning at the wall. He was the dragon the boy had, by his own honor, in the small private cold dawn of the eastern rampart of Castle Black, set with the smallest task. He had set his 3 eldest, Vermin, Velar, Drogon, to the long line of the cold-handed lords. He had set the 2 seconds, regal, Viserion, to the small private upper rim of the wall to hold the western flank. He had set Alisar, by his own small private oath, with a small private wave of his own small gray hand, at the small private brink of the small private dawn, to the small private north of the wall, to a small private flight at 30 miles an hour, looking only for the small private central figure in a small private crown of ice at the heart of the small private host of the dead. The boy did not, by his own honor, intend that Alisar would, in the small narrow hour of the small narrow dawn, fight the man in the small private crown. The boy intended, by his own honor, to do that himself. Mance Rayder was at the eastern rampart at the boy's left elbow. He had been at the boy's left elbow for the past 4 moons, since the small narrow gathering at the small narrow camp at the Fist of the First Men in the second moon of 301 AC, where the boy had, by his own honor, in the small private cold, in the small private snow, in the small private circle of the campfires, sat with the small private king beyond the wall under a small private banner of truce, and laid out, in the small private bound book on his small private knees, the small private offer he had spent 14 years deciding. The offer had been these words: Mance, I am by my mother's the son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. I am by my father's the son of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen of King's Landing. I am by my own counsel and my old soul's account a man who has, by every count, lived this hour before. I have, by my own count, the small private knowledge that the small private cold-handed lords are coming. They are coming in the third moon of this year. They will, by my count, reach the wall by the small narrow hour of the small narrow dawn of the third quarter of the same moon. They will, by my count, break the wall at 3 places, at Eastwatch, at Castle Black, and at Westwatch. They will, by my count, kill every wildling north of the wall who has not, by his own counsel, come south. I will, by my counsel, open the gates of Castle Black and Eastwatch and Westwatch on the small private morning of the small narrow third week of the small private second moon. I will, by my own counsel, give every wildling who, by his own counsel, wants south a road south. I will, by my own counsel, not by any small private hour, ask any single wildling to swear any small private oath to the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. I will, by my own counsel, ask only one small private thing. I will, by my own counsel, ask that every wildling man of fighting age north of the wall, on the small private morning of the small narrow third week of the third moon, by his own counsel, take up the small private dragonglass weapons I will have, by my own counsel, sent through the gates ahead of them, and stand by my small private brother's banners at the small private great gate of Castle Black to defend, by his own honor, his own children and the realm. I will, by my own counsel, give every wildling who, by his own counsel, lives through the small narrow third week of the third moon a small private grant of land south of the wall, in the small private gift, at the small private fee of the small private oath of fealty to the Lord of the Stark, by the small narrow custom of the small narrow northern courtesy of 3,000 years. The land will, by my own counsel, be the land of the gift, which has, by the small narrow custom of the small narrow watch, been by the small narrow law of the realm in the gift of the watch, and not the Stark, but which I will, by the small narrow private grace of my uncle and my brother, by the small narrow private hour of the small narrow private negotiation we have already held, by my own honor give you, he had said. Mance, I am not the Stark, I am the Lord's son. I have, by every honest count, no small private right to make any of these offers. I have, by every honest count, made all of them by the small private leave of my father and my brother and my uncle the king. I am, by every honest count, the small private hand of these three to your small private hand. I am, by my own counsel, the small private man who will, in the small narrow weeks ahead, stand on the small narrow eastern rampart of Castle Black at your left elbow. Mance Rayder had listened. Mance Rayder had not for a long count spoken. Mance Rayder had said in the end, Lord Snow, I have by my own counsel 2 small private questions. The boy had said, speak. Mance had said first, how did you know my name as a singer at the last hearth when you were 9? The boy had said, Mance, I have lived this hour before. You and I have, we have stood at this camp before in another world. I have in that world called you brother. You have in that world called me brother also. You have in that world died at the small narrow brink of a small narrow defeat, by my own honor, in the small narrow company of a small narrow stake. I have, by my own honor in this world, come early. I have, by my own honor in this world, brought in time what I had not brought in time in the last. Mance had said. Second question. Do you by your own counsel believe you can win? The boy had said. I, Mance, by my own counsel I do. Mance had said. Then by my own counsel, Lord Snow, I will by my own honor come south. He had come south. He had come south with the entire host of the free folk. 80,000 men, women, and children, across the 4 moons of the 2nd through the 4th. In the long, careful, slow, careful crossings, the boy had arranged by the small private meisters of the watch, and the small private wagons of the small private northern levy, and the small private cooperation of the small private bannermen of the last hearth and the Carhold and the Dreadfort. The wildlings had been settled, by the boy's own arrangement, in the gift. The wildling men of fighting age, 26,000 of them, had been armed with dragonglass weapons from the small private dragonglass mine at Dragonstone the boy had set up, by his own counsel, in the 8th moon of 300 AC. They stood, by the morning of the 3rd quarter of the 3rd moon of 301 AC, on the small narrow rampart of Castle Black at the boy's left elbow. The northern column under Robb Stark stood, by the same morning, on the small narrow rampart at the boy's right elbow. The Stormlands column under Renly Baratheon, sent up by King Stannis at his brother's own small private request, stood at the small narrow rampart between Castle Black and Eastwatch. The fleet under Davos Seaworth stood, by the same morning, at the small narrow eastern dock of Eastwatch. The Iron Throne, under King Stannis' eye, stood at the small narrow keep of Dragonstone, where the small narrow king had, by his own small narrow private oath, promised, in the small narrow hour of the small narrow news, to ride north at 3 days' speed if the boy sent the small narrow raven of the small narrow fall. The boy did not, by his own counsel, intend to send the raven. The long night came at dawn of the 17th. It came as a long pale wall of mist, the color of cold iron, rolling down out of the long high northern plain at the speed of a horse at a slow walk, and behind the mist a long line of dead men. In the long, careful, unbroken line of an army that had been marching since the first cold of the first snow, and behind the line of dead men, on the long flat back of an undead ice spider the size of a small village, the small narrow figure of the man in the small narrow crown of ice. The boy had seen him before. The boy had seen him at the end of his first life. The boy had seen him on the morning that he, by his own first life death at the heart tree, had laid the small private oath in front of the heart tree that had brought him back to this world. The boy looked at him, at the small narrow eastern rampart of Castle Black, with the small narrow eyes of his old soul through the small narrow eyes of his small dark gray body, and said, very quietly in the small private interior in the warg's reach, "I came back for you, brother. I came back for you." The man in the small narrow crown of ice did not answer. The man in the small narrow crown of ice did not, by every account of his line, know any single word of any small private language of any small private man. The man in the small narrow crown of ice only opened, in the small narrow cold dawn, the small narrow mouth, and the small narrow mouth let out the small narrow cold breath of every small narrow death of every small narrow Stark of the small narrow line of the small narrow, last winter. The boy laid his small narrow hand on the small narrow hilt of the small narrow sword Sir Roderick had made him. He drew the small narrow sword. He said, very loudly, in the small narrow cold dawn, to the small narrow line at his small narrow elbow, "By the gods of both my houses, the long night is here. We will, by our own honor, end it. Banners up." The banners went up. The banners of the Stark went up at his right hand. The banners of the wildlings went up at his left. The banners of the Baratheon, the Tully, the Karstark, the Manderly, the Hornwood, the Serwyn, the Tallheart, the Flint, the Mormont, the Glover, the Reed, the Umber went up at every rampart from Westwatch to Eastwatch. The banners of the Targaryen, the small private three-headed dragon in red on black, 6 of them in 3 pairs on 6 saddles set for 6 dragons, went up at the small narrow upper rim of the wall. The boy whistled, in the small private Targaryen call. Vermin came down out of the cold sky. The boy mounted. The long night began. It lasted 7 days. It lasted 7 days, because the small narrow plan, the boy had set out at the small narrow camp at the Fist of the First Men. The previous moon had been a small narrow 7-day plan. And the boy had, by every careful private hour of his 14 years of small private preparation, laid the small narrow plan out by the small narrow day. Day 1. Hold the rampart at Castle Black against the first wave. The boy on Vermin. his sister on Dragon, his brother Robb on the small narrow wall with the small narrow dragonglass blade the boy had given him at the small narrow start of the moon, the small narrow wildlings at the small narrow left flank, the small narrow northern levies at the small narrow right. Day 2. Extend the line of dragons west to Westwatch and east to Eastwatch by the small narrow alternation of the 6. Day 3. Take the small narrow second rank dead lieutenants of the man in the small narrow crown of ice by the small narrow Valyrian steel blades the boy had by Tobho, Mott of King's Landing, at the small narrow private order of King Stannis, reforged from the small narrow swords of the small narrow Lannister generals taken at the small narrow trial. Day 4. The first counterattack by the small narrow ride of the wildling cavalry through the small narrow side gate of Castle Black under Tormund Giantsbane. Day 5. Hold the second wave by the small narrow circle of the small narrow Stark levy at the small narrow main gate. Day 6. The second counterattack by the small narrow ride of the dragons by the small narrow side against the small narrow ice spider. Day 7. The boy by his own honor alone against the man in the small narrow crown of ice at the small narrow heart tree. The plan was kept. The plan was kept by every count of every man on every rampart of every fort on every line of the wall for every hour of every day of every moon of the boy's preparation. The plan was kept until the 7th day. On the 7th day, by the small narrow noon of the small narrow noon, the small narrow boy of 18 stood, in his small narrow grey doublet, with his small narrow Valyrian steel sword, Snowfang. His small narrow father had called it. The small narrow blade Tobho Mott had reforged for him at the small narrow private order of King Stannis, from the small narrow blade ice. The small narrow blade of his small narrow grandfather Rickard, which had been at Winterfell since the small narrow age of Bran the Builder. The small narrow blade his small narrow father had, at the small narrow morning of the small narrow ride south to Dragonstone, by his own small narrow private hand, laid in the small narrow boy's small narrow hand, and said, "Egon, my son, take this. It is yours by every line of every blood you carry." Snowfang at his small narrow hip, and the small narrow dragonglass dagger of his small narrow first kit at his small narrow left wrist, and the small narrow shoulder of vermin at his small narrow back, at the small narrow heart tree of the small narrow grove north of the wall, where in the small narrow other life the small narrow three-eyed raven had, by his small narrow own dying, given his small narrow sight to the small narrow Brandon Stark of the small narrow other life. The man in the small narrow crown of ice came to the small narrow heart tree at the small narrow noon of the small narrow 7th day. He came with the small narrow ice spider 30 paces behind him. He came with the small narrow long sword of ice in his small narrow hand. He came with the small narrow blue eyes of his small narrow line in his small narrow head. He did not, by every account of his small narrow line, speak. The boy of 18 looked at him a long moment. The boy of 18 said, in the small narrow cold of the small narrow noon, "Brother, I have by my own honor come for you. I have by my own honor come for you for 14 years. I have by my own honor come for you at the small narrow head of 3 dragons and 26,000 wildlings and 2,000 northerners and 3,000 stormlords and the small narrow fleet of my uncle the king. I have by my own honor come for you at the small narrow head of the small narrow plan I have been making since the small narrow first moon of my second life. I have by my own honor come for you. I am by my own honor not afraid of you." He raised Snowfang. He stepped forward. The man in the small narrow crown of ice raised his small narrow blade, The two of them met at the small narrow base of the small narrow heart tree. The fight took the small narrow length of 300 breaths. The fight took, by every account of every singer who would, in time, sing of it, a long, careful, slow, careful match between two swords of two ages and two men of two worlds. And the boy of 18 lost the small narrow first 80 breaths of the small narrow match, and won the small narrow last 100. And at the small narrow 203rd breath, the small narrow Valyrian steel blade of his small narrow grandfather, Snowfang, set in the small narrow line of his small narrow father's hand, and his small narrow uncle's blessing, took the small narrow head of the small narrow king of the cold-handed lords off the small narrow neck of his small narrow body at the small narrow base of the small narrow heart tree. The head fell. The head fell unto the small narrow roots of the small narrow heart tree. The blood of the head, and the blood was, by every account of every man who saw it, blue, not red, by some small narrow private chemistry of the small narrow other side, ran into the small narrow roots of the small narrow heart tree, and the small narrow roots of the small narrow heart tree drank, in 3 breaths, every drop, the small narrow ice spider, 30 paces behind the small narrow king, did not, in any single small narrow breath after, move. The small narrow line of dead men behind the small narrow ice spider did not, in any small narrow breath after, move. The small narrow line of dead men, in the small narrow next quarter turn of the small narrow noon, fell, every one of them, in the small narrow length of the small narrow line from the small narrow wall to the small narrow last small narrow horizon, to the small narrow ground. The small narrow cold breath of the small narrow long winter, the small narrow breath that had been, by every account of every old man at every fire in every keep at every campfire of every wildling camp at every small narrow corner of the small narrow world for the small narrow 7 days, stopped. The sun, at the small narrow noon of the small narrow 7th day, broke through the small narrow cold iron pall of the small narrow dawn that had hung over the realm for a moon, and lit, by the small narrow first warm light any man in the realm had felt in 8 moons. The small narrow blood-stained snow at the small narrow base of the small narrow heart tree at the small narrow grove north of the wall. The boy of 18, Snowfang in his small narrow hand, the small narrow head at his small narrow feet, the small narrow dragon vermin at his small narrow back, looked up. He looked up at the small narrow weeping face of the small narrow heart tree. He said, in his small narrow voice in the small narrow noon, "Old gods, I have by my own honor paid my own oath. I have by my own honor brought back the line. I have by my own honor broken the small narrow winter. I will by my own honor in time ask you for what you owe me. I will not by my own honor ask you today." The small narrow weeping face of the small narrow heart tree did not, by any small narrow eye, weep. The boy bowed. He bent down. He picked up the small narrow head of the small narrow king of the cold-handed lords by the small narrow crown of ice. He carried it, in his small narrow left hand, with the small narrow Snowfang in his small narrow right, back through the small narrow snow to the small narrow rampart of Castle Black, where his small narrow brother Robb Stark stood at the small narrow gate. In the small narrow blood of the small narrow last small narrow week, with the small narrow dragonglass blade in his small narrow hand, and the small narrow wildlings at his small narrow left elbow, and the small narrow stormlords at his small narrow right, and his small narrow silver-haired sister bride-to-be on Dragon, by the small narrow east wind, descending to land at his small narrow shoulder, he came to the small narrow gate. He laid the small narrow head at the small narrow gate. He bowed by his own small narrow honor to his small narrow brother. He said very quietly in the small narrow noon, "Brother, the long night is done. Robb Stark, in the small narrow blood of the small narrow last week, with the small narrow blade in his small narrow hand, with the small narrow 8 years of his small narrow brother's small narrow words behind him, dropped by his own small narrow honor to one small narrow knee in the small narrow snow. He laid the small narrow blade across his small narrow knee. He said, 'Brother, by my own honor, the north is yours.' The boy bent down. He laid his small narrow hand on his small narrow brother's small narrow head. He said, 'Brother, no. The north is yours. The realm is mine. The two are, by my own honor, the same thing, only inasmuch as we are. Stand up.' Robb stood up. The two of them embraced, by their own small narrow honor, in the small narrow blood of the small narrow last week, at the small narrow gate of the small narrow castle black. In the small narrow noon of the small narrow 7th day of the small narrow long night, that the boy had, by his own small narrow honor, by his own small narrow plan, by his own small narrow 14 years of small narrow patient work, ended. In the small narrow grove behind them, the small narrow weeping face of the small narrow heart tree wept, by the small narrow first time in the small narrow 7 days of the small narrow week, a small narrow drop of red, real red, the color of his own small narrow second life blood, into the small narrow snow. The drop fell, the drop sank, the snow drank. The realm, by every count of every man at every campfire of every keep, drew, in the small narrow noon, the small narrow first warm breath it had drawn since the small narrow first cold of the small narrow long autumn. The realm, by every count, was, by the small narrow boy of 18 who had, by his own small narrow honor, set himself to it at 3 months of his small narrow second life, saved. The matter of the small narrow throne, and the small narrow sister bride, and the small narrow heart tree at Winterfell, and the small narrow last small narrow conversation of the small narrow boy of 18 with the small narrow old gods, and the small narrow last small narrow becoming of a small narrow man, is, by the small narrow honor of this small narrow telling, the matter of the small narrow last chapter. We come to it, by our own small narrow honor at last. Chapter 10. The king who was both the throne is, by every account of every history of the realm, an ugly chair. It was, by the small private testimony of Aegon the Conqueror's own armorer, a chair built on purpose to wound the man who sat in it. A chair welded out of the small narrow swords of every defeated lord of the small narrow first conquest, hammered together in a shape that did not, by any small private courtesy of any small private smith of any small private skill, sit a man comfortably anywhere. The arms cut the elbows, the seat edge cut the thighs, the back cut the shoulders. The spine of the chair had, by Aegon's own small private design, 7 small narrow points of small narrow steel along its upper line that nicked a king's small narrow scalp every time he turned his small narrow head. The boy of 18 sat in it on the morning of the 3rd of the 2nd moon of 302 AC, in his small clean gray doublet, with the small Stark wolf at his shoulder and the small 3-headed dragon at his left breast, and the small private Snowfang at his hip, and the small private silver scar. No. He corrected himself. That is hers. That is not mine. My mother's scar is at her left wrist, and the silver scar is hers. My own scar is at the small private base of my own small private throat. The small private mark where Snowfang first nicked me at 15 by my own private clumsiness in the longyard, and which I have, by my own honor, never shaved over, and looked at his small private uncle, at the foot of the small narrow steps. His small private uncle was on one knee. Stannis Baratheon was on one small narrow knee on the small narrow flagstones of the throne room of the Red Keep, with his small narrow hands at his small narrow side, and his small narrow head bent, and the small narrow crown of his small narrow brother, which he had worn for the small narrow 8 moons since the small narrow trial, on the small narrow flagstones in front of him. He said in his small flat voice, "Your Grace," he said, "by the law of the realm we both serve. By the small private confession you gave me in my own solar at Dragonstone in the 8th moon of 300. By the small private acknowledgment I have given you. By the small private long winter we have, by our own honor, ended. By the small private oath I have kept under my own seat in your name for the 1.5 years past. I, Stannis of the House Baratheon, the first of my name, do, by my own honor, return the crown to its rightful wearer, Aegon of the House Targaryen, 6th of his name. I do, by my own honor, take in exchange the small private lord paramountcy of the Stormlands, by your Grace's leave, to be held by me and by my heirs in fee of the crown for as long as the line of my brother shall last. I do, by my own honor, give you my own oath of fealty as your most loyal liege man and your closest living kin." He laid his small narrow hand on the small narrow crown. He lifted it. He stood up. He came up the small narrow 7 steps. He laid the small narrow crown on the small narrow dark head of the boy on the small narrow throne. He stepped back. He bowed. He said, "Your Grace." The boy of 18, sitting in the small narrow chair that had been, by every account, built to wound any man who sat in it, felt the small narrow points of the small narrow chair's back at the small narrow back of his small narrow head, and the small narrow edge of the small narrow chair's arms at the small narrow inside of his small narrow elbows, and the small narrow points of the small narrow crown at the small narrow forehead of his small narrow line, and looked down at the small narrow gray-blue eyes of his small narrow uncle at the small narrow foot of the small narrow steps. He said, in the small narrow quiet of the small narrow throne room, "Uncle," he said, "I will by my own honor accept." He said, more quietly, in the small narrow private hearing of his small narrow uncle only, with the small narrow microphone of the small narrow throne room, a kind of small narrow private speech, "Uncle, I have, in 14 years of my second life, never wanted this chair. I do not, by the small private mourning, want it now. I will, by my own honor, sit it for as long as the realm needs a man in it whose small private name will keep the realm from breaking. I will, by my own honor, when the realm no longer needs that, give it to a small narrow council. I will not, by my own honor, found a dynasty. I have, by my own honor, no small private wish to do to any small private child of mine what my mother's brother did to her sons by his own small narrow accidental hand." His small narrow uncle was silent a long moment. His small narrow uncle said, in the small narrow private hearing of nobody but the boy and the small narrow chair, "Aegon, the realm will, by my own counsel, need such a man for a long time." The boy said, "I, uncle, I have, by my own counsel, the long time." He stood up. He came down the small narrow 7 steps. He laid the small narrow snowfang on the small narrow flagstones at the small narrow foot of the small narrow throne. He laid the small narrow crown on top of the small narrow snowfang. He laid the small narrow 3-headed dragon banner from the small narrow back of the small narrow throne on top of the small narrow crown. He looked at the small narrow hall. He said in his small narrow voice, to the small narrow hall of 2,000 watching faces, Northern, Stormlord, Lannister of the Cadet Branch, Tully, Tyrell, Martell, Manderley, Wildling Chieftain, Watchman, Septon, Meister, Common Steward, Common Cook. Common page in the small narrow hall of the Red, keep on the morning of the 3rd of the 2nd moon of 302 AC. By every old law of every old realm, I am the king. By every count of every line of every dragon, I am the king. By my own honor I accept. By my own honor I will hold. I will, by my own honor, sit this chair for as long as the realm needs me to sit it. I will, by my own honor, not under any small private count of any small private year, name an heir of my own body. I will, by my own honor, leave the throne when I am done, to a council of the great houses, in the manner of the small narrow second conquest. I will, by my own honor, not by any small narrow line, give back the small narrow 7 kingdoms to the small narrow lions of any small narrow incest. I will, by my own honor, give the small narrow 7 kingdoms back to the small narrow realm. He looked at his small narrow brother Robb Stark, at the small narrow side of his small narrow uncle. He said, "Robb, brother, the north is yours. You are, by my own grace, king in the north. You are not, by my own grace, my vassal. You are, by my own grace, my brother and my equal. Our 2 crowns will, by our own honor in the small narrow years to come, sit at the small narrow head of one small narrow table for the small narrow whole length of our small narrow lives." Robb did not, by any count, kneel. Robb did, by every count, bow. The boy looked at his small narrow sister. She was in a small clean white gown at his small narrow right elbow, with her small narrow silver hair down to her small narrow waist, and her small narrow 3 dragons curled, by their own small narrow honor, on the small narrow western balcony of the small narrow throne room. They had grown, in the 7 moons since the long night, to the size of small horses. Drogon, the eldest, was at the small narrow head of the 3. He was, by every account, the small narrow only one of his sister's 3 who had, by his own small narrow honor, accepted the boy's hand at his small narrow muzzle. The other 2 had accepted only the small narrow silver hand of her small narrow. He said, to his small narrow sister, Daenerys. He said, "In a fortnight, on the small narrow morning of the small narrow 17th, in front of my small narrow brother's banners and my small narrow uncle's banners and my small narrow father's banners and the small narrow first heart tree of the small narrow north at Winterfell, by the small narrow northern custom of the small narrow old gods, I will, by my own honor, take you to wife." He said, "I will, by my own honor, marry you not because you are my line. I will, by my own honor, marry you not because the small narrow line of the dragons must, by its own honor, marry inside itself. I will marry you because I have, in a year and a half, by my own honor, fallen in love with you." She said, in her small narrow silver voice in the small narrow hall, in the small narrow hearing of the small narrow 2000, "Egon, I will." The wedding took place at Winterfell on the morning of the 17th. It took place in the Godswood. It took place at the foot of the great heart tree by which the boy had, at 5 years old, called a she-wolf out of the wolfswood, and at the foot of which he had, at 13, on the morning after the small narrow hatching of his small narrow dragons, laid his small narrow first oath to his own small narrow mother's stone. It took place by the small narrow old custom of the small narrow old gods of the small narrow old north, by which a small narrow bride and a small narrow groom stand at the small narrow foot of a small narrow heart tree, with a small narrow witness at each elbow. And the small narrow witness at the small narrow bride's elbow asks who would, by his own honor, give the small narrow bride to the small narrow groom. And the small narrow father of the small narrow bride, in the small narrow ordinary case, would answer. The boy's small narrow sister had no small narrow father. The boy's small narrow sister had only, by every honest count, by every small narrow line of the small narrow realm she had been raised in, the small narrow stone of a small narrow grandfather she had never known, in a small narrow vault she had never seen, in a small narrow tower in Dorne 3,000 leagues south. The boy's small narrow sister had, on the morning of the 17th, taken her small narrow place at the small narrow foot of the small narrow heart tree at Winterfell, with her small narrow silver hand in the small narrow grey hand of Lord Eddard Stark. It had been the boy's small narrow request. He had, on the small narrow morning of the small narrow arrival at Winterfell, in the small narrow private hour of the small narrow first morning after the small narrow ride north, gone into his small narrow father's small narrow solar, in his small narrow grey doublet with the small narrow snowfang at his small narrow hip, and the small narrow folded letter of the 8th moon of 300 in his small narrow inside pocket, and the small narrow crown of the realm on the small narrow shelf of his small narrow uncle's small narrow chamber in the small narrow east wing, and he had said in his small narrow voice, "Father," he had said, "I have, by my own honor, 3 things to tell you. I will, by my own honor, tell them in 3 small narrow sentences, and then I will, by my own honor, ask you, in your own seat, to listen to the small narrow long explanation," he had said. First, I am, by my mother's whispered last word in the small narrow tower in Dorne in the 3rd moon of 283 AC, Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, he had said. Second, I have, by my own honor, remembered every small narrow death of every small narrow Stark of our small narrow house, since the small narrow first moment of my small narrow second life, at the small narrow age of 3 months. I have, by my own honor, spent 14 years to prevent them. He had said. Third, I am, by my own honor, marrying my small narrow Targaryen aunt sister, by the small narrow line of the small narrow dragons, sister bride by their small narrow custom, on the morning of the 17th of this small narrow moon in our small narrow godswood, by the small narrow custom of the small narrow old gods. I would, by my own honor, like you to give her to me at the small narrow ceremony. I have, by my own honor, no small narrow father of hers in this world to ask. I would, by my own honor, like you to be hers. Lord Eddard Stark, in his own small narrow solar, in his own small narrow keep, in the small narrow keep of his small narrow father's father, on a small narrow morning of the small narrow first moon of 302 AC, with the small narrow 19-year-old who had, by every small narrow count of his own small narrow life, been his small narrow second son for 19 years in front of him, had been silent for a long count, he had said in the end, Jon, Aegon, by the gods of all our houses, son, did you, by your own counsel, think I had not, in any small narrow year of your second life, known the first thing the boy had said? Father, Lord Eddard Stark had said, I had not, by my own honor, the small narrow name. I had had the small narrow shape of the small narrow secret, since the small narrow night of the small narrow cradle. I had had the small narrow first half of the small narrow name since the small narrow morning of the small narrow kennel yard at 5. I had had the second half since the morning of the catspaw at 14. I have, by my own honor, sat on the small narrow knowledge in the small narrow drawer of this small narrow desk for 15 years. I have not, by my own honor, in any small narrow moment of any small narrow year, asked you. I had decided, by my own honor, that the small narrow asking would be the small narrow worst thing I could do to you. I would, by my own honor, like you to know that I have, in those 15 years, said no small narrow word of any small narrow part of any small narrow secret to any small narrow other person. Not to your aunt, not to Robb, not to Maester Luwin, not to Sir Roderick, not to my own brother Benjen, who has by my own counsel come and gone of my own house in your second life 17 times. He had stood up. He had come around the desk. He had laid his own small, narrow, gray hand on his small, narrow son's small, narrow, gray shoulder. He had said in his small, narrow voice, "Egon, I will by my own honor give her to you," he had said, "and by my own honor, son. I would, by your leave, ask you a small, narrow third thing." The boy had said, "Father." His father had said, "Aye, father. By my own honor, by my own old wolf's heart, I am, by every small, narrow part of me, your father. I would, by my own honor, not have you call me anything else." The boy had laid his small, narrow head on his father's small, narrow, gray shoulder. He had wept by his own old reflex, the small, narrow old reflex he had not, by any year of his second life, ever shown to his father. His father had let him weep. His father had said when he had finished, "Egon, by my own honor." "Egon, my son," the boy had said, "Father, by my own honor. By my own honor, my father." So Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell stood at the foot of the small, narrow heart tree, at the small, narrow godswood at Winterfell, on the morning of the 17th of the second moon of 302 AC, in his small, narrow gray doublet, with the small, narrow silver hand of Daenerys Targaryen in his own small, narrow gray hand, in front of all of his small, narrow house, and all of his small, narrow sons, small, narrow uncles' small, narrow house, and all of his small, narrow sons, small, narrow bannermen, and all of his small, narrow sons, small, narrow uncles, small, narrow bannermen, and the small, narrow new Lord of the Iron Islands, Theon, who had, by the small, narrow, careful death of Balon Greyjoy of natural causes in the 7th moon of 301, by the small, narrow sea wind off Pike, at the small, narrow age of 73, taken Pike at the head of a small, narrow column of his small, narrow brother's banners, and the boy's small, narrow uncle's small, narrow blessing, and was now in his small, narrow tabard, with the small, narrow kraken at his small, narrow shoulder at the small, narrow side of the small, narrow ceremony. His small, narrow, round face shining with the small, narrow pride of a small, narrow man who had, by every count of his own life, been called brother by the boy in the half-step, and the small, narrow manse raider, king beyond the wall that was, now the small, narrow lord of the gift, the small, narrow new lordship the boy had carved out of the small, narrow gift to settle his 80,000 wildlings on the south side, and the small, narrow Sansa Stark, 15 now, in a small, narrow blue dress and a small, narrow blue ribbon, with the small, narrow grace of a small, narrow young lady who had, by the boy's careful, careful work, by her own private mouth, told her brother on the morning of the small, narrow ceremony that I have not, by my own counsel, ever asked you what you did for me, brother, and I will not now. But I will, by my own honor, by the small, narrow morning, name my own first daughter after our mother and my second after our aunt. And the small, narrow Arya Stark, 13 now, in a small, narrow gray dress that she had only, by the small, narrow, careful, careful, tearful persuasion of Septa Mordane, agreed to wear over the small, narrow leather riding trousers underneath, with the small, narrow sword needle that the boy had, by his own private hand in his own private back corner of Micken's forge, at the year before her 10th, made for her, at her small, narrow hip. And the small, narrow Bran Stark, 11 now, no longer the small, narrow boy who would have, in another life, climbed the small, narrow broken tower, but the small, narrow boy who, by the boy's careful, long-laid program, had become, by the small, narrow falconer's small, narrow, careful guidance, the small, narrow best small, narrow young falconer in the small, narrow north, and who would, by the small narrow boy's careful private offering of a small narrow apprenticeship at Castle Black under Meister Eamon, by the small narrow letter the boy had sent the year before, by his own honor in his own time, choose by his own honor, the small narrow path of the small narrow three-eyed raven, and would take the small narrow seat by his own honor, in his small narrow 70th year, by his small narrow own choice, without any small narrow loss of his small narrow legs or his small narrow brothers or his small narrow life, and the small narrow Rickon Stark, 6 now, alive, hale, with a small narrow black-furred direwolf pup at his small narrow elbow that the boy had, by the small narrow warg's reach of vows small narrow third grandchild, found for him on the small narrow eastern slope of the Wolfswood at the small narrow age of 3. They were all there. The wolf in the wood and the dragon in the egg and the brother at the gate and the sister at the godswood and the small narrow father at the small narrow heart tree. They were all there. The boy stood at his small narrow place at the foot of the small narrow heart tree, with the small narrow snowfang at his small narrow hip, and the small narrow crown of the realm on his small narrow dark hair, and the small narrow three-headed dragon banner at his small narrow left shoulder, and the small narrow Stark wolf at his small narrow right. Lord Eddard Stark laid the small narrow silver hand of his small narrow daughter in Lotterby in the small narrow grey hand of his small narrow son. Lord Eddard Stark said in his small narrow voice, "I, Eddard of the House Stark, give this woman to be wed," the boy said. "Who comes to take her?" Lord Eddard Stark said, "Aegon of the House Targaryen, 6th of his name. Who claims her?" The small narrow sister bride said, in her small narrow silver voice, "Daenerys Stormborn of the House Targaryen. I take this man." She knelt by the small narrow custom with the boy at her side. The Septon's substitute for the godswood, by Maester Luwin, in his small narrow grey robe, with his small narrow chain at his small narrow neck, laid a small narrow hand on the heads of the two of them, by the small narrow custom of the small narrow north, by the small narrow consent of the small narrow old gods. He said, "Look upon each other and say the words." The boy and the small narrow silver-haired girl looked at each other. They said the words. They were married. The feast that night went a long time. It went a long time because it was the first feast at Winterfell in a year and a half that had not been a war feast, and the household had, by Catelyn's careful, long-laid plans, and by the small narrow boy's careful private orders to the chief steward, and the small narrow chief cellarer, and the small narrow chief kennelman, and the small narrow chief brewer of the keep, laid up for it for 2 moons. There were 43 courses by Mickon's counting, and 28 by Maester Luwin's. There was a small narrow northern dance, and a small narrow southern dance, and a small narrow Dornish dance, and a small narrow wildling dance, and a small narrow Targaryen dance, which the small narrow new queen had, by the small narrow private hour of the morning's practice, with her small narrow husband in the small narrow corridor outside their small narrow chambers, taught the boy in the small narrow space of the morning, by the small narrow careful old method of 2 small narrow palms and 1 small narrow step. There was a small narrow song by Tom of 7 Streams, a small narrow riverland singer whom the boy had, by his own private inquiry, by the third hand of Maester Luwin's friend at Riverrun, confirmed to have been the singer in the first life who had, by his own private dishonor, turned the singer's coat at the twins on the night of the red wedding, and whom the boy had, by his own careful, slow, patient cultivation over the year past, brought into his small narrow household by the small narrow buying off of the singer's small narrow Riverland's gambling debts, and the small, narrow, careful private placement of the singer, at the small, narrow upper table of the small, narrow northern banner feast. Tom of Seven Streams sang a small, narrow song the boy had, by his own private hand, in the small, narrow autumn of 301 AC, at his own private desk in his own private chamber in his own private wing of the Red Keep, composed. The song was called The Boy Who Came Twice. The song ran 12 verses, none of which named the boy, all of which named the small, narrow Targaryens of the small, narrow last 40 years. It ended, a wolf pup born of dragon blood, / a snow prince by the heart tree stood, / he spoke no word, he held his name, / he brought us through the cold iron flame, / he gave us back our line, our day, / and then he turned and walked away. The boy listened to it, at the small, narrow head of the small, narrow upper table, with the small, narrow silver hand of his small, narrow bride in his small, narrow gray hand, and laid the small, narrow gray other hand of his own small, narrow palm on the small, narrow shoulder of his small, narrow 7-year-old brother Rickon, who had taken the small, narrow seat at his small, narrow left elbow, by his own private insistence, and would not, by any small, narrow Septa's careful nudging, sit anywhere else. He listened to the small, narrow last verse. He stood up. He laid the small, narrow napkin on the small, narrow table. He kissed his small, narrow new bride on the small, narrow silver head. He said, in the small, narrow silver hearing of the small, narrow silver ear, "My queen, I have, by my own honor, one small, narrow last private thing to do. I will, by my own honor, be back by the 3rd hour of midnight," she said in her small, narrow silver voice. "Egon, go. I will, by my own honor, be here." He went. He went out of the great hall, and out of the great keep, and across the small, narrow courtyard, and through the small, narrow eastern gate of the inner wall, and along the small, narrow path of the south wing of the godswood, and through the small, narrow line of the small, narrow sentinel pines, and up the small, narrow root of the small, narrow heart tree at the center of the small, narrow grove, where 14 years and 7 months earlier he had, at 5 years old, called a small, narrow she-wolf out of the small, narrow wolf's wood. He laid his small, narrow hand on the small, narrow bark. He laid the small, narrow forehead of his small, narrow line on the small, narrow bark also. He said, in the small, narrow cold of the small, narrow night, in the small, narrow private hearing of the small, narrow gods, old gods, he said, I came back when you sent me. I came back to a small, narrow tower in Dorne with a small, narrow soul that was 3 months old and 60 years old. I came back to a small, narrow father who would, by your honor in another world, have been my uncle. I came back to a small, narrow mother who, by your honor, died at my small, narrow lip. I came back to a small, narrow keep that would, by your honor in another world, have been broken. To a small, narrow brother who would, by your honor in another world, have been hanged. To a small, narrow sister who, by your honor in another world, would have been married to monsters. To a small, narrow other sister who, by your honor in another world, would have become a small, narrow, nameless girl in a small, narrow, nameless guild. To a small, narrow younger brother who would, by your honor in another world, have been killed by a small, narrow boy of the small, narrow Bolton line. To a small, narrow other younger brother who would, by your honor in another world, have rooted his own small, narrow veins into the small, narrow heart tree we stand at. I came back to a small, narrow father who would, by your honor in another world, have been killed on the small, narrow steps of the small, narrow Great Sept. He said, I came back, by your own gift, to save them. I have, by my own honor, saved them. They are, by my own honor, all of them, in the small, narrow keep behind me at the small, narrow feast. He said, I came back by your own gift to break the small, narrow, long winter. I have by my own honor broken it. The small, narrow king of the cold-handed lords is, by my own honor, dead at his own small, narrow heart tree at the small, narrow grove north of the wall. The small, narrow, long winter has, by my own honor, by his death, ended. He said, I came back by your own gift to set the small, narrow line of the small, narrow dragons right with the small, narrow line of the small, narrow wolves. I have by my own honor done that. I am, by my own honor, by the small, narrow blood of both, the small, narrow king of both. I have, by my own honor this morning, married the small, narrow line of the small, narrow other dragon. And the two lines are, by my own honor, by our own honor, now one. He said, I have, by my own honor, paid every oath I had laid with you at the small, narrow heart tree at the small, narrow end of my small, narrow first life. He said, Old gods, I have, by my own honor, one small, narrow last request. He said, in the small, narrow cold of the small, narrow night, in the small, narrow private hearing of the small, narrow gods, with his small, narrow forehead pressed to the small, narrow bark of the small, narrow heart tree he had spent 14 years calling on, old gods. I gave them their lives back. Now give me mine, he said. I have, by my own honor in the body I am wearing now, lived 18 years. I have, by my own honor in the soul I am wearing now, lived 78. I am, by every honest count, an old man in a small, narrow young body. I would, by your own honor, like to be a small, narrow young man in a small, narrow young body for the rest of my small, narrow life. I would, by your own honor, like to forget, not the small, narrow names, not the small, narrow people, not the small, narrow love. Only the small, narrow other life. The small, narrow, long memory of every small, narrow death that did not happen. The small, narrow ledger of every small, narrow oath I have, by my own honor, paid. The small, narrow, long, unending weight of every small, narrow morning I have, by my own honor, spent counting heartbeats in the warg's reach of a small, narrow dog on a small, narrow hillock above the Kingsroad. He said, I would, by your own honor, like to sit down to supper at my small, narrow uncle's table without knowing, at every small, narrow course, which small, narrow steward will, by my own honor, betray him in the small, narrow 10th moon of the small, narrow year after next. He said, I would, by your own honor, like to make love to my small, narrow wife without knowing, by my own honor, that she had in another life married 3 other men and been raped by one of them at the small, narrow age of 15, and watched her small, narrow first child die in the small, narrow grass at the small, narrow age of 16. He said, I would, by your own honor, like to be, by the small, narrow grace of you who sent me back, only the small, narrow boy on the small, narrow night of the small, narrow wedding feast. He said, Old gods, I will, by my own honor, take whatever small, narrow, ordinary small, narrow shape of a small, narrow life you give me. I will, by my own honor, sit the small, narrow throne. I will, by my own honor, raise my small, narrow children. I will, by my own honor in time, give the small, narrow throne to a small, narrow council. I will, by my own honor, by my own oath, live the small, narrow rest of the small, narrow days I have. I would, by your own honor, like to live them as a small, narrow man and not as a small, narrow chess master. He laid his small, narrow other hand against the small, narrow bark. He said, very quietly, please. The small, narrow, weeping face of the small, narrow heart tree at Winterfell, by every account of every old man at every fire in every keep, on the small, narrow morning after the small, narrow, long winter. The small, narrow face had been seen to weep once, by the small, narrow drop of red, of real red. that had fallen onto the small narrow snow at the small narrow grove north of the wall, wept now. It wept the small narrow drop of red onto the small narrow forehead of the small narrow boy at its small narrow trunk. The drop ran down the small narrow forehead, and along the small narrow line of the small narrow nose, and to the small narrow corner of the small narrow mouth, and the small narrow tongue of the small narrow boy took it. The taste was iron and pine and salt. The boy of 18, with his small narrow forehead at the small narrow bark of the small narrow heart tree, at the small narrow center of the small narrow grove, at the small narrow center of the small narrow, keep at the small narrow center of the small narrow north, at the small narrow center of the small narrow realm, at the small narrow center of the small narrow world, closed his small narrow gray eyes. He felt, and this was a small narrow sensation he would, in his small narrow new life, never quite be able to describe to his small narrow new queen. He felt, in the small narrow second after, a small narrow shifting in the small narrow weight of his small narrow head. He felt, in the small narrow second after that, a small narrow opening at the small narrow back of his small narrow skull, of a small narrow size, just enough for the small narrow long weight of his small narrow 78-year-old soul to leave. By the small narrow careful old courtesy of the small narrow old gods, like a small narrow long-staying guest leaving a small narrow door, he felt the small narrow soul leave. He felt the small narrow long memory of the small narrow first life, with every small narrow death, and every small narrow oath, and every small narrow ledger of every small narrow morning, go with it. He felt, for the first time in 18 years of his small narrow second life, the small narrow body of his small narrow 18-year-old self stand at the small narrow bark of the small narrow heart tree on its small narrow own. He did not, by any small narrow part of his small narrow self after, remember exactly what he had been before. He remembered, by his own small narrow honor, the names. He remembered, by his own small narrow honor, the people. He remembered, by his own small narrow honor, the small narrow plan he had. By his small narrow father's account, and by his small narrow uncle's account, and by his small narrow brother's account, and by his small narrow wife's account in the small narrow weeks to come, laid for 14 years. He remembered, by his own small narrow honor, his small narrow father in the small narrow solar, and his small narrow brother at the small narrow gate, and his small narrow sister bride at the small narrow heart tree, and his small narrow uncle on the small narrow knees of the small narrow throne room, and the small narrow eyes of the small narrow heart tree at the small narrow grove north of the wall. He did not remember, by any small narrow part of his small narrow self after, the small narrow exact way he had counted heartbeats in the small narrow warg's reach of a small narrow dog on a small narrow hillock above the Kingsroad on the small narrow morning Robert had died. He did not remember, by any small narrow part of his small narrow self after, the small narrow exact face of the small narrow first life's Ramsay Bolton, or of the small narrow first life's Walder Frey, or of the small narrow first life's small narrow Sansa Stark with the small narrow bruises at the small narrow, inside of her small narrow wrists. He did not remember, by any small narrow part of his small narrow self after, the small narrow exact morning at the small narrow heart tree at the small narrow grove at the end of the small narrow first life, when he had laid the small narrow first oath that had, by his small narrow first soul's small narrow honor, brought him back. He remembered, by his own small narrow honor, that he had, by his own small narrow honor, been brought back, and that he had, by his own small narrow honor, done what he had been brought back to do, and that he had, by his own small narrow honor, at the small narrow morning of the small narrow 17th of the small narrow second moon of 302 AC, in the small narrow godswood of the small narrow keep of his small narrow father, asked his small narrow father's small narrow heart tree for the small narrow rest of his small narrow life. He had been given it. He opened his small narrow eyes. The small narrow weeping face of the small narrow heart tree had stopped weeping. The small narrow drop of red was at the small narrow corner of his small narrow mouth. He licked it. He laid his small narrow gray hand on the small narrow bark for one small narrow last small narrow moment. He said, in his small narrow voice, in the small narrow cold of the small narrow night, in the small narrow private hearing of the small narrow gods, old gods, thank you. He stood up. He turned. He walked back through the small narrow line of the small narrow sentinel pines, and along the small narrow path of the south wing of the godswood, and through the small narrow eastern gate of the inner wall, and across the small narrow courtyard, and through the small narrow great gate of the great keep, and up the small narrow inner stair, and into the small narrow great hall, where the small narrow feast was still in the small narrow heat of the small narrow 43rd course, and where his small narrow new bride was sitting at the small narrow head of the small narrow upper table, with her small narrow silver hand laid in the small narrow place where the small narrow gray hand of her small narrow husband had been. She looked up. She saw him. She smiled. He smiled back. He came back to the small narrow head of the small narrow upper table. He took his small narrow place. He laid his small narrow gray hand over her small narrow silver hand. He said, in his small narrow voice, in the small narrow private hearing of her small narrow silver ear, "My queen, by my own honor, I am by my own honor very tired," she said in her small narrow silver voice. "I, husband, so am I. Let us by our own honor in a small narrow while retire." He laughed, in his small narrow voice, the small narrow ordinary laugh of an ordinary boy of 18, at a small narrow joke from his small narrow new wife. He had not, by any account of his small narrow first soul's small narrow 78 years of small narrow existence, ever laughed in exactly that small narrow way before. He laughed it now. He kept laughing it. He laughed it, by his own small narrow honor, for the small narrow rest of his small narrow life. He sat the throne for 31 years. In the 17th year of his reign, his small narrow uncle Stannis died at Storm's End at the small narrow age of 53, of a small narrow flux. The boy, then 35, rode south with his small narrow wife and his small narrow eldest son Rhaegar, named for the small narrow father neither he nor his small narrow father had ever met, and laid his small narrow uncle in the small narrow vault under the small narrow keep he had been born in. In the 23rd year of his reign, his small narrow brother Robb died at Winterfell at the small narrow age of 43, in his own bed, of a small narrow chill taken on a winter ride. The boy, then 41, rode north with his small narrow wife and his small narrow daughter Lyanna, named for the small narrow grandmother neither he nor she had ever met, and laid his small narrow brother in the small narrow second oldest niche of the crypts of Winterfell, by his own small narrow request, next to the small narrow stone of the small narrow aunt, who had been a small narrow mother to the small narrow other Stark of his small narrow line. In the 28th year of his reign, his small narrow father Lord Eddard Stark died at Winterfell at the small narrow age of 68. In the small narrow company of all of his small narrow children, and his small narrow wife, and his small narrow grandchildren, and his small narrow great-grandchildren. The boy, then 46, came north for the small narrow funeral with his small narrow wife and his small narrow 3 children, and stood at the small narrow head of the small narrow funeral procession, and laid his small narrow father next to his small narrow aunt, and did not, by any small narrow private hour of any small narrow private night, ever weep aloud, but stood at the small narrow heart tree at the small narrow godswood at Winterfell on the small narrow morning after the small narrow burial, and laid his small narrow hand on the small narrow bark, and said, "Very quietly, father, by my own honor, I have been the small narrow son you taught me to be." In the 31st year of his reign, in the 7th moon, at the small narrow age of 49, the boy, by his own small narrow honor, by his own small narrow plan laid down in the small narrow first month of his small narrow reign, abdicated, in the small narrow ordinary way of a small narrow constitutional king, in favor of a small narrow great council of the small narrow great houses of the small narrow realm, by his own small narrow private speech to the small narrow council at the small narrow opening of the small narrow session. In his small narrow voice, in his small narrow gray doublet, with the small narrow snowfang at his small narrow hip, my lords, I have by my own honor sat this small narrow chair for 31 years. I have by my own honor kept the small narrow realm. I have by my own honor raised my small narrow children. I am by my own honor by this morning going home. The small narrow chair is by my own honor yours. He had stood. He had laid the small narrow crown on the small narrow seat of the small narrow throne. He had walked, by his own small narrow honor, down the small narrow 7 steps, and out of the small narrow throne room of the small narrow red keep for the small narrow last time. He had ridden north with his small narrow wife. He had taken up the small narrow chamber in the small narrow east wing of the small narrow keep at Winterfell, that his small narrow brother Robb had, by his own private will, in the small narrow last year of his small narrow life, left him in the small narrow inheritance of his small narrow private papers. He had lived there 20 more years. He had died at the small narrow age of 69, in his own bed, in the small narrow company of his small narrow wife, and his small narrow 3 children, and his small narrow 7 grandchildren, and his small narrow brother Bran, who had, by his own private honor, by his small narrow 70th year, taken the small narrow seat of the small narrow 3-eyed raven, but who had, by his own private oath to his small narrow brother in the small narrow year of the small narrow boy's small narrow abdication, sworn, by his own private honor, to come, by the small narrow eye of any small narrow raven at any small narrow window of the small narrow east wing, to the small narrow side of the small narrow brother who had, by his own small narrow honor, saved him. He had been buried, by his own small narrow private request, at the small narrow base of the small narrow heart tree in the small narrow godswood at Winterfell, where the small narrow snow lies last in summer, and the small narrow snow lies first in winter. By the small narrow roots of the small narrow tree he had at 5, at 13, at 18, at every small narrow year between, laid his small narrow hand on, and on which the small narrow blood of the small narrow king of the cold-handed lords had, by his own small narrow honor, drained, in the small narrow noon of the small narrow 7th day of the small narrow long night, into the small narrow roots that had drunk it. The small narrow weeping face of the small narrow heart tree at the small narrow godswood at Winterfell wept, by every account of every old man at every fire in every keep at every campfire of every wildling camp at every small narrow corner of the small narrow world. On the small narrow morning of the boy's small narrow burial, for the small narrow third and the small narrow last time in the small narrow record of the small narrow north. It wept the small narrow drop of red, the small narrow real red, into the small narrow snow. The drop fell. The drop sank. The snow drank. The small narrow boy who had come twice, by every account of every singer of every realm of every keep of every line, by his own small narrow honor, in his own small narrow gray doublet, with the small narrow snowfang at his small narrow hip, and the small narrow three-headed dragon at his small narrow left breast, and the small narrow stark wolf at his small narrow right, and the small narrow weeping face of his small narrow heart tree at his small narrow back, went. By the small narrow grace of the small narrow old gods who had, by their own small narrow honor, by his own small narrow last request at the small narrow night of the small narrow wedding feast, given him back, by the small narrow drop of red, the small narrow rest of his small narrow life as a small narrow ordinary small narrow man, went, by his own small narrow honor, in the small narrow ordinary small narrow way of an ordinary small narrow man, in the small narrow company of his small narrow wife and his small narrow children and his small narrow brother in the small narrow tree home. He had given them their lives back. He had got his own. He had used it well. He had been, in the small narrow end, only a small narrow man. In the small narrow record of the small narrow world, that was enough. The small narrow story ends by every account here.